get out of debt, and build wealth the right way. And you can too. But you've got to have a game plan, and that begins with our Get Started assessment. Go to RamseySolutions.com/start, answer some questions, and we'll show you where you are with your money and what the next steps are to take. Here's what I know. No one accidentally wins at anything. If you've had it with money stress and are ready to join the millions of people who have taken control of their money for good, go to RamseySolutions.com/start today.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon. It's 2 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. The mass shooting at Brown University and the murder of an MIT professor, which happened just 2 days later, may be linked. That's according to ABC News, who's also reporting the development came up in the last day and that authorities may be close to identifying a suspect. Nick Reiner, the son of Rob Reiner, appeared in court yesterday after being charged with first-degree murder of his parents. ABC News crime and terrorism analyst Brad Garrett tells Arizona's Morning News how common parental homicide is.
1 to 2% of the homicides in this country a year are children killing their parents, either one or both of them. Now, that doesn't seem like a big number, but that's like one a day.
He says Nick has dealt with addiction most of his life, and this could be a major factor into why he allegedly killed his parents. The man convicted of murdering his mother and stepfather in 2017 learned his fate earlier today.
43-year-old Cleophas Cooksey Jr. sentenced to death earlier today for a killing spree back in 2017 that stretched from Phoenix to Glendale. His fate comes 3 months after he was found guilty of murdering 8 people, kidnapping, attempted sexual assault, as well as armed robbery. Cooksey's victims were killed during a 3-week span in late 2017, 4 months after being released from prison for armed robbery. John Roller, KTAR News.
Maricopa County leaders continue to push back on the Melendrez court order, which creates oversight of the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office for nearly 2 decades from a federal court, requiring certain reforms to end racial discrimination in policing at the Sheriff's Office. Maricopa County Board of Supervisors Chair Thomas Galvin telling the Mike Broomhead Show today.
Well, yesterday in federal court, the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors, through our outside legal counsel, filed what is called a Rule 60B motion to end the federal oversight of the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office.
Galvin says this is the most important action the county board has taken during his chairmanship and argues the reform process is no longer needed at MCSO. Lawmakers are set to head home for the holiday break today, leaving the nation's capital without taking legislative action to address health care subsidies poised to expire at the end of the year for 20 million Americans. About half of the House Democratic caucus rallied on the House steps this morning calling for action. 4 Republicans signed on to a Democratic discharge petition yesterday to force consideration of the 3-year extension. But a vote on the measure won't occur until mid-January, which is weeks after the breaks expire. Here's ABC's Jay O'Brien.
We are still very much on the clock when it comes to these Obamacare tax credits that are set to expire at the end of this month. And right now, there doesn't look like there's going to be any legislative solution that will prevent that from happening, which means that premiums for more than 20 million Americans who get their insurance through the Affordable Care Act are going to double on average, but even triple or quadruple in some cases that we've seen.
AAA projecting another record-breaking travel holiday. More than 120 million people expected to spend the holidays 50 miles or more away from home this year. ABC News transportation reporter Clara McMichael tells Arizona's Morning News when you should hit the road.
Flying, of course, morning flights. We prefer those because those delays do tend to stack up throughout the day. And on the road, you just want to beat that rush. If you can't leave early, you might want to leave late.
She says avoid hiccups at the airport by downloading the airline's app that you're flying and to be patient with your fellow travelers.
Fiesta Mall, a whole world of Christmas. Gift certificates, toys.
A theme park, a Major League Soccer stadium. There's been all kinds of speculation on how the 80-acre piece of land where Fiesta Mall once stood will be used.
The 80-acre site in Mesa, now dubbed the Palo District, will soon be home to a women's health campus, along with a first-of-its-kind women's sports center. Vicki Mayo, the CEO of Sunny Day Sports, calls it one of the most significant investments in women's health and sports in the country.
From young adult all the way through pursue an athletic career in post. Sports medicine is something that is looked at in many facilities, but never in a fully holistic way, and specifically with the focus on women.
While there's still nothing official on a speculated soccer stadium, the company says the site will have the kind of infrastructure that could house the highest levels of the sport. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
On Wall Street, the Dow up 66 points, the S&P up 53, and the NASDAQ rose 313. For more money news, visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. Checking on traffic right now in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. We have a crash near I-10 westbound. It's just past the Loop 202 State Route 51 interchange near downtown, and there are delays on Loop 202 westbound back to about 32nd Street. Slight delays as you head south on the 51 and merge onto I-10. Another crash, I-10 eastbound at the Loop 101 Agua Fria interchange. Just slight delays there. And then one more crash on a surface street, 7th Street at Thunderbird. This traffic report brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Join Stuart Willis for the Asset Preservation Hour every week as he empowers and educates those in or near retirement. Sundays at 2 right here on KTAR. 77 should be our high today, 80 tomorrow, Saturday, and maybe 81 on Sunday. Right now it's 73 in Peoria. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Good afternoon, friends. I'm Chris Merrill. Next to me, Pamela Hughes in for Joe today. You'll see her on the KTAR News YouTube feed. She was just talking to me off the air. I'm going to expose you. She says, I keep forgetting we're on TV. I got to be careful what I do. All kinds of gestures that may or may not be kid-friendly.
I can't control my face. All right, is what it comes down to. I got into radio because I can't control my face. So if you really want to see what I think about things, go ahead and tune to the YouTube channel because yours truly cannot control her face.
So your face is out of control.
It is out of control. So is my hair. So that's fun.
That may be the theme of the show today, is that Pamela's face is out of control.
Out of control.
You know, end of the year, such a wonderful time. Family, friends, cookies.
I hear it's the most wonderful time of the year.
It indeed is. Gingerbread, firing a bunch of employees, getting together with family.
Whoa. There was one of those things is not like the other.
Yeah, gingerbread is a weird flavor, and it really doesn't go any other time of the year.
Back it up even more.
Yeah, it is the end of the year culling is what's happening.
The culling?
Yeah, the culling happens. This is when you have companies have put together their budgets for the following year.
Yeah.
And now in radio, I will tell you, this happened a month ago, where nationwide we saw the culling happened. Fortunately, our company was not a participant in that, but some of the big nationwide ones were. And we've also seen this, whether it's because of mergers and acquisitions or whether it's just because we're right-sizing, we've seen this in the entertainment industry. Paramount Skydance talking about laying off 6,000 people. Others have talked about consolidation. Even Netflix, Warner, if they merge, they're talking about making big cuts. But one of the reasons that they do it in December is because they are trying to lean for the new year.
Yeah.
Start the new year with a budget on task. Now, in my experience, a number of these different companies will, in fact, fire however many they need to right size, right? Yeah, reduction in force, whatever it is. And then they find, come about the second week in January, we don't have enough people to do all the work that we need done. And then they start reaching out and they start hiring back, in some cases, the people that they let go of in the first place, Doge.
All the emotional turmoil that goes with that for the individual as well. Do you really want to go back? Think about that. Do you really want to go back to that company? Anywho, I digress.
Absolutely. This is a conversation I have with my wife all the time because I've been
what
called.
Do you mean, absolutely?
Absolutely, I've been called twice.
Okay.
And so my wife says, "Well, what if this company calls you and says, do you want to go work for them?" Right. So I was working with a company in San Francisco, and they just canned everybody. They decided to turn the station to sports gambling. Sports gambling, incidentally, is illegal in California, but they had a sports gambling station.
Did anybody know that before they took the action?
Yeah, that sadly they did, which made it worse. Yeah. So she says
they should be fired.
So then this is before I got the call from Bonneville. Then I started doing some work for the same company in Dallas, and she said, "Do you want to go work for them?" And I go, I don't know. I mean, I got a little PTSD from them, but also it's radio. And, jobs are scarce because everybody else has called all the positions as well. So we're getting around the year end, and this is when a bunch of companies do their firings. This was taboo for about the last 4 or 5 years.
What was taboo?
Firing people around the holidays. Companies weren't doing it. In fact, it was a no hire, no fire policy for a number of companies nationwide. In large part, people thought, first of all, you had an employee market in the 2020, 2021, 2022. And then they got to the point where they went, we don't know what 2024 is going to bring. We don't know what 2025 is going to bring. We don't know if the economy is going to go up and we're going to need these employees. We don't know if it's going to drop and we're not going to need them. But they were afraid of losing employees and not being able to hire them back when unemployment was still low.
Yep.
Now unemployment's starting to climb again. And they go, you know what? We can right size now. We feel confident in our right sizing abilities.
But what's the problem here? I mean, like, to me, this is like, it's not necessarily people like losing their jobs. It's losing the illusion of safety. The whole idea that like loyalty is dead. No, I just think companies are now being honest. And they're not looking at a date on a calendar. They're not looking at a month on a calendar to say what's appropriate and what's not. It is, this is what needs to be done. This is business. You always hear that. This is business. This isn't personal.
This is just business.
This is business. And so adjustments are being made. Now, are there real lives that are impacted by this?
Of course.
Abso-freaking-lutely. But just like families that are looking at the economy as it is right now, whether you are blue collar, whether you are white collar, whether you're looking at what AI might be doing or not doing in the next year, there's a lot of uncertainty. You and I have talked about this before.
That's my word of the year.
Uncertainty.
Yeah.
And, I thought it was affordability.
No, that's not my word of the year.
Anyway. Yeah. But that uncertainty, you go, okay, nothing has happened yet, but we're looking at the tea leaves.
Right.
And the tea leaves are suggesting that we might not be able to make that trip in June. We don't know if the job is going to be around. We don't know if the bonus is going to come through or if the job is even going to exist. So we're going to start making some choices and decisions now to protect us in the future. Isn't that what companies are doing?
Absolutely. It's what companies are doing. Yeah. You made mention of loyalty. No longer is it loyalty. Companies are being honest about things now. And I find when Joe is in here, he has the same mentality as my father. And that is kind of an old school mentality that, you just do what the company says. You're a company man and then the company will take care of you.
Yeah.
You just do whatever the company says. And I have been burned too many times. And so I go in and I say, I'm going to do what my contract says.
Yeah.
Whatever my contract says, that's what I do. My contract says. And then if the company needs a little bit more, I'm happy to entertain if they want to ask.
Yeah.
Sure, absolutely. Is that a generational thing or is that an experience?
I think it's both.
Okay.
I think it's not an either or, it's an and here's why. I used to think like Joe.
Yep.
Because that was kind of how my dad was, but then my dad went to take all your vacation days. It's part of your compensation package, right?
Yeah.
If you were hit by a bus tomorrow, they'd have, somebody replace you tomorrow. So it's kind of like that ebb and flow. What changed for me was really interesting because it happened at this radio station years and years and years ago. We were in a different building. We were still owned by this company. And there were different people at the head of it, right? In corporate and Salt Lake.
Same name, different company, basically, right?
Yeah. And there was somebody at the it was a program director here who was leaving. And I mean, nobody could imagine what this station would look like without this program director, right? Like, oh my gosh, what is it going to look like? Blah blah blah. And one of the big guys who was coming in and trying to keep everyone calm about everything. He's like, with all due respect, and I know that these two individuals had an awesome relationship, so this wasn't like a bitey kind of thing or like a slap in the face. He goes, with all due respect, everyone is replaceable.
Yeah.
And we will move on. So for me, I was young in my radio career at that point in time, and I really looked up to this higher up. And for him to verbalize that, to kind of give that permission, allowed me to go, well, if this guy who is a freaking rock star, who is like amazing, is replaceable in even the bigger rock star's eyes,
what am I?
So am I.
Yeah.
And it really shifted things for me, not in a selfish way,
but an awareness,
but in an empowerment way.
Okay.
Where now I didn't have to I hard work, or I'm going to bend over backwards because that's part of my character, but I don't have to do it for them.
Yeah.
I'm doing it because of who I am.
Yeah.
And so I think it's a little bit of both your experience and your generation and all of that. But at the end of the day, it is one of those things where layoffs used to be shameful. Now they're just being scheduled.
So true. And end of the year seems to be the time that they're doing it. And I have a bad vibe happening right now.
Oh, give me the vibe.
Oh, I got a vibe. I got a. In fact, let's make this our why today.
Okay.
Why are some layoffs going to lead to other companies following suit, even if they don't even really need to? That's next on the Chris and Joe Show with Pamela Hughes in for Joe today. KTAR News. First, here's Becky Lynn with the top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:15. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. President Trump in the Oval Office this afternoon signed an executive order reclassifying marijuana from a Schedule I to a Schedule III controlled substance with legitimate medical uses. The move opens up opportunities for research into medical applications and possibly loosening regulation.
The facts compel the federal government to recognize that marijuana can be legitimate in terms of medical applications when carefully administered in some cases. This may include the use as a substitute for addictive and potentially lethal opioid painkillers.
President Trump stressed the reclassification does still not allow federally for recreational use. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Expecting the high today to be 77, and then we're heading right on up to 80 for the rest of the weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, maybe even 81. It's 74 right now in Avondale. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
What's the why? Chris and Joe are diving deep into the stories that matter.
How about a shout out to Glendale? Glendale? Good peeps in Glendale. Pablo, you got friends in Glendale? What? Pablo's.
He's got friends everywhere.
My God. You
say the Glendale.
Glendale. Pablo's in there watching Miracle on 34th Street.
Of course he
That's what
is.
he's doing. Yeah.
Aww.
No, don't worry about it. Just trying to work our way through the show.
I mean, Scooby-Doo, but that's...
Pablo's in there every time a bell rings. Unbelievable, this guy. Unbelievable. So it seems that the taboo around year-end firings is fading. And so the headline from Axios, Merry Christmas, you're fired. I had a friend one time who was working for Clear Channel. It was Clear Channel back then.
Yeah.
And he was in Cincinnati. He had been hired in, I want to say, September. And so this was one of those last in, first out situations.
Of course.
They did a big culling.
Yep.
And so he walks by this guy, Mike McConnell, who is, he used to have a syndicated show, and Mike's got this great, big, booming voice.
Love
you know,
those
he's like
voices.
this, yeah. But he was always a chill guy, too. I used to have him on the station I managed. And so my buddy Will's, he's packed up all of his stuff, and he was a news reporter at the time. He packed up all of his stuff, and he's standing at the front desk, and he's saying goodbye to the receptionist, and Mike McConnell walks in, and he goes, oh, you all done? He's like, yeah. He goes, Mr. McConnell, it was great working with you for the short time that we did. He goes, how long you been here? He's like, 3 months. He goes, welcome to Clear Channel. Merry freaking Christmas. And then just walked away with that great big booming voice, that he had. Job cuts this November up 24% from the same time last year. Private employers dropping 71,000 in planned cuts. And we saw the unemployment numbers that came out. Some of them were related to the federal closure. Yep. Some of them were not. So the unemployment rate ticked up slightly, which brings us to our question. Why are some of the layoffs at the end of the year going to lead to other companies following suit, even if they don't necessarily need to?
Why do you think that is?
I'm glad you asked that question, Pamela. Thank you so much. It's very good. I think what we have going on now is permission. I've got permission to do it. So I've got my company, and I've got 1,000 employees, and I've taken a look at the numbers, and And I don't need 1,000 employees. I probably need about 950 employees. Yeah. It's costing me to keep these other 50 on here. They're not necessarily dead weight. They are doing something, but our profits aren't really going up. So I could trim the fat, and then I could make more money for my shareholders.
I think you just nailed it. I think you absolutely just nailed it. This isn't about mass panic.
No.
This is about strategic trimming.
But in the past, and this is why I think it matters that some people are doing it. In the past, you go, well, I got 950. However, if March comes around and I get those orders I might be anticipating, I'm going to need all 1,000 of them. And they go, and if March comes around and those 50 people I just laid off have something else, I might have trouble finding 50 more people. Well, all of a sudden, as we go from full employment to nearly full employment, the odds are that I'm going to be able to find those people come March. And so if some people are laying off, it gives me permission to say, you know what, I can lay some people off too.
Yeah, okay, there's that. That's definitely a possibility, but I think what you and I have both seen...
That's a nice way of saying you're dead wrong moron, isn't it?
No, that's a big but.
Okay, go ahead.
But I also think what's happening, and I mean, listen, anybody who can hear my voice right now has been through this at some point in time or another, where people are let go, people are fired, either because we're, downsizing or because they screwed up and deserve to be fired, whatever the reason may be. What ends up happening when more work comes? I mean, think about it in like a station like this. What happens when there's breaking news?
Sure.
Okay. You just lean on the people you have more.
Yeah.
What ends up happening isn't necessarily in that hypothetical situation that you get where, okay, I've got 1,000 employees. I only need 950. I cut 50 of them, but come March, I need all 1,000 of them. What happens before they go back to the employment pool and pull that additional 50 in? They're just going to lean on the other 950 and go, okay, now this is your job.
Oh, for sure.
And now you're going to do this too. And now you're going to do this too. Yeah. And now you're going to do this too. Because this is what I see as a coach. So as I'm coaching entrepreneurs and as I'm coaching small business owners, is what they're doing is they're having employees do more with less.
Yeah, I get you.
And that's the first go. That's not the hire people back. That is the burn people out.
Is there another potential here? Is there a sort of a copycat situation that potentially goes on? Uh-oh. In other words, let's call it shared panic.
Okay.
I got 1,000 employees. I could probably pass along all that other work and get by with 950 or 900 employees. I could probably do that. I like having 1,000 employees. I like being a job provider and a job creator.
Okay.
But, my company, Widget Co., we make widgets, and Twidget Co., and Smidget Co. Twidget Co. and Smidget Co. are making layoffs. What are they seeing I'm not?
Yeah.
And if they're making layoffs, am I running too fat?
Yeah, and go ahead.
No, that's basically it. Yeah, that's my whole point.
No, I think what it then comes down to, which I think is also human nature, is what am I missing? What am I doing wrong?
Right.
When you start seeing other people make moves that don't align with what you're seeing, I think the natural reaction is to ask, what am I missing? What do they know that I don't know? And what's dangerous about that is Widget Co, Schmidget Co, Kidget Co, whatever it is, everyone's situation is different. Everyone's situation is different. You have no idea what's going on in the boardroom. You have no idea what's going on in the lunchroom. You have no idea what's going on in the offices. So if you start making decisions based upon what other businesses are doing without the data to back it up, that's a recipe for disaster. And you know what? You're going to get yourself into some trouble.
You made a point, though, and you mentioned we don't know what's going on in their boardrooms.
Yeah.
Is it possible that exactly what you just described, that all of a sudden I'm seeing other people making moves and it's making me double down and rethink and maybe doubt a little bit?
Yep.
What if it's not just me? What if we're going to create a new term today.
Let's go.
Board think.
Okay.
In other words,
explain.
I'm not seeing anything wrong. Look, all the indicators that I'm seeing on my screen, they all look really good. Yeah. Twidget Co, Smidget Co, they might be having problems, but as far as I'm concerned, Widget Co is running exactly where we need to be.
Okay.
But now we've got the board. And the board goes, Twidget Co just did this. Smidget Co's doing that.
Yeah.
And so you got one board member that talks to another board member, and then they all start engaging in this exercise of self-doubt, and they have this board think. And so suddenly the board comes up with a great idea. We should make cuts too. The board always thinks their ideas are great, don't they? I got a great idea because I saw somebody else doing it. Is there a board think mentality that even if you've got the president of the company doesn't see it, if the board sees it, does that put the employees in peril?
I think you're bringing up great points here, and I think that we see that not just in companies, but also in families and in life. But at the end of the day, one of the things that has helped me get so much clarity in my life, in my business, and just in general, and I mean, man, I've taught this to my 16-year-old daughter since she was 10, and holy cows, it just changed life. And that is separate the facts from the story.
Yeah.
So think about that.
That's the news person in you,
If
isn't it?
you are, it's also the coach in me.
Okay.
Because we are meaning-making machines. So we get a fact, okay, Smidget cut 50 people. That's a fact. We can prove it. It's neither good nor bad. It just is. It's neutral. What makes it good or bad are our thoughts about it. So, oh my gosh, that means that the widget industry is tanking. Oh my gosh, we need to do something. We need to do that. And you can create this whole story that doesn't even exist. So if we just look at the fact, Smidget Co. cut 50 jobs. Great. Now let's go to what are our facts? What are our numbers? And then what do we want to do with that? That's how we get out of the groupthink. That's how we get out of, being reactive to everybody else and proactive and taking control of what it is that we can control. Control the controllables.
It's so funny because my mind is racing. Where else can I apply what you just said?
Yeah.
And I was just thinking, you just described the stock market.
Mm-hmm.
You just described what is groupthink and investments. And oh my gosh, this company says AI. I should put money on it. And then all of a sudden, Oracle's dropping. I should take my money out of Facebook. I should take my money out of Alphabet. I should take my money out of Microsoft because Oracle dropped, right? So everything you just described, we see that in
everything.
It's human nature, isn't it?
It's human nature, and like
it's the fight or flight.
As well, I mean, it's we're meaning-making machines. We want to understand things, and a lot of times we can't. So it's a matter of just real quick with the stock market. Get the facts. Just gather the facts. If Oracle is this today, what's it tomorrow? What's it that day? What's it that way? Because we can prove that. If you start to see a trend, that's a fact. Now, what do you want to do with that? Right. But it's about the stories that you're making up in your mind. Are they true? And I'm going to tell you people 9 times out of 10, they're not.
Work used to mean showing up, doing your job, and keeping your head down, putting on a happy face. Now some workers are yelling at bosses. Others are too worn out to even care. What's driving this tectonic shift in how people actually feel about their work? And yet, we get another new phrase from Gen Z bestowed upon us. That's next on the Chris and Joe Show. Pamela Hughes in for Joe today, KTAR News.
The winter holiday break is here. As you're rolling over the river and through the pines or doing this, on your way out of the valley, we've got new episodes of Amazing Arizonans for you to check out. Mike Broomhead's convos with Ramblin' Ralph, Amy Van Dyken, Fife Symington, Deputy Frank, and more are on the KTAR YouTube channel or wherever you get your podcasts. Amazing Arizonans, presented by Resolution Copper.
So yet another neighbor on our street just realized the difference is day and night. Yep, they did what we did at Casa Calvisi recently, got a brand new AC system from Day and Night, air conditioning, heating, and plumbing. I can't tell you, by the way, just how much cheaper our summer AC bills have been, 30 to 40%. But now, what about when we fire up the furnace? I mean, it's been many months, right? Are we sure it's good to go? Because a heating system check right now is only $79. Only $79 to make sure, think about it, that your system is running at peak efficiency. You can help prevent costly breakdowns, extend the life of your system, inspect for any dangerous carbon monoxide leaks, plus maintain that manufacturer's warranty. Only $79 to get your heating system checked at dayandnightair.com. In fact, you can schedule your AC, heating, and plumbing appointments 24/7 at dayandnightair.com. Find out for yourself why they've been serving the Valley for over 4 decades and how that difference really is. Day and night at dayandnightair.com.
This holiday season, when you get them Steel, batteries are included. Buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for gift ideas and seasonal savings. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like Fences. A house with a big yard and a white picket fence was always the dream. But then you saw the price to install a fence and you're wondering if the color is driving the price up. Nobody ever dreams of a beige or a gray picket fence, right? So maybe those fences are cheaper. But no, they're not. Then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds and make all your dreams of a fence come true. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Quiet down. Here she comes. Surprise! Your accountant just emailed to say your quarterly taxes are way higher than you were expecting.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Also, your favorite employee is leaving. They're going to pursue their dream of being a veterinarian.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
Phoenix, get ready. Starlux Airlines is bringing the world closer with nonstop service from Phoenix Sky Harbor to Taipei. From there, Starlux can take you to incredible destinations like Tokyo, Bangkok, Hong Kong, Vietnam, Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore. On board, you'll enjoy 5-star service that makes your journey feel effortlessly elegant. Seats are now open. Contact your travel agent or visit starlux-airlines.com to book your flight.
Hey folks, this is AQ Shipley here, and I've got some news to help add some luxury to your holiday shopping. My buddy Bull Earnhardt, general manager of Earnhardt Lexus on Camelback, is opening the doors to stunning offers during the Lexus December to Remember sales event going on now. Take the 2026 Lexus TX SUV for a spin with 3 rows of refined space and first-class comfort for every passenger. Or step into the 2026 NX 450h premium plug-in hybrid delivering 304 horsepower with an impressive estimated 84 combined MPG. Take it home for only $579 per month on a 36-month lease with $49.99 due at signing. Plus, enjoy the honest, no bull difference you expect from the Earnhardt family. Shop now at EarnhardtLexus.com. New vehicles include the no bull protection package to protect your investment at $579 unless otherwise noted. After all applicable offers on select styles, lessee responsible for maintenance, excess wear, and 25 cents per mile for all mileage over 10,000 miles per year. On approved credit through Lexus Financial Services. Excludes tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for full details. Offers end 1/5/26.
When you've thrown over 4,000 innings like I have, you know joint pain isn't a maybe, it's a guarantee. For you, was it climbing ladders or too much heavy lifting? Hey, we're all in the same boat. But surgery, that was never my answer.
Baseball legend Roger Clemens knows there's a better way. That's QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself. No scalpels, no fake fixes, just real relief.
What I love about QC Kinetics, these are the most respected medical pros in the country that specialize in non-surgical therapies to get you moving again.
Don't mask the pain, fix it. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation.
I trusted QC Kinetics. You should too.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
KTAR News now.
It is 2:32. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Sources are telling ABC News last week's mass shooting at Brown University may be connected to the killing of an MIT professor at his home in Brookline, Massachusetts, that happened 2 days later.
Law enforcement sources tell ABC News that the shooting at Brown University that killed 2 students may, in fact, be connected to the shooting death, the apparent murder of MIT professor Nuno Lolero, who was shot and killed in the foyer of his Brookline home on Monday night, pronounced dead on Tuesday morning at the hospital.
ABC's Aaron Katursky. The man convicted of murdering 8 people in 2017, including his own mother, has been sentenced to death by a Maricopa County jury today. Cleophas Cooksey Jr. had been found guilty of murder, kidnapping, attempted sexual assault, and armed robbery about 3 months ago, the result of a 3-week span where he killed 8 people in Phoenix and Glendale. Students at Copper Canyon High School are running a food pantry called Canyon Corner. The president of the club, Aiden Torres, tells Arizona's Morning News how the club gained traction after the district approved it.
And then we reached out to NHS and student government. So we worked together to get it advertised, eventually prompting us to get student engagement and teachers and staff to get involved.
The club began during the government shutdown. If you'd like to donate, you can drop those off at the school's front office. Again, that's Copper Canyon High School. We have a winner in the state. Someone here in Arizona won the $2 million Powerball. So check those tickets. The winning numbers are 25, 33, 53, 62, 66, and the power play number 17. Checking on traffic for us right now. Let's see if we got a winner there. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Mesa with debris on the left-hand shoulder. Loop 22, Red Mountain Freeway, westbound near Record Road. Phoenix debris spotted on the roadway, I-10 Papago Freeway, eastbound approaching 51st Avenue. A look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a vehicle fire, 35th Avenue and Northern Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
As we head into Christmas, we are warming up. Today's high, 77. Overnight, 51 for a low, but tomorrow, 80. Saturday, 80, maybe 81 by Sunday. It's 74 in Avondale right now. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Happy Thursday, and make plans to join us at 5:30 sharp as Governor Hobbs joins us in studio as she faces a tough re-election fight. We've got the numbers, and we're going to hear directly from her. Talk to the governor at 5:30 exclusively on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Streaming live at the KTAR News YouTube channel. It's the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, and Pamela Hughes in for Joe today. Whoop, whoop. There she is. The governor is going to be on with Bruce and Gatos tonight.
Ooh.
Arizona governor joining KTAR, her exclusive segment, Talk to the Governor. That's I think they got the title of that segment. They just nailed it.
You know what? No ambiguity.
It says what it is.
What are they doing?
It is what it says. Talking to the governor.
Okay.
All right. Talking to the governor, from immigration enforcement to the latest funding on education. Here at Straight from the Source starts at 5:30. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos only on 92.3 FM, the KTAR News app, and YouTube.
Nailed it.
Nailed it. There it is. And when you're on YouTube, make sure you subscribe so that you never miss another Talk to the Governor.
What are you going to do? You're going to
smash that subscribe button. Smash it. Smash that subscribe.
I love it.
So, very good, my friends. Pamela, there is a reset at the workplace. I'm really interested in this, too, because I know you do a lot of coaching with entrepreneurs, which means you are in the field. You see what's going on. And, of course, we have a number of Gen Zers that wander around here. And the Gen Zers, I think back, it's easy to mock Gen Z because they're the freshest generation in the workforce. And I remember when I was Gen X, and it was Gen X doesn't want to work. And then I remember up until about 4 or 5 years ago, it was all millennials are the worst. Right, yeah. And now it's Gen Z.
Sure.
And I think in some cases, it's older generations mad at subsequent generations.
Absolutely.
But in many cases, I also think it's just a shorthand for the youngest working people.
Okay.
In other words, I'm going to say Gen Z because what I mean is new employees in the workforce who don't have the experience that I do.
Okay.
Their perspectives are different, right?
Absolutely.
And I remember being that person.
Sure.
I was telling Mike Broomhead this morning, I remember getting into radio, and I had been in it about a year and a half, and I thought, I got this.
I know everything.
I don't know why New York isn't calling me yet. I got this. I mean, I was like,
where were you at this point?
I was in northern Michigan, completely unrated market, my hometown.
Michigan to NYC.
Oh, I was ready to go. I remember I had a friend who we hired at the radio station. He came out of Detroit and had only just gone to broadcasting school, and we were his first job too. But he was from Detroit. That was the big city.
Okay.
It was massive. You know, I mean, he really knew his stuff because, I mean, he went to school there and everything. And I remember him saying, he goes, Merrill, you are so good. I mean, you're like ready for, like, you could make it like a medium market at this point. And I just remember being like, medium market?
What are you talking about, Jack?
Are you kidding? I got this figured out.
Yeah.
And then it was about another year and a half that I realized I had no clue.
I know nothing.
I knew nothing about what I was doing. But we also find that Gen Z feels, let's call it a bit of hubris, a little bit of bravado that they bring to the workforce.
Okay.
I think that's healthy.
Sure.
But it's also irritating as hell. My gosh.
What's the problem with that, though?
What's the problem with it being irritating?
Well, no. What's the problem with the younger generation, whatever it is, coming into the workforce, thinking that they know everything and having a bit of a bravado?
Nothing.
Okay.
I think it's healthy for the company.
Okay.
But I also think it's irritating for those of us that have been here.
Sure.
And I think new, fresh perspectives are great. And I also think that new, fresh perspectives also need to have perspective. That's very meta. So in other words, I've got this idea. I see how things should be. And why don't we do it this way? And at that point, that's when Gen Z lacks the experience to go, maybe there's a reason they haven't done it this way before. Maybe if we are going to bring about change, it has to be incremental, because maybe my radical idea is not so much a game changer as much as it's a little out there.
Change is fine. I think change is good. What some of the changes that we're seeing is surprising to me, but we got to dig a little bit deeper below it. So there's a survey out there right now. It's not a small survey. We've got about 1,200 different workers in the Gen Z generation, and it sees that over 30% of these workers have admitted to yelling at their boss. That's
where they're lacking the perspective and getting frustrated.
Is shocking to me. I don't think it should be shocking to me. Why should it not be shocking to me? I don't think it's shocking to me because I think when we hear yelling at a boss, yelling at an authority figure, so to speak, we hear entitlement. That's what I imagine like going to. But what the data shows us and what my coaching has also shown me is that it's more about stress, overwhelm, and misalignment.
Is that different with Gen Z as opposed to previous generations?
Well, what's different is that we used to scream into pillows. Now they scream into Slack.
But also at their boss.
Yeah, exactly. But we were taught to respect authority. They were taught to express their feelings.
That's funny you say that, because I wrote, as you were talking, I wrote down, is the parenting technique of validating all feelings kind of leading to that?
But validating feelings isn't a bad thing.
No, I don't think so. I don't think it is either.
So we want to validate feelings because either what's going to happen is you're going to swallow it and get ulcers, which is what our generation did. Welcome, Gen X here. And that's not healthy either. So we either swallow it and we get ulcers, or they vent it and they get labeled as difficult. Really what it comes down is neither one of the generations nailed it. We both just broke differently.
Yeah. Is this I'm going to call it a parenting short. Maybe we spend a lot of time validating your feelings, but then not necessarily instructing our kids on how to best deal with them. Okay, that's a great feeling, but how are we going to press forward on it?
Why do I have a coaching business? Because of that. People don't know how to cope.
Thank God for bad parents.
People don't know how to cope. One of the reasons why I got out of this industry is because I felt like every single day I was on the air talking about people who didn't know how to cope.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody who knows how to cope doesn't go shoot up a school.
Yeah.
Somebody who knows how to cope doesn't slice their parents' throats.
Yeah.
Somebody who knows how to cope doesn't, do these crazy things that news talks about. And why do we have so many of these kids doing these things? Because they're being raised by parents who don't know how to cope. So it is all of these different things that are coming at play. Is it chicken? Is it egg?
Yeah.
I don't think any of us did it well. And I think that what we're doing right now, we're getting there, but we still have to have the application of it. It's not just, how do you feel? And let's talk about your feelings. That's important, but what are you going to do about it?
So one of the things that I've noticed that Gen Z likes to do, and I think that's shorthand for every new generation, is that they identify something with which they are unfamiliar, and then they name it.
Okay.
Even though it's been around for a gajillion years.
Totally.
All right.
Yeah.
The latest is shift sulking. Shift sulking.
Okay, this is new to me. You're going to have to educate me. What is
shift sulking? Is the moment when hourly workers arrive already depleted because the conditions surrounding their work, unpredictable schedules, inconsistent hours, rising demands, are simply unsustainable. In other words, they have a job. And so they go, I don't want to go to work today, and then they shift sulk. So they said, because millions of shifts run through with the platform every week, it's a deep-seated strain in the data that they see, do these analysts, well before it makes headlines. In other words, workers don't like work. I had a boss who was here who used to say, there's a reason work is a 4-letter word.
Yeah.
Right?
It's not called fun. It's called work.
We gave it a name. We've labeled it now shift sulking.
Well,
Yeah.
but isn't this just kind of a different iteration of the Sunday Scaries?
Yes.
Okay, so we got the Sunday Scaries, which that was new in the last couple of years too. We had Sunday Scaries. Okay, now
Someone's got a bad case of the Mondays.
now it's every
Right.
shift Scaries, which is the shift sulking. You know, it's just
burnout.
Yeah, but
It's just burnout.
It is burnout, but I think burnout is different, and this is
Little
where
bit.
I will give Gen Z a little bit of grace. They are dealing with a lot more than we did in certain regards.
Yeah.
Sure, we were drinking out of fire hoses. Sure, our parents had to be reminded where we were at 10 o'clock at night. You have children. Where are they? But we didn't have the constant comparison of social media.
True.
We didn't have all of the huge economic instability. Our milestones were different. I mean, you talk to a Gen Z about owning a home and having kids right now, it's a whole different
They don't even
ballgame.
think about it.
So that kind of thing in life compounds into work. And so there are a little bit of different metrics, but that does change with every generation.
So you made mention of Gen X, and Gen X tends to get the ulcers. One thing we know about Gen X, nobody cares. In fact, if you just hit 50, the ads now say, they don't say happy birthday, they say get life alert. Everybody's fighting over Gen Z and millennials, but it's the Gen Xers that have money, and we are completely forgotten, and that is so on brand. Why that is next. Chris and Joe Show. Pamela Hughes in for Joe today, KTAR News. Now, let's be honest. If you've ever tried to sell your house, you know just how stressful that is. In fact, I think they say, what is it, death of a loved one, divorce, losing your job, and selling your home. Those are the most stressful things you can possibly deal with. I may have made that last one up. But it is incredibly stressful, unless you're working with the pros at Orchard. You see, with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, you get to skip the whole circus. They give you the cash to buy your next home first. That means you don't have to deal with the showings. You don't have to deal with all the hurry up and clean it up and get the kids off and get them out of the house for 4 hours, all that other nonsense. You don't have to do any of that stuff. You get the advantages of someone like an iBuyer, but they're not an iBuyer. Oh, God, they're so much better. Because when you're sipping your morning coffee on the patio of your new place, Orchard comes in and fixes up your old home, and then they sell it for top dollar, and then you get another check. See, with an iBuyer, they come in, they lowball you, then they flip your home and make a bunch of money. Sure, it's convenient, but you lose money on it. With Orchard, they come in, they give you the money, you don't have to do any repairs, then they sell it, then they fix it up, then you're on your way, and you get another check. It doesn't get any better. You want to know how much your home is worth? Get that free home valuation. Go to Orchard.com. It's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Governor Hobbs is joining us on KTAR. The Pentagon has announced an investigation into Arizona's senior senator, Mark Kelly. Tell me where you come down on this, Governor, please.
His words to me were, and he said this publicly, I'm not backing down. They're trying to intimidate me, and I'm not going to back down. And I applaud him for that.
Outspoken talks to the governor every other week. If you missed the live conversation, get it on the KTAR News app, our YouTube channel, or KTAR.com. Subscribe to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos wherever you get your podcasts.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
It's Gatos for Aquazona Connecticut, the world's most efficient softener. Hanging out with my buddy Michael. He's the assistant manager over at Aquazona Connecticut. So why is Connecticut the world's most efficient softener?
Don't take our word for it. Third-party data shows that Connecticut systems are more efficient and performance stays consistent. That is because our system runs on water pressure, not electricity.
What's the one thing you want everybody to know about owning an Aquazona Connecticut? What's the best thing?
Peace of mind. I don't have to worry about not having clean water in my home.
You guys have been around forever, 55 years in the Valley.
We offer proof, not promises. We bring efficiency, trust, and expertise to every job.
You can trust Connecticut. They've been in business since 1970, and they feature American-made products. Call Aquazona today, 602-910-6570. 602-910-6570. Or check them out online, aquazona.com.
KTAR News Flash.
At 2:48, I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. President Trump taking a victory lap on the renaming of the Kennedy Center, claiming he was surprised by the announcement. The president speaking earlier today.
I was honored by it. The board is a very distinguished board, most distinguished people in the country. And I was surprised by it. I was honored by it.
It will now be called the Trump Kennedy Center, according to the White House. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. We are expecting a high today of 77 and into the 80s over the weekend. Right now in Phoenix, it's 73. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing.
Hey, this is Jim Sharp along with Stuart Willis. He's the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, and as both an estate planning and a financial client of Asset Preservation, I know fees come up a lot, Stuart. So what do people really need to understand about them?
Well, Jim, too often, folks with $500,000 to $1 million saved focus on finding the cheapest advisor. But being penny wise and pound foolish can cost far more in missed tax and planning opportunities.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the ultra wealthy pay premium fees because they understand value. At Asset Preservation, we're fiduciaries. Our pricing is fair and transparent, and our focus is delivering real value. Comprehensive planning that protects families and builds wealth the right way.
Don't you want an advisor who wants to help you because they gain when you gain? Yes, you do. You want Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Go to assetpreservationwealth.com to get your free portfolio review. Tell them Jim Sharp sent you at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Meet Barkley. When Barkley smells gas, he leaves fast. When Barkley hears hissing coming from a gas appliance, he leaves fast. When Barkley sees dirt or water shooting from the ground, he leaves fast. Barkley then calls 911 and Southwest Gas from a safe location.
Did that dog just grab a phone and dial 911?
Gas lines can be buried anywhere, so remember to call 911 and Southwest Gas.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day.
We talked to the Greater Phoenix Chamber of Commerce about the Arizona economy. It's on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Streaming live on the KTAR News YouTube channel. Pamela Hughes in for Joe today. Pamela also does entrepreneurial coaching. What is the official title? I don't want to butcher this.
Mindset and life coach, but I work with a lot of executives.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of executives, a lot of entrepreneurs.
She's also giving me free training over here. This is good during the commercial break. Thank God. Thank God. We will not tell Joe because Joe hates anything AI related. And
a lot of people do.
What I realized is that Joe is in his early 40s, about the same time that my parents, about the same age my parents were when the internet started proliferating. Mm-hmm. And I just recall my parents jumped in. They were all on it, and that was great. Others in their generation were not.
Yes.
And they kind of got left behind.
Yeah, we're in that same place
and
right
I keep telling Joe he's going to get left behind. He's like, I know.
But I'm choosing
but
it.
You're gonna.
Okay.
And I think that's probably fair. He's kind of on the cusp, millennial, Gen X. Okay. Gen X is basically that. I mean, we are the most forgotten generation, the most overlooked. Who would have ever guessed? So the holiday season is ramping up. Gen X consumers say that retailers are ignoring them in favor of younger generations. And you have to kind of wonder, why is that? And I think it's because the thought is, Well, boomers have disposable income from their retirement. And you've got millennials and Gen Z who have things they need because they're at the stage in their life where, you know, I've got kids going to school, or I've got them going to college, or I've got, you know, what you're building your life, sort of. And once again, Gen X is kind of like, Gen X will figure it out. We actually have some money.
Well, we've had to figure it out forever.
I know, right?
I mean, think about it.
We were
I'm Gen X.
kids who
Yeah,
got
latchkey kids.
Right.
Yeah, I didn't have a babysitter.
No.
I had what it was, gummy bears. Gummy bears.
Oh, God, yes.
bouncing, all of those things. I didn't have a parent in my house making me cookies when I got home. I had a TV.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
And again, like, it was like, leave the house and I don't expect to see you. And like, they locked the door so you couldn't come back in. Okay. So it's, when you talk about it being the invisible generation, we were invisible as kids. What makes us think it's going to be any different as adults?
When you were a kid, did your parents ever tell you to go outside in the winter? My mother used to do this all the time.
Oh, yeah. Go build an igloo.
Yes. Yes. Hello? It was the greatest thing. I remember the plow would come by and there would be a big pile, and my mother would go like, she'd go, "There's a pile of snow, go sled in it." And I'm like, "It's 10 degrees, Mom." She's like, "Well, wear 2 coats.
Throw on another layer." But see, like, that's how we got tough. That's how we got tough. And so, you know, I think when it comes to shopping, what you were talking about, you know, the holidays, and retailers are treating you either like you are 78 or you are 25. It's like, I don't need a life alert and I don't need a crop top. Right. Okay? Like, there has to be something in the middle here. I need coffee.
Yeah.
I could use some cashmere and a little piece.
Maybe a crock pot. Maybe that's the middle ground between the crop top and the... No?
No,
I love a good crock pot.
I like crock pots too, but I want something cool. Gen X can still be cool.
Maybe a smart crock pot? Oh, yes, here we are. Think back to when you were in high school and your teacher assigned you a book report. Those were the worst. You had to read the whole book, and then you had to do some summary and answer some lame questions just to prove that you actually read it. And for a lot of students, that's no longer true. The death of reading in the American classrooms. Next, on the Chris and Joe Show, Pamela Hughes in for Joe today, KTAR News. Now, every time you get your energy bill, you probably have the same conversation in your head. You go, okay, well, it's just because it's Arizona and it's hot, that's why the bill's so high. And you go, you know, this power company is hosing me. And they probably are. And you go, I bet the dog left the door open. Now, you know what it is. You know that you've got windows that are leaking air. That's it. You know. And especially if you've got those aluminum frame windows, you know, where you walk up to it. If you touch your window in the summertime, you touch the frame of your window and it's hot, it means your window is garbage. Advanced Window Products gives you the fix without any drama. Arizona company, family-owned, building and installing custom vinyl windows for coming up on 40 years now. They handle the whole process in-house. That means you're not paying some middle-layer schmuck whose only contribution is wearing a polo shirt tucked in too tight. Their windows show up fast. Install, usually in less than a day. Lifetime warranty covers everything. Labor, glass, parts, even if you sell the house. With Advanced Window Products, they build them, they install them, and they guarantee them for life. And right now, you get the year-end sale, knocks $2,500 off when you buy 10 windows or more. Do this now. The day is today that you take advantage of Advanced Window Products and their incredible sale. Go to 480-746-4280. 480-746-4280. 480-746-4280 and AdvancedWindows.com.
This holiday season, Genesis of Scottsdale invites you to slow down and relax behind the wheel of a true luxury vehicle. Extending a special welcome, the Genesis Signature Event. The Genesis Signature Event provides low APRs, special lease offers, and bonus incentives for December luxury shoppers. You'll find low 0.99% APRs available on the 2026 Genesis GV80 and GV70 SUVs, as well as the sporty G70 sedan. If you prefer leasing to ownership, you'll appreciate the favorable monthly rates. Still a newcomer, the Genesis brand has established itself as a leader in the luxury vehicle marketplace. As we approach the new year, it's the perfect time for you to discover what makes Genesis special. Spice up your holidays with a test drive at Genesis of Scottsdale and experience true luxury as it was meant to be. You'll find us on North Scottsdale Road near North Greenway Hayden Loop.
Most new vehicles include a protection package priced at $998 at this dealership. Closed-in lease available to well-qualified lessees approved by Genesis Motor Finance. Not all lessees will qualify. Retailer contribution may vary and could affect actual lease payment. Lessee is responsible for third-party fees, plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 document fee. Must take new retail delivery from dealer stock by 1/5/26. See deal for details.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
These politicians are driving me nuts.
So that's what's doing it.
What?
Stop scrolling, man. We're here for some Christmas cheer.
Hey, you know what's on my Christmas list? I'd like one Republican who isn't a sellout.
Okay, Merry Christmas. That's David Schweikert.
Schweikert?
Scottsdale congressman, hardcore conservative, running for governor.
Oh, sure, Schweikert. That guy's a fighter. Helped write and deliver Trump's tax cuts, right?
Bingo! Schweikert stood strong with Trump, and Schweikert's totally uncompromising on illegal immigration. 100%.
Hey, you know, Schweikert must be solid because the libs have been attacking him like forever. They spent millions smearing the guy, and Schweikert wins anyway.
Plus, I'm pretty sure Schweikert knows Die Hard is a Christmas movie.
Ha! Well, that settles it. I'm going with David Schweikert for governor, a real conservative.
Paid for by Wynn, Arizona, with 0% from out-of-state contributors. Not authorized by a candidate.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Hey, it's Broomhead. I'm with Dan from Creative Environments, Design, Pool, Spa, and Landscape. What can people expect when they work with Creative Environments?
We have a very sophisticated system and process and standards that we have documented over the years that put us to where we're at today. One of the most award-winning companies in the nation and recognized by some of the biggest leaders in the building industry.
Go to creativeenvironments.com. That's creativeenvironments.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:01. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Sources telling ABC News that last week's mass shooting at Brown University may be connected to the killing earlier this week of an MIT professor at his home in Brookline, Massachusetts. Here's ABC News contributor and former NYPD Chief of Detectives, Robert Boyce.
The lead seems genuine at this point. If the FBI is saying it, I don't know if it's a ballistics hit or some other method of tagging these two things together, or the same people involved. You look at databases for both universities and see if there's any match there. Yeah, HR databases. So this looks very promising.
The White House says the board of the Kennedy Center has voted to add Donald Trump's name to the D.C. Arts facility that honors the slain former president. Critics say the move is likely illegal and that only Congress can act to rename the center. ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy has more from Washington.
Democrats are furious over the move, which the White House described as a unanimous decision of the board. Ohio Democrat Joyce Beatty is among the members of the House who by law is a Kennedy Center trustee.
I said I have something to say and I was muted. And as I continued to try to unmute to ask questions and voice my opposition to this, I received a note saying that I would not be unmuted.
In 1983, Congress voted to prohibit additional memorials at the Kennedy Center. By law, it's D.C.'s only monument to JFK. Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
Proposed legislation hopes to fund an independent state corrections oversight agency. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live in the news center with more on the figure.
State Rep Walt Blackman tells KTAR Governor Katie Hobbs tapped him to lead a prison reform commission 5 years ago. And last session, they passed a law to form the oversight agency, but it didn't include any funding.
We asked for the funding for $1.5 million, and she signed for the agency to be developed. However, she didn't sign or approve the funding.
With 2 more deaths at Arizona prisons this week, Blackman says he hopes Hobbs will take this issue seriously and approve the funding. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
And Hobbs said this week she's open to talking about the funding as part of budget negotiations, but would not commit to it. Time for the KTAR Timeline now with Patricia Valencia, brought to you by the Attitudes Campus.
It's December 18th, and back on this day in 1892, Tchaikovsky's ballet, The Nutcracker, premiered in St. Petersburg, Russia. The ballet was one of 3 collaborations, along with Swan Lake and Sleeping Beauty. Tchaikovsky's complex symphonic compositions pushed ballet into a new territory, demanding that choreography measure up to meet the sophistication of the music. The first performance of The Nutcracker was not deemed a success. The Sugar Plum Fairy allegedly received 5 curtain calls. One critic even called her fat. The Nutcracker is one of the composer's most popular compositions. The music belongs to the Romantic period and contains some of his most memorable melodies, several of which were frequently used in television and film. It's now the world's most performed ballet, and many have redone or remade the music, from Trans-Siberian Orchestra to the Pet Shop Boys, Mariah Carey, the Pentatonics, and more. And it all started when The Nutcracker premiered, back on this day in 1892.
Let's dance our way into the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center and check on the roads. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash blocking the right-hand lane, I-17 southbound near Glendale Avenue. Glendale with a disabled vehicle blocking the exit ramp, Loop 101. Agua Fria southbound near Maryland Avenue. And lastly, Mesa with some fence damage spotted on the US 60 Superstition Freeway westbound near Alma School Road. This report is brought to you by Dolphin Pools. Dolphin Pools, crafting affordable luxury pools for 42 years. To the families who trusted us this year, thank you. Visit dolphinpools.us. Your dream pool begins here. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight, clear skies at 51 for a low temp. We're going to be up around 80 starting tomorrow, Saturday, and even possibly 81 by Sunday. In Mesa, it's 74. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
On tomorrow's program, just a heads up on this, I'm going to tell you about the coolest new place that you can go eat and why everybody wants to be cool. Everything is about a vibe in 2026. I'm going to call 2026 word of the year. Vibe.
It's a vibe. I get a vibe.
I'm just kind of surprised nobody named that a word of the year this year. The vibe. That's the new thing. Everything's the vibe. What's the vibe there? What's the vibe? Pamela Hughes in for Joe today. You'll find us on the KTAR News YouTube channel as well. And when you're there, hit subscribe so you never miss another episode of Talking with the Governor, which is going to be on at 5:30 tonight. Governor Hobbs is going to be in studio with the boys from Outspoken. Also, stay informed, stay ahead, and subscribe. When you're there, watch all of our shows and get to exclusive interviews, expert analysis, and Arizona's biggest stories. All in one place. KTAR News on YouTube. Just hit smash that subscribe button. You like it when I say that, right?
Drives me up a wall.
Suddenly I turn into like a YouTuber. Yeah. I just love that. Smash that. So I happened across a story that I thought was fascinating. Now, I'm an elitist, so I'm reading the New York Times. And the story goes like this, that kids aren't even reading books anymore. High schools aren't even necessarily assigning whole books. Many high school students are assigned only 1 or 2 full books a year, according to researchers of more than 2,000 responses to the New York Times survey. 12th grade reading scores are at historic lows. College professors are reporting students struggling to engage with long or complex texts, and schools are increasingly relying on excerpt-based digital curricula that prioritize short readings, brief essays, standardized test preparation. So I wanted to get your thoughts on this as a parent and as an intellectual.
Oh, where?
Yeah, someone who I'm guessing you probably read books. I mean,
I love reading. I hated reading as a kid.
You're a girl who wears glasses. Of course, you love books.
Is that all it takes?
That's it.
Okay.
Yeah, you're fulfilling my my
stereotype.
It's a stereotype, but it's really a first impression.
Okay.
But you're an intelligent, well-spoken individual. That doesn't come by not having exposure to a multitude of ideas, concepts, literature, this sort of thing, right? So that happens. So, is this a response to kids and their shorter attention spans, or do we have shorter attention spans because this is how we're teaching the kids? This is a chicken or an egg situation.
I am not a fan of the either or kind of pattern.
Okay.
The like black, white, up, down, left, right. No, it's so much more nuanced. It's and.
Okay.
It's not either or, it's and. Yes and yes. I think what's happening is we just got done in the last segment, and if you're just joining us, we were just talking about different generational things, right? How this like the older generation always thinks that the younger generation is screwed up and is doing something wrong.
Right.
Well, that's also what just happens in life. When technology advances, we're like, well, back in my day, we read Catcher in the Rye and Beowulf and all these other stupid books that I wish I never read. To be honest, I look at these things and I'm like, I got nothing out of them. But now what's happening is with technology, and when you're looking at just social media and TikTok and Instagram and just in general, you know this even just doing all the preparation you do for the show. You skim. Mm-hmm. Very few people read top to bottom, even in a news article, which is not 300 pages long.
No, that's true.
Which is a book, right? So it's interesting because it's not that kids can't read. It's just they're not sticking with it long enough. They're skimming. We've taught them to skim, and then we test them on depth.
Yeah, okay.
And it's kind of like an oxymoron here. So I don't necessarily, is technology helping? I don't think so. But is it hurting in catastrophic ways that it's all being blamed for? No, I think that especially with young kids, I have a 16-year-old. She doesn't sit still. She is busy, and it's finals week, for goodness sakes. I think she's done right now. For all of those out there right now who finished finals, congratulations, you're done. Go enjoy your 2 weeks off. But it's nonstop. It's nonstop. It's nonstop. So they're so busy, they don't have time to sit down and read a full book. And as far as schools requiring it, she's read a lot of books this year. Mm-hmm. So this isn't an all or nothing kind of situation.
Interesting.
I don't know if I answered your question.
No, you just muddied the waters. But
that's what I do well.
Is there a concern as a parent?
Yeah.
That your daughter is reading enough, or that she's comprehending the full text of something? Is there a concern that maybe she is skimming when she needs to be analyzing depth?
That's a great question. And here is what I am concerned about. It's the comprehension. Not because she's dumb, she's anything but, but because kids are so distracted. They're used to small snippets, right? So if you've got to read something long, your brain starts to travel. And that happens a lot so that you can't comprehend things as much. That is what is concerning to me. Mm-hmm. But all the other stuff, I'm like, we've got to find a way to adapt instead of just being like, well, this is what it was like when I was going to school.
I wholeheartedly agree with you. Yeah, doing things the old way for the sake of doing things the old way doesn't make any sense to me, right? I embrace change. But I always feel like change has to have a reason. And if we're seeing test scores dropping, we're seeing comprehension scores dropping, then we have to analyze and say, is that change working?
Mm-hmm,
and I don't. And this is. This goes back to something you talked about in the first hour, and that is we have to take a look at the facts, and then from those facts we try to create a hypothesis, and then we test that hypothesis. And if the hypothesis works, then we can move forward.
Yep.
And if the hypothesis doesn't work, we have to acknowledge it didn't work, and we can't take that personally and say, "Oh, this curriculum didn't work." But no, it didn't work because somebody else didn't do it right. So if it's not working, comprehension is down, test scores are down. We have to take a look. Are we testing correctly? Are we testing for the right things? And if we decide, yes, these are the testing metrics that do matter, all right, what do we need to change when it comes to our curriculum in order to make sure we're hitting those metrics?
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily a nostalgia thing. It's just getting back to the importance of reading and having to have some depth to it. Depth isn't bad, but I think that you got to look at educators, you're like, what all's going on here? Educators are also under a lot of pressure to get through a lot of content.
True.
So what do? We skim, right?
True.
We're not going deep and diving into things because there are other things we need to learn. There are other things we need to go get through. So we move at such a fast pace. So it's like, are schools able to adapt attention spans? Is that their job to adapt the attention span, or is it their job to build them?
I guess that's it's on them. I don't know. I just drop my kids off and I say, let me know when they're smart.
Yeah.
I come pick them up.
How's that work for you?
It's whatever.
Okay.
All right. Look, one of the three has a job, so I feel pretty good about that. Pablo and I we solved this problem as we were discussing this.
I like problem solving.
Yeah,
what
yeah.
you got?
We said they needed to do more Pizza Hut Book It programs.
Oh, I love that.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, now we're talking.
They still have it,
or
too.
whatever
We
the
looked it
kids hip to the kids. I don't know, credits to
kids
Minecraft
still love
or credits to...
They still want pizza.
Okay.
Yeah.
I love that. Then they had like the big poster.
Yes.
And you had to put a sticker up there.
Yeah. And you got buttons.
Now you got me excited.
I mean, I read 100-page books because of pizza.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because if not, you never would have, right?
What's the point?
Absolutely. That was a motivator
See,
right there.
I like you bringing solutions.
That's
Don't
the
just give me a
cultural hook.
problem. Yeah. Bring a solution. Bring back
It
the
took
Pizza
me
Hut.
till December 18th to bring one, but
That's right. You know what? Better late than never. You brought one this year.
There
That's
you
all we
go.
were looking for. I love that.
This is great.
All right. Pamela Hughes in for Joe today, and I know you've got some coaching to do. I'm going to invite in our education reporter here while you grab that meeting, so I appreciate that. It's smooth. Hey, suppose you want to take advantage of the Empowerment Scholarship account so you don't have to send your precious progeny to public schools with all the plebes. Then you see some of the poor peons in the publics perfecting the art of play, and you start to pout. Fear not, my financially flush friend. Your Sally or Stevie need not suffer so much thanks to this swell solution. Next on the Chris and Joe Show with Pamela Hughes in for Joe today, KTAR News.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:14. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. During a news conference on health care today, House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries was asked if he thinks the Justice Department will meet the Friday deadline to release the Jeffrey Epstein files. The House and Senate passed a bill that President Trump signed, compelling the Justice Department to release its files on the convicted sex offender.
Based on my conversations with some of the top Democrats who've been working on this matter related to full and complete disclosure of the Epstein files, we do expect compliance. But if the Department of Justice does not comply with what is federal law at this point, there will be strong bipartisan pushback.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check traffic now with Enrique Garcia, live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. In Phoenix, debris blocking the right-hand lane. Loop 202, South Mountain Freeway, southbound near 59th Avenue. Phoenix, crash blocking the right-hand lane. I-17 southbound near Glendale Avenue. A look into our Surface Street, Scottsdale with a crash involving a motorcyclist on Scottsdale Road and Weaver Road. Chandler with a crash on Elliott Road near Dobson Road. This report is brought to you by the Jewish Tuition Organization. Invest in students, invest in community. Corporate donations qualify for Arizona's dollar-for-dollar tax credit. Details at jewishtuition.org. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Clear skies tonight and a low temp of 51, 80 Friday and Saturday, and even Sunday, maybe even 81. Right now, checking the temp in Phoenix, we are looking at 75 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. For the replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
It's Gatos. How many signature policy wins does Governor Katie Hobbs have under her belt? 0. Nothing. We're going to ask her about it. Governor Hobbs in studio, 5:30 sharp, outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, and streaming on the KTAR News YouTube channel. Also, shout out to Surprise. Thank you, Surprise. Appreciate you being a part of the show in Surprise. We were just discussing, you don't want to miss the exclusive interview with Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs. She's joining Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos at 5:30 today. Real talk, real issues, straight from the top. Watch the conversation on the YouTube channel. We were watching some of the school stories, and Pamela and I were just discussing the kids these days. They don't like to read, but we do see that there's a lot of interest, and of course Arizona is a great place for it, a lot of interest in sports year-round, because we can't. For Pete's sake, it's 80 degrees in in December. It's not like we're sitting around in Chicago where it's -2 and trying to figure out if we can get the kids outside to play. But there is a bit of a hang-up because a number of kids are transitioning to the ESA program, whether it's homeschool or private school, and some of those private schools don't offer sports programs. And so there is a proposal by Republican State Senator John Kavanaugh to try to make sure that the kids who are ESA recipients do have access to be able to play extracurricular activities, sports specifically. Joining us right now is our education reporter, Shira Tanzer. Shira, you've been covering this story, and I'm fascinated by this because I'm someone who believes very firmly in the power of extracurricular activities. I think they are immensely important. Where does Kavanaugh come from on this?
So this is actually a bill that he introduced last year. It never made it through the legislature, so he's reintroducing it with a few little tweaks. So basically what it says is that ESA students who receive ESAs, should be able to participate in public school sports programs. So a public school team and then a kid from an ESA would just come in, play on the team. That would be that. Currently, Arizona law says that kids outside of the public school system who are not on ESAs, so homeschool kids or private school kids who aren't using ESAs, can participate on those teams if they have an affidavit. So right now, school districts by themselves can decide if kids with ESAs can play on the teams. There are some districts in the state that do allow it, but the majority of them don't. So what this bill is trying to do is allow ESA kids to play on those teams if their parent pays the equivalent of what the school district is paying per each kid for that specific activity.
Was that different in last year's bill?
This is a little more detailed about how the parents would pay and what they would pay, because some districts do charge the parents on top of their tax dollars for the sports. And this is more specifically, they're going to pay that, but they're also going to pay a certain percentage of what the school district would pay for each kid in the extracurricular by taking out some of their ESA funds.
Okay.
So they would get less ESA funds, basically.
All right, so help me, just real simple here. Yeah. So dumb dude math. We got a football team, 50 kids on the football team. The school spends $50,000 on the football team. That breaks down to about $1,000 a kid. If you want your homeschool kid, or your ESA recipient kid, who could be homeschooled, to play on the team, you got to kick in your $1,000.
Correct.
Okay, all right. That makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah.
I do have some worries, though, and I think there's probably going to be some parents that have some similar concerns.
Okay.
And that is, suppose that I have a kid that's going to a powerhouse football school, and my kid has been there for 3 years. They're going to be a senior. They've never been a starter. They're not that good, but by God, they're a part of that team, and they love it to death, and it is their entire personality. What's the chances that I've got somebody from the other side of the valley who's got a kid who's really good at sports who's going to say, I want to go to that school because that's the championship school? Can they start school shopping just for the extracurricular activities?
I mean, I think that's a conversation that's bigger than just this, because we do have school choice. So people are doing that anyway here. People are choosing schools based on the sports programs, because you can choose any school for your child to go to. That's also a concern that was actually brought up, not to somewhat change the subject, but around the Kyrene school closures the other day. I spoke to a mom who's concerned about sports teams getting more crowded and more picky about their players because they're closing down some middle schools in Kyrene. So I think that all loops back together. That's a problem that's maybe outside of this bill about school choice, and if you can send your kids anywhere, then who's to say how that's fair, really?
Yeah. Is there a concern that the schools may, I'm talking about the parents shopping their kids to different schools. Yeah. Is there a concern that the schools may start shopping for ESA recipients? So, boy, I've got this great football team. What I really need is that running back. And I know we've got an ESA kid who was a great running back last year. Now he's an ESA kid at a private school. I'm going to go recruit him. Is there concern about that?
I haven't spoken to anyone who has a concern about that. From what I've heard, the only school district that I have heard from is Mesa Public Schools, and they said that they had 10 athletes that were ESA recipients because they're one of the districts that allows it.
Okay.
And they had 10 ESA recipients on their sports teams this year. I haven't heard of any concerns about that. I mean, I know high school is a big deal, but it's not professional. So the scouting may be a little different. we'll see if that becomes a concern if this bill passes. But for now, no one's really talking about it.
We're not Texas, but we're not too far behind. I mean, there's certainly some pride and joy that goes into the high school football. We talked to Pablo about that. He's covered it for years. Shira Tanzer is our KTAR education reporter as we talk about the proposal by State Senator John Kavanaugh to allow ESA kids to play sports at public schools. They don't, obviously if they're homeschooled, they don't have a team that they could play for, basketball, football, volleyball, whatever it might be. You mentioned Mesa allows this. Are the other districts considering it? What's the feedback been from athletic directors or from the schools themselves?
So what this bill would do essentially is make it a statewide, hey, this is the way to do it. Instead of right now, the district themselves has to decide if they can allow it and then also how they would allow it on a monetary level. So Mesa has their own, list of
So they develop their own policy.
Pretty much. And this would just be a statewide policy, makes it easier for districts to implement and to kind of follow the same rules across the valley. And that makes it a little easier with the school choice. If you're looking for schools where your kid can play a sport, maybe you would pick one that's cheaper, but now it's going to be all around the same.
Are the school districts okay with that, or are they concerned about the state stepping on their autonomy?
I haven't heard from districts that are concerned about it.
Yeah.
From what I've heard, I've talked to a few parents who are very, very supportive of this. I spoke to a mom out in rural Arizona, and she said there's pretty much no programs for her kids other than the public school programs.
Right.
So she is very, very strong proponent of this. And then I also spoke to a mom at Mesa Public Schools who actually said that the problem is as her kids get older. So there are intramural teams, little league teams for elementary school kids, even for some middle school kids. But she said basically once you hit 13 or 14, there's no other option. So her kid wants to play in the marching band and basketball, and he has to go to Westwood.
Yeah. You made mention of the marching band. Does this extend to all different extracurriculars, or is this specific to sports and I guess band?
I know it extends beyond just like basic sports like football and basketball. I know marching band is included. I'm not sure how far it extends. I'm not sure if
chess club might not be included.
I
in
doubt
that one,
chess club is included, but dance could be. So I'm not sure where the line is drawn. I assume that's probably a district thing.
Well, and now here's my concern. If that's a district thing, which, again, would make perfect sense, but then if we've got the state that's setting the different rules, it makes me wonder if this is something Kavanaugh is going to maybe explore as this is discussed, as he introduces
And that's
this bill.
very possible. This bill is in its first draft. He doesn't say anything about it so far, but that is something that could be added as it passes through the legislature.
Shira Tanzer, KTAR education reporter. Shira, thank you so much. Appreciate you spending some time with us today. Inflation, stagnation, affordability, housing crisis, bubble. You hear lots of words that sound like real downers lately. And look, I'm as much to blame as anybody in the media. Honestly, we're getting lazy with our lexicon, and you deserve better. So in today's headline volley, you're going to get a new term to scare the dickens out of you. That's next. The Chris and Joe Show with Pamela Hughes in for Joe today, KTAR News.
Get the Valley's most interesting and most important news stories free from the Edward R. Murrow award-winning KTAR News team at KTAR.com. No subscription fees and no obnoxious pop-up ads. KTAR.com.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp here along with Dr. Joshua Baker, who is the president of Midwestern University. And you guys are doing not just academically for your students, your medical students, your veterinary students, your dental students. You're also doing for them when it comes to housing.
Yeah, so we have a big project that's wrapping up right now. A little over $90 million investment to provide low-cost housing for our students. We know the cost of housing can be a barrier to them receiving their education. And we've had a long wait list for our on-campus housing, so we're really excited that we're expanding. We're going to have 256 new units right there on campus for our students, and it's going to cost about $1,000, right, which is well under half what they're paying right now on the outside. So we're really excited to be able to offer this to our students.
And I'm sure all that construction has been a boom to the West Valley economy as well.
Yes, sir, absolutely. Yep.
Yeah. All right, just some of the great stuff going on at Midwestern University. You can find out more by going to MWUclinics.com. MWUclinics.com.
This holiday season, when you get them Steel, batteries are included. Buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for gift ideas and seasonal savings. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
So you need last-minute gifts. No judgment. Get an extra 25% off during Kohl's Friends and Family Sale and find great gifts under $20. Like something cozy, something thoughtful, something that says you planned this all along. Yep, you're just one quick trip away from checking off the last gifts on your list. Save now at KohlsandKohls.com. Select styles. Offer ends December 24th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Quiet down. Here she comes. Shh. Surprise! Your accountant just emailed to say your quarterly taxes are way higher than you were expecting.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Also, your favorite employee is leaving. They're going to pursue their dream of being a veterinarian.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
The clock's running out on December deal drops at Lowe's, but there's still time to wrap up something they'll love. Shop great gifts under $50, like the DeWalt Elite Series 100-piece bit set. Plus, if you order by 2 p.m., you can get same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Shop December deal drops while you can. Lowe's, we help, you save. Same-day delivery on eligible in-stock items, subject to availability. Fees vary. Details at lowes.com/same-day delivery.
Hello, I'm Joe Hendel from Hendel's Air Conditioning. It seems these days we continually hear the word free or 0% interest. Many companies use this tricky strategy to lure consumers. But take my word for it, somebody's going to pay for the cost of the freebie. And guess who that somebody is? If someone offers you something free with a purchase, I recommend you go someplace that offers the same product and get a quote. Again, you'll realize that it's really you who are paying for the freebie. At Hendel's Air Conditioning Showroom, we have all brands of air conditioners on display. Our knowledgeable employees will help you find a unit that will meet your needs. We'll give you a competitive proposal that will be accurate with no surprises. At Hendel's, we have seasonal sales, but we'll never insult our customers' intelligence by offering anything for free. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Stop by Hendel's Air Conditioning Showroom, half-mile south of Guadalupe Road on Arizona Avenue. Check us out at hendels.com or call us at 480-813-1700. That's 813-1700.
Hey, this is Matt Dagus with Bright Wealth Management. If something happened to you tomorrow, would your family know what to do, where to go, who to call, or what you wanted? If you hesitated, even for a moment, that's exactly why we created our legacy planning checklist. It's free, it's simple, and it walks you through everything that your family would need before they even have to ask. From legal documents to personal wishes, it helps you cover it all. Download your copy today at brightlegacyquiz.com. Again, that's brightlegacyquiz.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Stocks surged today on Wall Street after the latest inflation report showed prices increased 2.7% in November compared to last year. That is slower than what economists were expecting. And that report coming just hours after President Trump delivered a speech from the White House where he exclaimed that prices are coming down. ABC News senior White House correspondent Selena Wang.
The president's message was that his tariffs are in fact working, when the reality is it has been a major disruptor to businesses and has pushed up some key prices at the grocery store as well.
AAA expecting more than 120 million people to travel at least 50 miles to their holiday destination this year. That's a 2.2 increase from last year. Despite the projected 8 million people flying domestically, ABC News transportation reporter Clara McMichael tells Arizona's Morning News more people are getting behind the wheel.
And we've seen the number of drivers increase this year by 2%, and that's really because of these cheaper gas prices that we're seeing across the nation.
She says be sure you leave early, be patient, and if you are flying, have your airline's app downloaded. It'll make things a lot easier. Time is almost up to take advantage of 2 Inflation Reduction Act tax credits. The home energy tax credit, allows homeowners to get up to $3,200 back for upgrading HVAC systems, insulation, windows, or other improvements that make your home more energy efficient. And the Residential Clean Energy Credit allows homeowners to be reimbursed for solar projects. Both of those programs end on December 31st. Governor Katie Hobbs exclusively will join Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos this afternoon at 5:30. How is Arizona wrapping up 2025? We'll get her report card live in studio, and you can watch the governor on YouTube, in your car, or on the KTAR News app. Checking the roads for us now. Here's Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Mesa with debris on the right-hand shoulder, US 60 Superstition Freeway westbound, and that's going to be approaching the Loop 101 Price Freeway northbound transition. Phoenix again, crash blocking the right-hand lane, I-17 southbound near Glendale Avenue. This report is brought to you by the Lund Mortgage Team. Give yourself a raise by consolidating your high interest and high balance debt with a home equity line of credit. Learn more at lundmortgage.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Creeping ever closer to Christmas, and the temperatures are creeping up as well. 51 for our low tonight, tomorrow 80 on Saturday, and 81 on Sunday. It's 75, though, right now in Levine. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Happy Thursday, and make plans to join us at 5:30 sharp as Governor Hobbs joins us in studio as she faces a tough re-election fight. We've got the numbers, and we're going to hear directly from her. Talk to the governor at 5:30 exclusively on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Every day right after Becky Lynn's 3:30 news and check on traffic with Freeway Enrique, we touch on the other big headlines and ask life's most important questions. Let's tickle your brain bone.
Chris and Joe, this is The Volley. Brought to you by Parker & Sons, AC Plumbing and Electrical. Celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker.
Pamela Hughes in for Joe today. Pamela, are you ready? Here we go.
Yes, I am.
Arizona ranking 8th in private sector job growth nationally. Gains led by resources, healthcare, financial services, even as housing and energy costs are easing just a little bit. Our job sector growth up. Jobs are growing faster here than most places. And if that's the case, then why do so many Arizonans still feel cost pressured?
Because it's not always what's going on outside of me. It's what's going on inside my house. So I don't see housing prices easing around here. I don't see that. I do the grocery shopping in our house. I do not see that easing at all. So I think we're at a point where you can tell me that, like, you know, private sector job growth is up and Arizona is doing well. But if I'm not in that private sector, if I'm not in that industry, if that's not impacting me specifically, then yeah, I'm still going to feel cost pressured.
You know, we talked earlier, one of our segments in the first hour, and I created what really is a brilliant term. It's called board think, where basically all of a sudden the corporate board starts seeing what other people are doing and they start developing this own mindset. Is it possible, too, that we're getting a little bit of groupthink from society? Like, wow, I keep seeing all these stories about this being bad and that being bad and this being bad. And so, yeah, maybe I should hunker down. Maybe things are a little tough. And obviously then it's reinforced by things such as egg prices being high or beef prices being high. And it almost validates our fear.
Yeah, and I think it also goes back to something else that we talked about, which is, you know, nobody wants to make a mistake.
Oh, yeah.
Like, if everybody else is seeing this is happening and everybody else is starting to make these changes, but I'm not seeing it, am I missing something? Am I going to be the one who's left behind because I screwed up and didn't see it quick enough? So I might as well just go with the pack on this one. But again, for me, it goes back to the facts. What are your facts, and deal with those and then move on.
Okay. So the feelings are there, but
feelings are there. Yeah, but what are the facts behind it?
All right. Very good. Pablo, do you want to get in on feelings and facts, or are you good? You're not really a feelings kind of guy, are you? No.
You know my feelings sometimes.
I know your feelings. It's usually I'm going to beat you up in the parking lot after work.
I don't say that.
I don't say it like that.
He's a big teddy bear.
If you're new,
I
let me show you around.
Sure would hate for an accident to happen to you when you leave work today.
Let me show you around the parking lot. That's all I said. Yeah.
Let me show you around the parking
Let me show you where there's no cameras. I love love this guy. Blue Origin's NS-37 mission aiming to launch 6 passengers suborbitally, including a wheelchair user, marking a rare moment of accessibility in space tourism. Considering your current interest and your financial situation, how much would you be willing to pay to touch space?
Not much.
No?
I don't have a desire.
Good with your feet on the ground?
I'm good. Like,
Yeah.
you put me in a metal tube and fly me across the country, and I'm still going like, how's this working? Like, I don't know. Like, I like control. I don't know if you know this about. I like a little control when you're handing that control over to someone in a metal tube flying. Things that we've been doing for a very long time and are proven to be safe. That's about as much as I'm willing to give up. See the stars, touch the stars. That just seems so complex. And it's not just you show up at Sky Harbor and up you go and down you go. No, there's like a lot of preparation, a lot of things you got to do. Nope, I'm good.
You're
Thank
good.
you.
So the answer is basically
Actually,
zero.
no.
Not
I'm
money
good.
I would spend.
I'm good.
Pablo, would you want to go touch space?
No.
No?
You can't even touch it though.
Why are you surprised by that? That I wouldn't.
You can't. I guess you can't really touch it. I mean, you can,
I think you're like, can you touch space? I'm
you
like,
go be in space.
what am I touching?
You can go be in space.
P. Rios,
All right.
what was it?
It was a hard pass. No.
Hard
See,
pass?
How about you? Okay, so we're a hard nose.
I was thinking about this as I wrote the question. I was thinking,
Well, I'm glad.
I think that if I had the chance to sit on one of those, I would do it. And I think I could convince my wife to let me spend 10 grand on it. I think I could do that.
We're having a dollar figure attached to it.
Oh, yeah. How
okay.
much would you be willing to
Yeah.
How much would you be willing to pay?
No, definitely.
I thought
not
I
that.
would definitely take that opportunity.
Yeah.
And I think I could come up with 10 grand.
Okay, so it's is interesting and fascinating enough for you to spend 10 grand.
Yeah.
How about 15?
Oh, boy.
We start to see the threshold here,
Yeah,
right?
that's
Okay,
right.
okay,
yeah,
okay.
definitely not 20.
Got it.
Definitely not 20.
But you're gonna come down there. You're gonna show me the video, and then I see what you saw. So
You're for
on
free.
Your phone. Yeah, for
Right.
free.
Right? Like, I just saved myself 10
You're gonna post it
grand.
to social media, and I'll be here.
That's right. Same reason I don't need to go to the Grand Canyon, right? I just Bing that. There's pictures all over the place, right?
I'll be here
Have you
on
never been?
Yeah, I have.
Oh,
I'll be here, and as we call it, with a tierra firme, I'll be here waiting for
Yeah,
you.
that's it.
All right.
Yeah. This is how Pablo basically travels everywhere. Like, Pablo, we should go see the St. Louis Arch. He's like, I got a picture of it. Yeah.
Oh.
I go, yeah. I go,
Pablo?
Pablo, you want to see the Golden Gate Bridge? He's like, I got a calendar. It's right there. It's a picture.
That's not quite how it works.
Yeah.
Just throwing that out there.
Pablo, you want to go to space? He's like, just bring the video back with you. I'm good.
For 10 grand, yeah.
For 10 grand.
Bring the video back.
All right. All right. According to AZ Family, 2025 is on pace to be the second warmest year in Phoenix records, dating back to 1895. Number one is last year. We will also have to see what happens in the next week, according to Arizona Family, to determine the final ranking of 2025, which means that we're close.
Okay.
Has it felt like one of the hottest years on record?
No, it hasn't for
No?
me. I mean, right now is
warm.
Weird.
Yeah.
When it's like 80 degrees in December. That's weird. But I think COVID just made everybody feel hot. So 2020 just was brutal. But 2024, the hottest right now that is on record. I love Arizona. I don't ever plan on leaving, but that one had me thinking about it. That one's like, geez, how much more of this can I take?
Yeah.
It was brutal.
Right. And then Pablo showed you a picture of Minneapolis that obviously wasn't going to travel there. And then you went, you know what? I'm
Not Minneapolis.
There's no shoveling.
It hasn't felt, but isn't that weird that this could be like the second hottest, and it doesn't feel like
It doesn't feel like it.
Are we just being conditioned?
Well, I think so, because we talked about this as the summer months were wrapping up, and I think we were fifth or sixth hottest summer, ninth hottest summer, something like that. I mean, it was like a top 10 hottest summer, but after 2023, which was the hottest,
okay,
and then 2024 broke that record, became the hottest.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, what was a generally hot summer felt pretty normal. Yeah. And so as far as the warmest year, I think it's because the shoulder seasons have been so warm. So we had a hot start to the year. We're getting a hot finish to the year. And so kind of our average yearly
But I'd
temperature.
rather that.
Oh, totally.
I'll take that 6 ways from Sunday.
I mean, isn't that Isn't that why people want to be in San Diego or Hawaii? Because it's like, okay, well, winter is a high of 65 and summer is a high of 75. It's perfect. That's just what we want all the time.
I don't need the 117s. No, thank you.
As someone's been here my whole life, I would say also the rain probably attributed. We had more rain than ever in the summer here.
Yeah, this is true.
There was one July night where it was raining. It was like 80 degrees at night.
Ah, so
you
good.
Remember that?
Yes.
I had to put a little sweater on and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
A little sweater?
That's so Arizona.
This is a cute little sweater.
It's 80. I better get my sweater out.
Oh, I know, right? But I think you bring up a good point there,
too. We did have some more raindrops than usual that kind of...
Well, remember, it was dry right up until the end of the monsoon season, which is how my prediction ended up being the winner.
So we had more traditional monsoon as far as rainfall.
At the very end, we got
hammered.
Like 5 days in a row, right? It was like the first time in 100 years we had 5 days in a row. Yeah.
I'm like, where are we, Seattle?
Right. It felt weird.
It was so weird.
You want to do one more? Or?
Let's do it. What you got?
All right. Hang on. Did I have this one? I want to make sure I get this one.
This is your show. What you got?
Hold on. I got to make sure that I don't have... You know what? It's two different questions. It's both about this. Okay. Because we're going to ask... Gatos is coming in, and Gatos loves the comet story. So I want to make sure I don't step on that.
I think that's where I first heard it was from him.
Interstellar comet 3I Atlas is as close to Earth today as it's ever going to be.
Oh, okay.
There's been speculation for months that the comet is actually an alien craft on a reconnaissance mission, or worse. If the world were to be invaded by an alien species who seek to wipe out humanity, which day of the week would work best for you?
Which day of the week?
Yeah.
Why does it matter what day of the week?
Well, I mean, you wouldn't want it to happen on Friday afternoon.
Yes.
You just worked all week long.
The Friday dump. How we get is
No, I mean, if the aliens are going to invade...
Purge? Is that what it is?
I don't know.
Wouldn't Sunday afternoon work best so you can do your Friday...
Who cares? If they're going to, just totally demolish it,
but I don't want...
It's just a date on a calendar.
I know, but I don't want it to be like at 9:30 on a Monday where I have to get up and deal with traffic and then go into work.
You've actually thought about this.
Yeah,
wow.
You haven't?
No.
That's just unprepared.
Yeah, you know what? That's me. That's me. I'm unprepared for the alien invasion. Yeah, you think that's going to hurt?
Pamela, gonna get caught.
I mean, come on.
See, it would be a bad hump day too, right? That's just not a good hump day.
Well,
okay, wait. Is there a good day?
If the alien's name was Mike, it'd be good.
Do you have, for instance, meetings scheduled for any particular day of the week? Like if you have a Monday morning meeting, I definitely don't want it to happen.
Human existence is no longer going to be around. Who the heck cares about the meeting?
Well, I do, because if my last experience on Earth was a bad meeting, that's terrible.
I am just getting a window into your brain right now that is just fascinating.
For the last 6 months or so, you've heard one KTAR host go on and on about the impending alien invasion. We've laughed with him about it. And while you were never sure if he was excited or afraid, it looks like we might finally get our answer, because if that invasion is going to happen, the aliens better get a move on. Close Encounters next on the Chris and Joe Show with Pamela Hughes. In for Joe today, KTAR News.
Hi, Jan from Toyota here to let you know that Toyotathon is on. And what better way to get in the spirit of the season than with a new Toyota, like RAV4, Grand Highlander, and Corolla Cross. But to really get in the spirit, let's sing about it. So without further ado... Driving through the snow in a new RAV4, hooray! To the slopes we go in a Highlander for a ski day. A Camry to get hot cocoa, tubing with a Tundra makes the kids go loco. Oh, what fun it is to make holiday wishes come true. Toyotathon, Toyotathon, Toyotathon is on. Oh, what fun it is to drive a new Toyota today. Hey! Presto! A new holiday classic. Let's sing it again. Toyotathon, Toyotathon, Toyotathon is on.
Dealer inventory may vary. Toyotathon ends January 5th. See your participating dealer for details.
Have you guys tried these holiday cookies? They're so good.
Toyota. Let's go places.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of LifeSource. Harsh desert water makes a LifeSource whole house water system an essential home appliance. A LifeSource system filters and conditions your water and will improve your family's life and protect your home. We build, install, and stand behind every system. Now, LifeSource pays your sales tax. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit LifeSourceWater.com to save up to $1,000 during our no tax special. Offer ends December 31st. LifeSource. Taste and feel the difference.
Warranty limitations apply. Phoenix, get ready. Starlux Airlines is bringing the world closer with nonstop service from Phoenix Sky Harbor to Taipei. From there, Starlux can take you to incredible destinations like Tokyo, Bangkok, Hong Kong, Vietnam, Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore. On board, you'll enjoy 5-star service that makes your journey feel effortlessly elegant. Seats are now open. Contact your travel agent or visit starlux-airlines.com to book your flight.
With Steel, batteries are included. This holiday season, give a gift that's ready to go right out of the box. For everything from cleaning up the yard to cutting up firewood, Steel tools check off the wish list and knock out the to-do list. And right now, buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for holiday deals and gift ideas. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
KTAR News Flash.
At 3:47, I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. A unanimous vote from the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors led to the removal of more than 50 pages of zoning ordinance regulations. Maricopa County Board of Supervisors Chair Thomas Galvin told the Mike Broomhead Show housing affordability is an issue, and these changes can help bring down prices.
It's allowing housing, commercial development to flourish, but at the same time, to be respectful of where people already live.
Galvin adds Maricopa County has grown leaps and bounds since these rules were written in the late 1960s. You can watch the interview on KTAR's YouTube channel or on our website. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's get a look at those roads now. Here's Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Gilbert with a disabled vehicle on the Loop 202 Santa Ana Freeway eastbound near Cooper Road. Phoenix, we still have that crash being cleaned up off right I-17 southbound near Glendale Avenue. It'll look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on 8th Street and Chandler Boulevard. Chandler with a crash on Insight Way and Ryan Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Hey, just like the holiday season, you know what's going to end soon? The Ford year-end sales event at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvese here. We're talking time to get on down to our Desert Ford dealers for the final days of the Ford year-end sales event, where we can celebrate with a 2025 Ford F-150 when we can get 0% financing for 60 months plus $1,000 in bonus cash with 0 down and no payments for 90 days. Let's say that again. Get 0% financing for 60 months plus $1,000 in bonus cash with 0 down and no payments for 90 days when you buy a new 2025 Ford F-150 or get into an adventure-ready Ford Explorer. We bought a brand new Explorer last year with 0% financing right now for 60 months plus $8,000 in bonus cash with 0 down and no payments for 90 days on a new 2025 Ford Explorer. But hurry, the Ford year-end sales event ends soon at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
There's nothing quite like the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. For locals, it's been a point of pride for 50-plus years. For players, it's where legends emerge. For fans, it's the trip of a lifetime. But this year is even bigger. It's the College Football Playoff semifinal on January the 8th. Viva Fiesta. Tickets on sale now at fiestabowl.org. That's fiestabowl.org.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last throughout retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR Sundays at 2 p.m. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and stay tuned into the Asset Preservation Hour Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
I'm LaDonna Harvey. If you had your druthers, would you live in the past or the future? A new survey has some surprising or maybe not so surprising answers. I mean, which you going to pick? Gladiator or Terminator? Tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, streaming live on the KTAR News YouTube channel. Pamela Hughes in for Joe today. Been a pleasure having you as always.
Oh, I have so much fun. Thank you for having me.
So, Merry Christmas, and I hope please pass my best along to all of the family as well. Joining us in the studio right now is Star of Outspoken with Bruce St. James and Gatos. Gatos!
What's up?
So we are coming up on the big day. 3i Atlas is passing us tomorrow morning.
Oh, I know. It's on my schedule right here, baby.
I bet it is. Your countdown is on. So there's a new paper from this Harvard professor, this Avi Loeb.
Yeah.
So
and I texted him the other day. We're close personal friends
Tell
now.
people what this is, though, if they don't know what it is.
So this is supposedly a rock twice the size of Manhattan. And a Harvard professor says 40% chance it's technology.
By technology, you mean?
It is not natural. It is not a rock.
Okay.
It is being steered.
Yeah.
Aliens.
Yeah.
Aliens. Okay, got it.
He put out a paper, and this just came out yesterday. He posted it on Medium. This is his thing. And he's the guy that thought it could be aliens, right? So the paper explains some of his concerns, right?
Mm-hmm.
It explains why the tail of the comet is acting differently than the other high-velocity space objects.
Super strange.
Attributing the anomaly to a wobble, he said, and then he goes on to explain that through physics. I read some of the paper and I got really deep really fast, but the gist of it is he figured out why it was behaving in the way that was anomalous.
So is he saying it's not?
He's basically saying it's not aliens.
Well, that's disappointing.
Womp womp.
That was my question.
How boring is that?
Are you relieved or disappointed? You're disappointed.
I don't know if I ever thought it was aliens or a UFO. I just thought that it was interesting that it was an interstellar object, only the second or third to ever come into our solar system.
Yeah.
And it's only here for a visit, and it was the biggest thing in the world. I mean, this thing is huge, dude. So I thought it was an interesting. I thought it was an interesting story right from the very beginning, because if you get somebody from Harvard that says, hey, it looks like this thing is being steered, and then you go through it and there are all these anomalies and you're looking at it and you're like, yeah, that is really weird. There's a whole list of things that it's doing that's not normal. But
So even though this Harvard professor wrote a paper kind of, dispelling maybe some of the things here, when I was last on filling in for Bruce with Gatos, you talked about a documentary, The Age of Disclosure.
Oh, yeah.
And I watched it.
Oh. Huh.
I'm going to tell you right now.
I know.
It is fascinating. You got some time over the holiday season. You're into, are we alone in this universe?
Yeah.
I don't think that we are. The Age of Disclosure does not talk about tinfoil on the head and all of that stuff. You've got government officials and higher ups that are explaining so many things. Highly recommended if you haven't seen it, Chris.
It's really interesting.
And then Spielberg has a new movie coming out called Disclosure Day.
That looks incredible.
What is it, Disclosure Day?
Disclosure Day.
Go and find the trailer and tell me you don't think that looks awesome.
People are saying that Spielberg actually knows about the aliens, whether they're there or not. You've got a big guest today on Outspoken.
Governor Hobbs, 5:30.
Okay.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos exclusive. Every 2 weeks she comes in. We get 15 minutes, and we'll ask her, everything in the world. Her final interview of the year with us. So
awesome.
That's 5:30 sharp.
And they start the clock on The Voice. I mean, she's got the security guards that are like, 5:30, go.
Yep.
5:45, we're done.
Hey, you know what?
That's it.
She's intentional. I like it.
She's intentional.
Fine with me. I got plenty of time to ask her everything
Let's
and
go.
anything.
She's
Rapid
intentionally
fire.
getting out. All right. Outspoken with Bruce St. James again. Starts right up at 4 o'clock. Pamela Hughes, anything else to add?
Nope.
Thank God. Back again tomorrow. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
The holidays mean more travel, more shopping, more time online, and more personal info in more places that could expose you more to identity theft. But LifeLock monitors millions of data points per second. If your identity is stolen, our US-based restoration specialists will fix it, guaranteed, or your money back. Don't face drained accounts, fraudulent loans, or financial losses alone. Get more holiday fun and less holiday worry with LifeLock. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS. Visit lifelock.com. Terms apply.
10 athletes will face the toughest job interview in fitness that will push past physical and mental breaking points. You are the fittest of the fit. Only one of you will leave here with an iFit contract worth $250,000.
This is when mindset comes in.
Someone will be eliminated.
Pressure is coming down.
This is Trainer Games.
Watch it on Prime Video starting January 8th.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Sundays on KTAR News is the home for the #1 radio health talk show in America, The Dr. Bob Martin Show. Dr. Martin is a chiropractic physician, a board-certified clinical nutritionist, and a diplomate of the American Academy of Anti-Aging Medicine. Got a health-related problem or challenge? Not feeling well and you just don't know where to turn or what to do? Dr. Bob Martin is here for you every Sunday from 10 to 11 a.m. The Dr. Bob Martin Show on KTAR News.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
The year-end sales event is on at Sanderson Ford. Now get invoice-only pricing plus 0% financing for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days. Plus an additional $1,000 in year-end bonus cash on new 2025 Escapes, Explorers, Transits, F-150s, and select Super Duties. Choose from 40 new Escapes, 70 new Explorers, 54 Transits, 150 F-150 trucks, and over 250 Super Duty trucks. On the lot and readily available. Get invoice-only pricing, 0% financing, and no payments for 90 days with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. From your Operation Santa Claus dealership, Sanderson Ford. 0% for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days. OEC from Ford Credit. Offers plus tax, title, license, and $4.99 dock fee. Offers apply to select regular and Super Cab Super Duties. Offers expire January 5th, 2026.
Where Arizona's pride, Sanderson Ford.
Trying to make sense of the markets? Looking to diversify out of all the craziness? Thinking about tangible assets like precious metals? Listen to The Gold Show with Kenny Michaels, right here on KTAR every Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. Stay up to date on retirement trends, how the IRA rollover process works, and why investors are turning to physical gold. Kenny is a national talk show host with decades of experience in the markets. Tune in this Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. for Kenny's insights and The Gold Show on KTAR.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It is 4 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. Today's inflation report showing a 2.7% increase in consumer prices. It's the first report in almost 2 months after October's report was canceled because of the government shutdown.
We were expecting inflation to show that consumer prices rose 3.1% last month compared to the same time last year. but instead we saw consumer prices rose 2.7%. And if you strip out food and energy prices and you get to what they call the core inflation rate, it was actually 2.6%. So this report coming in a lot cooler than expected.
That's ABC's news business reporter Alexis Christoforous. President Trump in the Oval Office today signing an executive order reclassifying marijuana from a Schedule 1 to a Schedule 3 controlled substance with legitimate medical uses. The move opens up opportunities for research into medical applications, possibly loosening regulation.
The facts compel the federal government to recognize that marijuana can be legitimate in terms of medical applications when carefully administered in some cases. This may include the use as a substitute for addictive and potentially lethal opioid painkillers.
President Trump stressed the reclassification does not allow federally for recreational use. A new name for the Kennedy Center is now the Trump Kennedy Center. President Trump reacting to the news of the renaming, claiming he was surprised by the announcement.
The White House announced Thursday that the board at the Kennedy Center voted unanimously to rename the building the Trump Kennedy Center.
I was honored by it. The board is a very distinguished board, most distinguished people in the country.
President Trump earlier this year terminated the chairman and members of the Board of Trustees and appointed himself chair and filled the board with friends and supporters. But the renaming is raising legal questions. Georgetown University law professor David Super told ABC there is, quote, simply no way to change the name of the Kennedy Center without action by Congress. And this move is completely outside the authority of the Trump-led board. Karen Travers, ABC News, the White House.
Proposed legislation for next session is asking for $1.5 million to fund a state prison oversight agency. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live in the news center to explain.
State Rep Walt Blackman says Governor Katie Hobbs signed a bill last session to form the Independent Review Oversight Agency.
Our correction system needs a lot of work. There's a lot of issues that we both are aware of. There were 2 more deaths this past week.
Blackman says he'd like the agency to look at the rise in inmate deaths, health problems, and staffing needs. Earlier this week, Hobbs said she's open to talking about the funding as part of budget negotiations, but wouldn't commit to it. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
How did Arizona do in 2025? We're going to hear from Governor Katie Hobbs this afternoon as Bruce and Gatos talk to the governor live in the studio at 5:30. You can tune in right here on KTAR or on the KTAR YouTube channel. Cities and counties in Arizona have been rejecting data centers. Maricopa County Board of Supervisors Chair Thomas Galvin joined the Mike Broomhead Show, and when asked if data centers are getting a bad rap, he said,
there's a place for data centers to exist. We are in a changing economy. We have technology that is literally changing on a daily basis, but also we're in a race against China. And China's doing everything they can to get past the United States of America.
Galvin said location is important, adding in the same week Chandler rejected a data center due to bad location, while Maricopa County approved one. You can watch that interview on KTAR's YouTube channel or KTAR.com. Time for traffic now. Let's go to Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash blocking the right lane. Loop 101 Piedmont Freeway westbound near 7th Avenue. Gilbert, we still have that disabled vehicle on the Loop 202. Santan Freeway eastbound near Cooper Road. A look into our surface streets. Goodyear with a crash on Cotton Lane and McDowell Road. Phoenix with a crash on 4th Street and Broadway Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Clear skies and 51 overnight, then tomorrow 80, Saturday 80, and possibly 81 on Sunday. In Scottsdale, currently it's 76 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Don't even try that with me.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Oh, you don't like what I'm saying? Yeah, that means I'm doing my job right.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, first hour of the program.
Oh, a lot of people will tell you the first hour, best of the hours.
All right, so here's what we've got cooking. 5:30 on the nose.
Yeah.
Governor Katie Hobbs in studio. It is every 2 weeks we talk to the governor.
Yeah.
It's a segment that KTAR has had with governors for decades.
Yeah.
And so we continue the tradition. So at 5:30, the governor in studio. We've got a ton of stuff to talk about.
That we do. There's stuff going on.
Is tomorrow will be our last show.
Yeah.
Tomorrow will be our last
But
show.
who's counting?
I am.
Okay.
And it's going to be a completely different show. If you've listened to over the years, we've done a lot of different things. It is our Christmas Spectacular. And we are going to have, it's kind of a variety show tomorrow.
It's like very good. It's like Donnie and Marie without either Donnie or Marie.
And no ice skating.
And it contains no, it's like Sonny and Cher.
I don't remember it.
You don't remember that either.
No.
Okay.
We're going to have a live,
there hasn't been a variety show in a while.
We're going to have a live chorus.
Literally.
A choir in studio.
A Christmas chorus.
Yeah.
Live singers.
Yeah.
That are going to sing us carols.
It's going to be amazing.
We're going to have a gift exchange.
That is. I like that you've added that.
Why?
It's because I think it's a lot of fun.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Let's keep in mind white elephant gifts.
White elephant
it's a white. What? Help me with the definition. What do you call a white elephant?
It means you go shopping in your garage.
No, it does not.
No.
Yes,
But
it does. You go find
We have a $25 limit.
No, mine is coming from my garage.
Fair enough. Okay.
That's a white elephant. It should be funny.
Can I say something?
Does it have to be funny?
It should be funny.
Should be funny.
Let me say something.
Mine might be semi-serious.
It could still be serious, but it could be. You're not supposed to go out and have to spend money.
All of a sudden, she's a Hall of Famer, and now she's gone cheap.
It's kind of crazy when you think about it.
No,
right? You would think she'd have gone the other direction.
Listen, if you want to have a gift exchange, we'll draw names. I'll buy you a $25 or $50 gift.
Whoa.
I can absolutely make you weep with joy over what I choose for you for Christmas.
What am I missing out on
If
here?
you're having a white elephant exchange,
Yeah.
we're having a white elephant exchange.
Okay, so
I think the whole thing's racist.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. We'll continue this discussion.
Okay.
Speaking of Christmas, and I gotta believe there's an ulterior motive to talking about this story. The basic question is, what do you do if your neighbor's Christmas lights are too bright? And I'm going to make an assumption that your neighbors have asked you about this on more than one occasion, although we are having to go to San Antonio, Texas, where there is a brouhaha over very bright Christmas lights.
What's interesting is that we are seeing a lot more of these stories.
Of course we are.
Kind of pop up where HOAs are saying, you know what? We're going to crack down on some of these Christmas lights.
Horrible.
I think it's a terrible thing.
Defund the HOA.
I'm not there. I like HOAs, as you well know. But here's the crux of the story.
A San Antonio family is at odds with their HOA after receiving a violation over their Christmas lights display. The HOA is contending the lights are too bright.
The homeowners say the violation infringes on the religious rights protected by the Texas Property Code. Say the violation infringes on the religious rights protected by the Texas Property Code.
Okay. I just had to hear that part again.
The Texas Property Code.
The Texas Property Code.
Admittedly, not very familiar with it.
Yeah.
Just throwing it out there. But
the basis of the whole thing is that the decorations are too bright.
Right. They Griswolded up their house. Right?
Yeah.
When they flip the switch at night, all the other lights in the neighborhood dim.
Well, the theme is actually the Griswolds.
I found out. Who sings this song, Gatos?
A Motley Crue.
Wrong again.
All right,
This song just makes you happy, doesn't
it's
it?
fantastic.
You don't even have to know the movie that well. It's a happy song. Anyway, thank you, Lindsey Buckingham.
So they didn't play this song on National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation.
No, but
that's okay.
It's the vacation theme song. National
Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. It's the over-the-top light display from Clark W. Griswold. And this family in Texas has decorated their home to the theme of Griswold.
They basically tried to copy what they from the movie.
Yeah.
And their house looks suspiciously like Clark W. Griswold's
pretty funny.
Completely over the top Christmas display.
Yeah.
So basically, they've got Margot and what was his name? The next door neighbors complaining. Remember, the bright light would come on and they would blind them.
Elaine Bennett.
It was. Yes, it was. Where'd the water come from? I don't know, Margot.
All right, a little more about this story
The HOA even has a decoration contest.
The HOA even has like prizes that they give out to best decorated house. How did they not win?
And get this, one of the categories is Griswold. And if you've ever seen the movie Christmas Vacation, you'll know what Griswold and Christmas are all about.
To me, when you think about Griswold, maybe you would think that it's overdone, which mine is not.
Instead of enjoying their Christmas light display, the Gathright family is in a clash with their HOA.
This guy sounds like he has a lot of spittle in his, in his mouth. Doesn't it sound? Does that sound? Am I wrong? Is that no? Okay.
We're being harassed with people coming by, taking pictures, and we are receiving violations and threats of being fined $2,500 for them.
So
$2,500.
They're being harassed by the HOA who's coming and taking the pictures.
Right. It's not because my guess is that other folks are coming by and want to see the Griswold inspired home.
Huh. So the home is shining too bright. I don't think you can shine it bright enough.
Todd and Margot disagree.
After putting up their Christmas lights, the Gathrights say Mountain Lodge HOA sent them a violation notice, telling them their Christmas spirit was shining too bright, noting the glare from their lights.
The glare. Okay, here's the deal. I think you're right. Somebody definitely complained about this, right?
Yeah, Todd and Margot.
Okay.
They don't produce glare, that they produce glow.
What's the difference?
It's glow.
Glare versus glow.
It's a glow up, not a glare up.
Becky Lynn, what's the difference between glare and glow?
Glow is warmer.
Okay.
Ironically, the HOA has a decoration contest with 3 categories, one of them Griswold, telling residents to light up all of Mountain Lodge.
So you told me to do it, and now you're going to fine me $2,500.
Again, I know what's happened here. Eventually, it happens to every HOA. You get some. God, I'm trying to use I want to use bad words.
It's our second to last show. Go ahead.
You get some idiot who becomes the head of the HOA. You know this guy.
Yeah.
He's shorter than the average male, so he's got that complex going on.
Oh, gosh.
Okay? He's probably balding. He's got that issue going on. Okay?
Yeah, that sounds like someone who hates Taylor Swift.
He
Continue
never got picked in dodgeball in high school. He was bullied and belittled his entire time.
Okay.
And now he's got the power. Now he can get back at all these people.
So on one hand, they're encouraging it, and on the other hand, they're trying to slap me with a $2,500 fine for doing it.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
If they have a Griswold category, then they have no grounds to stand on, if you ask me.
Did they not know what it was? Did you not watch Christmas Vacation? Do you not understand what Clark W. Griswold's house looked like?
You have to.
Yes.
It's got more lights than, what was
It's
it?
the see it from space kind of thing.
Yeah. All right, a little bit more.
The Gathrights say this isn't their first clash with the HOA.
Maybe it's personal, Bruce. This might be personal.
The family feels because of previous legal action, they are being targeted.
We've actually had to seek legal counsel and are in the process of filing a lawsuit. And information that I've gotten from my lawyer is that this is intruding on my religious rights.
Texas Senate Bill 581, passed in 2021, protects homeowners' rights to display religious items on their property.
Okay, Santa is not a religious item, and neither are the reindeers.
No.
And I'm guessing that's what they have on their lawn.
Well, even the lights aren't technically
Lights
a
aren't religious
item.
Okay.
And restricts HOAs from restricting location, size, or materials unless there is a public safety threat.
And they're not intruding on anyone's property.
The Gathrights say they just want to be able to celebrate Christmas together.
Yeah.
I'd also like to go back and reflect on the movie, because in the movie, the Griswold, Clark Griswold, he was the hero.
Yes.
He's the family man.
Yes.
Who's trying to celebrate Christmas.
She's crying.
Oh, jeez.
Hold on. National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation brought her to tears.
He's the family man who's trying to celebrate Christmas.
You know what?
I was with you right up until
You know
then.
what she needs?
What?
She needs Uncle Eddie.
He'd fix this in a heartbeat.
He would
Tell
fix
you
that.
what, if
Yes,
that
he would.
cat had 9 lives, he just used them all. Little Cousin Eddie'd straighten him right out. He should have gotten RV. There's a recreational vehicle and parked it right in front also.
This woman could tell Cousin Eddie, you know what I'd like for Christmas? I'd like that head of the HOA.
Oh.
Wrapped up in a blah, blah, blah.
Yes, yes.
In a nice big bow right here in the middle of my living room.
Where are you going to put that tree?
Yeah.
Bend over and I'll show you. Come on. I can do the entire movie if you want.
Such
All right.
a good movie.
Okay, so there you have it. Another HOA going after somebody's Christmas. And why does every small, medium town reporter have a speech impediment? What is up with that? Why are all of them like that? Quick shout out to everyone listening in Peoria. That's right, all the Peorites. Thank you guys so much. Shout out to Peoria. All right?
Yeah, that's the best part of the song.
Yeah, it's pretty good. What band was Lindsey Buckingham in, Gatos?
That would be Pink Floyd.
Still wrong.
Okay.
Oh
Coming
my
up next.
God.
This story is nuts, right?
Yes.
What did John Travolta, Elvis Presley, and an egg have in common? I'll tell you in a second. Okay, Bruce, your turn.
You done singing?
I'm done.
Okay. When you imagine retirement, what do you see? What do you envision? Now, I'm going to guess we all have a different expectation. We all have a different vision of what retirement looks like. We all have different goals, right? Different goals require a unique plan in order to achieve them. And that's where Trajan Wealth comes in. Trajan Wealth is big enough to know, but not too big not to care about you, all right? They are experts at coming up with a customized plan that meets your specific needs, goals, timeline. And you can get all of this information just by sitting down with one of their fiduciary advisors. It's really simple. It starts with a phone call, and there's no need to be intimidated because I can tell you right now, it is impossible for you to ask stupider questions than I asked the first time I sat down with them. What I don't know about retirement would fill a very large room. 480-990-3300. The number is 480-990-3300. You can call, make an appointment right now. There's no obligation. All right? Online, you'll find them at TrajanWealth.com as well. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC, registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:18. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. 7 people were killed when a small plane crashed at Statesville Regional Airport in North Carolina today. The Iredell County Sheriff's Department says 5 adults and 2 children were on board that Cessna C-550, and investigators say the plane was owned by former NASCAR driver Greg Biffle. Here's more from ABC News transportation reporter Sam Sweeney.
The NTSB has launched a GO team to figure out what happened here. If that plane did have black boxes on it, there's a chance that it didn't. It's quite old, private jet, so unclear if it did. They're going to look at that. They're going to look at the video. They're going to check weather. They're going to search that runway. That airport remains closed to try to pick up any clues that they can get, all that perishable evidence that they want to collect in the next 24 to 48 hours.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Let's check traffic now with Enrique in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. New crash in Glendale. Disabled vehicle blocking the intersection. Loop 101 Agua Fria westbound near 75th Avenue. Phoenix with a crash blocking the right-hand lane. I-10 Maricopa Freeway westbound near the State Route 51 northbound transition. A look into our surface streets. Goodyear with a crash blocking the intersection on Cotton Lane near McDowell Road. Phoenix with a crash on 4th Street and Broadway Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News. Now back with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Hey, this portion of the show brought to you by Parker & Sons AC Plumbing and Electrical, celebrating 50 years of helping their customers and community. Call Parker. By the way, we're going to talk a little bit later about the Greg Biffle, the former NASCAR driver involved in this horrible plane crash earlier today. I've got some stories that I want to share and tell a little bit more about the person that Greg was. So I tried to understand this.
I did too, and I failed miserably.
What if I just read the headline that caught me? You know how sometimes they write headlines, you're like, wow, this is a headline like to end all headlines. Are you ready?
Would you like a musical accompaniment?
No,
Do you need
I think
anything?
I can do it solid like this. John Travolta's son, okay, is Elvis Presley's great-grandson via Riley Keough's egg donation. There's a lot going on. So, see, what had happened was John Travolta has a 15-year-old son named Ben.
Ben is Travolta's son.
Yes.
Hold on. I'm going to do the...
Are you going to do like a flow chart?
No, I was going to do like the family tree thing.
Okay.
All right. So Ben is John Travolta's son.
Correct.
15 years old.
You may remember John Travolta was married to Kelly Preston, actress. She passed away from breast cancer.
Very sad.
Yes. I got a chance to interview both of them and did a movie junket thing with them. Absolutely fabulous people. Wonderful, wonderful people. They lost their teenage son. He had like a seizure while they were on vacation, 16 years old or whatnot.
Not Ben. This isn't.
No,
Ben?
no.
Okay.
This was his name was Jet. It happened many years ago. So obviously a very traumatic thing. They wanted to have another child, but I believe that Miss Preston, because of her cancer treatment, was unable.
Okay.
To a certain extent. It's unclear to me why John Travolta thought, well, we need an egg donor. Let's go to the Presley family. I'm clear. Because initially, John Travolta approached Lisa Marie Presley, the daughter of Elvis, and apparently wanted her to donate an egg for Kelly Preston to carry and have a baby with.
So it would be Lisa Presley,
Lisa Marie,
and John Travolta together, and
Michael Jackson's ex-wife. Just to throw another one in there.
Don't complicate things, man.
So, during these negotiations, apparently,
they're negotiating over an egg.
The Travoltas and Miss Preston became concerned about Lisa Marie Presley's lifestyle. And there is documentation that said that John Travolta, quote, did not want eggs with heroin on them, unquote. So they said, all right, Lisa Marie, out.
Out.
What about her daughter? Her daughter, Riley Keough, who is an actress and a singer, apparently agreed to this.
Riley Keough Presley.
Yeah, she doesn't use Presley. It's Riley Keough. Yes.
We have to say Presley.
You'd have to, yeah. So
she's the granddaughter?
She's the granddaughter
of Elvis.
Got it. Correct.
So the granddaughter of Elvis
donated an egg,
and then John Travolta did his thing.
Yes, not together. I don't believe. No. Yes, okay,
separately.
And then
there's a baby.
And there's a baby. His name is Ben.
Who's
he's 15 years old.
He's
now.
half Elvis and half Travolta. Do you have any idea how talented that kid's going to be?
He's Elvis's great-grandson.
And here's the weird thing.
Yeah, I'm ready.
His mom is not
his mom. His biological mom. Correct. His biological mom is Riley Keough.
Right. And all those years he thought that...
Apparently this is news to him. This is all coming because of a lawsuit.
News to him?
That's awful.
There is a lawsuit inside the Presley family that this has come out of, and they got documents. Are you ready for this? Riley Keough, Lisa Marie Presley's daughter, Elvis's granddaughter, got, quote, an old Jaguar and $10,000 from Travolta. Said she was desperate at the time, was bordering on homeless, and took the deal and got an old car and about 10 grand in cash.
Oh my gosh.
I don't even know where you start with that. I do. Every single line I kept reading on this, you kept going, what the?
Okay. John Travolta knew this all along.
Obviously, he knew it. He negotiated the deal.
Right. And then he kept it from his son, who's now 15 and hearing about it.
He's learning about it, yes.
Oh, my gosh.
Because of this lawsuit and
what
all
was
of this.
John Travolta's wife's name again? I forgot.
Kelly Preston.
And she died when?
It was a few years ago.
2020.
2020.
So he has thought that
from breast cancer.
Yes.
So the son has thought Kelly Preston is his mom.
Right.
Why wouldn't he?
And she had breast cancer and died.
She did give birth to him.
And gave birth to him. While she had breast cancer?
So she carried the baby.
Yes.
It was conceived in a petri dish.
She was
and
unable,
implanted.
I think, because of the treatment.
Gotcha.
To produce eggs. Please don't. I don't understand. I still think there's storks involved. So don't make me explain all
I
this.
think
Cabbage
that
leaves,
Ben
yeah.
is going to be very upset with his father.
Oh, my goodness.
Because you have all those memories of your mom, who was your mom, but not biologically, and that is a real shock to the system for a 15-year-old.
Your mother who passed away?
Yeah, it's awful. That's terrible.
Right?
Yeah, but you got good genes.
When you were 10 years old, your mom passed away.
I get it, but you're part Elvis now. That's pretty cool.
Actually, if you think about it, it's not bad.
You're part Elvis and you're part Travolta. It's like if Elvis
I think there's
and John
there's
had
a Grease remake just waiting.
This is good.
It's waiting for you,
this
right?
Is good stuff.
Okay.
I might take it.
Okay.
Might take it.
That is today's unbelievable story out of Hollywood.
I tried to do the family tree thing.
It looks like a vine.
I don't know what it is. I
don't even know what that is.
No.
It's not a tree. Hey, checking the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn will do that for us. Then coming up next, why does everyone need a wheelchair to get onto the plane, but nobody needs one to get off? It's amazing. We're going to talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Mike Broomhead.
Patricia laughed. Pablo's giggling. I may be in trouble. I don't care. I just am in one of those moods today.
Are you feisty today,
I am
too?
a little
Me
bit.
too.
A little bit. Pablo, I'll tell you how I knew when Patricia was feisty. We were doing show prep this morning.
Oh, no, I don't even know what he's going to say.
I just happened to say, I said, man, I wish today was Friday. Oh, my gosh, she jumped down my throat. Don't say that. It's only Tuesday.
I was like, how could you do that to me?
Mike Broomhead. Weekday mornings, 8 till noon on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Hey, it's time to call the Lund Mortgage team. LundMortgage.com, LundMortgage.com. You tell them Gato sent you, and they will do what they've been doing for well over 30 years. They will treat you like family. Now, the reason you call the Lund Mortgage team is simple. You buy a house. You want to purchase a home. And right now, we've got a buyer's market in the Valley. And if you look around all the different cities, folks are selling their homes at a discount. You can buy that home on a discount. If you're timing the market, well, early 2026, that is a pretty good time to buy a house if you're ever going to do it. The Lund Mortgage team will also tell you that interest rates have fallen. 3 times the Fed so far this year, they've dropped the interest rates. So all that is good news for you in trying to purchase a house. But you've got to call the Lund Mortgage team first. You don't call a realtor. You don't do any of that. You don't go look at a house. No. You got to get your paperwork done. You got to have the pre-approval letter. You got to get pre-approved for a mortgage, and the Lund Mortgage team will do that for you. 623-875-9940. LundMortgage.com.
We make the claims process easy so you can get back on the road in no time. It's why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and Arizona is finally cooling off, but before you kick on the heat, make sure your system is ready. Parker & Sons has been keeping Valley homes comfortable for over 50 years, and their fall HVAC tune-up is fast, affordable, and can save you from a chilly surprise. Call Parker & Sons because comfort specialist isn't just a slogan, it's a promise. Call Parker at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then our EP AIR for Parker & Sons.
Enter the amazing universe of 'Twas the Night Before by Cirque du Soleil. An acrobatic retelling of a classic tale. A forever-lasting experience for your kids and the kid in you. 'Twas the Night Before by Cirque du Soleil in Phoenix. Now playing through December 28th at Arizona Financial Theater. Get tickets now at liveNation.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Accidents happen unexpectedly. If it ever happens to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. Sweet James has an office right here in Phoenix, run by world-class attorneys that are part of your community, and they are proud partners of your Phoenix Suns. Sweet James is all about winning, and they win 98% of the time. Because when you're hurt, you are counting on someone to deliver for you. Winning big is everything. That's why you call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION or sweetjames.com. Awarded best attorneys in America. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like fences. A house with a big yard and a white picket fence was always the dream. But then you saw the price to install a fence and you're wondering if the color is driving the price up. Nobody ever dreams of a beige or a gray picket fence, right? So maybe those fences are cheaper. But no, they're not. Then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds and make all your dreams of a fence come true. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KTAR News now.
It's 4:32. I'm Becky Lynn. Good afternoon. Sources telling ABC News that last week's mass shooting at Brown University may be connected to the killing earlier this week of an MIT professor at his home in Brookline, Massachusetts. Here's ABC News contributor and former NYPD Chief of Detectives, Robert Boyce.
The lead seems genuine at this point. If the FBI is saying it, I don't know if it's a ballistics hit or some other method of tagging these two things together, or the same people involved. You look at databases for both universities and see if there's any match there. Yeah, HR databases. So this looks very promising.
The man convicted of murdering his mother and stepfather in 2017 learned his fate earlier today.
43-year-old Cleophas Cooksey Jr. sentenced to death earlier today for a killing spree back in 2017 that stretched from Phoenix to Glendale. His fate comes 3 months after he was found guilty of murdering 8 people, kidnapping, attempted sexual assault, as well as armed robbery. Cooksey's victims were killed during a 3-week span in late 2017, 4 months after being released from prison for armed robbery. John Roller, KTAR News.
If you're headed out of town for the holidays, you are not alone. AAA is expecting a record-breaking number of travelers, with over 120 million people going at least 50 miles away from home. ABC News transportation reporter Clara McMichael tells Arizona's Morning News, pack your patience if you're one of the expected 8 million people flying across the country.
Seen over 1,500 unruly passenger incidents this year alone. That's down from last year, so that's some good news.
She reminds people incidents in the sky are federal offenses. Let's check the roads right now. Here's Enrique Garcia with a look in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Let's get it. Phoenix with a crash blocking the right lane, I-10 Maricopa Freeway westbound near 24th Street. Phoenix again with a crash off right, I-10 Maricopa Freeway westbound, this time near the State Route 51 northbound transition. Glendale with a disabled vehicle blocking the intersection, Loop 101 Agua Fria westbound near 75th Avenue. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at k2visionrle.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Overnight, 51. Tomorrow we get up to the 80s. Going to stay there for Saturday and maybe even 81 on Sunday. But right now it's 72 degrees in Apache Junction. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
We talked to the Greater Phoenix Chamber of Commerce about the Arizona economy. It's on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Hey, quick reminder, almost exactly 1 hour from now, 5:30, Governor Hobbs will be joining us live in studio for our regular Talk to the Governor, exclusively on Outspoken. Been doing it for decades, Gatos.
Going to give you a couple here.
Couple what?
Couple nuggets. For those of you listening, why you should listen in less than an hour.
Why should I listen at 5:30?
Has she frustrated her Democratic base is one thing we're going to talk about. And are there people right here in Arizona, right here in Phoenix, we should say, on the lookout for ICE and warning other people? We're going to talk about that. Some immigration, some
Can I ask you some questions about water?
Yes, you should.
I've got water issues.
Good.
Okay.
Not
So
at
that's
your
okay.
house. But,
No,
okay,
just
all
like
right.
in general.
Yeah, because that'd be weird. Like, hey, Governor, I have a leak.
Yeah, I was going to say, when I flush the toilet.
It doesn't flush down all the time.
What do I don't think the governor's going to help with that. All right. I don't know if you've seen this. I have witnessed it with my own eyes.
Remember, I'm married to a flight attendant. So she talks about this, too.
I was going to say, you've heard this story.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Does the term Jetway Jesus mean anything to you?
Didn't before, but now it does, yeah.
Jetway Jesus
okay.
is the amazing phenomena of people at airports waiting to board a plane who need assistance getting on the plane, a wheelchair. They need to be wheeled down the jet bridge by a airport employee or airline employee, at which point they many times get up and get on the plane themselves. I was on a flight the other day where, they call for boarding, and anybody who needs extra assistance, they get to go on first. 7 wheelchairs. 7 people in wheelchairs. By the way, not all of them elderly.
There were 15 on the flight I took over the weekend. I'm not kidding you. And almost every one of them got up and walked down the jetway.
And so here's how the Jetway Jesus thing works. They got to have a wheelchair to get on.
No, they didn't.
But when you get off the plane, when you land, they all just walk off the plane. They're fine. They were healed. It's a miracle, Gatos.
I'm going to tell you, our person said over the speaker to the people who were waiting, if you are able to walk down the jetway by yourself, please let me know. I'll be coming around and asking each one of you. All but one walked down the jetway onto the plane by themselves.
It's quicker that way. Flight attendants and the gate workers have to wheel the person down. And sometimes it's only 1 or 2 people. And if they're 15...
Literally 15 people.
Right. What I'm saying is if there are 1 or 2 people working for an airline right there, if it's like...
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
It's crazy, though.
I don't think it's crazy.
Really?
No, I'll tell you why.
Why?
Okay. So here's how I see it.
I'm ready.
So this angers people.
It does.
Okay.
Because we think they're trying to job the system so they can just get on the plane early and get overhead bin space.
First thing I'll say is if I'm that old, I'm using that trick because I don't want to stand up. I want to be wheeled in. I want to sit down. If I'm that old, I'd probably do it. But here's what I'm thinking. To get from, like, if you're traveling from Phoenix to, let's say, you're going to, where would you like to go? California, whatever it is.
LAX.
All right. It's going to take a person who's not very mobile a lot more time to go through TSA, to go to the bathroom, to go and get a snack, to go and do that. If you're wheeling them around, it's just quicker and easier. When you get them on the plane and you land at LAX, they don't have to do any of that stuff. All they have to do is get off the plane and leave. There's no stopping. There's none of that. But there's all this
You are really making excuses for that.
No, I'm making a good argument.
You still have to get down to baggage claim and out to the curb
Not
to
if
be
you
picked
carry
up.
on. Not if you carry on.
What happened at 27,000 feet? Their legs miraculously start working?
It's easier. It's more difficult to move.
It would be easier if they wheeled me down, but I will go ahead and walk on my own.
It's easier for a person who's elderly to get up off the plane
But
at
are they
LAX
all
and leave.
They're not all elderly.
They're not all elderly.
Some of our, I see some are military. They've been wounded. You don't want the wounded guy?
Oh, for
And
God's
come
sakes.
on now, you
there
guys.
There are legitimate reasons that people need wheelchairs in airports.
Of course.
There is a flight recently where this guy, Carlos Gomez, was on the flight.
I don't know who that is.
Neither do I.
Oh.
But Carlos says, and he took a picture of it, 25 wheelchair passengers that held up boarding for almost a half hour because they had to wheel them all down onto the plane.
So?
Give me a break. They all didn't need it. They all did.
How do you know that?
I can tell.
You can't tell.
If you need the
What are the
wheelchair
odds?
to get through the airport, that's one thing.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so you wheel people through TSA and all that, then you get to the gate. But if they're able to stand up at that point and walk onto the airplane, then why can't they get in line with the rest of us at A2?
Now
or
that's
whatever?
an interesting point.
So
that is let's talk
That's
about
what
that for a
happened
second.
to us.
So okay, so if you're wheeled throughout the airport,
That's one thing.
because you're slow.
Yes.
you're going to be slower than everybody else. You're older. You have a bad wheel.
You're lazy.
Whatever. You're not lazy. I forgot. Now you're ruining my train
and
of
then
thought.
you get to the gate.
And then you get to the gate. If you can walk all the way down, yeah, maybe. And you don't need a wheelchair to get off.
Then
So again, you have to get on. If you have to get on a plane early,
let's have them get on last.
The reason you have to get on a plane early is because you need not
you
mobile.
need extra help, but
right.
These people didn't need any. They
you don't think they're walking down that thing
They
slower?
literally said, if you can walk down the jetway on your own, stand up. And they all stood up. Not every single one.
It's a miracle.
And they walked on and carried suitcases.
Yeah. How about this? One, people have figured this out. One TikToker filmed her group getting wheeled through the airport with the caption, "The time me and my friends used wheelchair assistance so we wouldn't miss our international flight." Life hack: if the airport's real packed and you don't want to wait in line, act injured and ask for a wheelchair.
I know people who do this.
That's brilliant. I got to try this. I don't think I can do it. Can I say I had a softball injury and I just won a tournament? My back hurts.
I have a friend who carries a cane.
I have a friend who carries a cane, too. Yep. That's a bunch of crap, isn't it?
Right, it is.
And as soon as they see it, because he calls it a walking stick.
I don't know.
And I'm like, that's not a walking stick. And then you know what he does? He waves to us when he gets on the plane first.
Come off of it.
Oh, yeah, it's terrible.
I had so here's one of the things. They needed assistance, but then they sat in the exit row.
Oh,
and the flight attendant said, "Yeah, you're going to have to move seats." They go, "But I bought an exit row seat." They go, "Yes, but you needed assistance getting on the plane, and you need to be able-bodied there, so we're going to find you another seat."
Yeah, you don't get the exit row then.
That's right.
Take that.
No.
But that's a rule on many aircraft.
It's on everyone.
It's everyone.
There you go. It's on everyone.
Yeah, as well it should. All right, checking the headlines on the way, and up next, has the Brown University school shooter from Saturday struck again? The latest on that coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
America Roofing. Go to AmericaRoofingCo.com, the 2025 roofing contractor of the year. Listen, your roof could be warning you about trouble, so I want you to listen to it. Don't ignore the early signs like water stains, warped shingles, missing granules. That means it's time to act. You can call America Roofing for a full free inspection. They're A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, family owned and operated, licensed, bonded, and insured. There's no reason why you shouldn't take them up on a free roof inspection. Doesn't cost you a dime, doesn't cost you a nickel, and it doesn't cost you a penny, even though we got rid of the penny. Okay? AmericaRoofingCo.com, 602-960-ROOF. 602-960-ROOF. America Roofing, we've got you covered.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, it's Brewmed. I'm with Dan from Creative Environments, Design, Pool, Spa, and Landscape. What can people expect when they work with Creative Environments?
We have a very sophisticated system and process and standards that we have documented over the years that put us to where we're at today. One of the most award-winning companies in the nation and recognized by some of the biggest leaders in the building industry.
Go to creativeenvironments.com. That's creativeenvironments.com.
December 26th is the day to tear into something big. The Rate Bowl is back. And this year, the holidays end with a hit. New Mexico and Minnesota meet for the first time in a matchup built for bowl season. Every snap feels like a gift you've been waiting for all season to open. So bring the noise, bring the energy, and get ready to unwrap the action. The Rate Bowl, December 26th at Chase Field. Get your tickets now at ratebowl.com.
KTAR News Flash.
At 4:45, I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Multiple sources tell ABC News police have identified a possible suspect in connection with the shooting at Brown University, and they have issued a warrant for that person's arrest. Here's ABC's Aaron Katursky with details.
The authorities have now identified this potential suspect in connection with the Brown University shooting, and they have also obtained a warrant for his arrest. So wherever that individual may be stopped, once the arresting agency looks him up in the system.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check traffic now. We've got Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. New in Sun City, we have a crash on the right-hand shoulder, US 60, Grand Avenue, northbound near 108th Avenue. A look into our surface streets, Goodyear with a vehicle extraction on Cotton Lane and McDowell Road. Glendale with a crash on 59th Avenue and Hayward Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Protecting your estate with a living trust is the biggest holiday gift you can give to the people you care about. In the spirit of giving this holiday season, RJP Estate Planning is offering 65% off on a living trust. If you don't have a living trust when you pass away, it could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees if all of your assets get tied up in Arizona probate court. And the people you love, who will be grieving when you're gone, could end up waiting a year or longer to get their inheritance. Even if you have a will, your estate could end up in probate court. But you could avoid this by getting a living trust from RJP Estate Planning. And you can save 65% if you're 60 or over.
For your 65% savings on a living trust, call 480-896-9597 by December 18th. That's 480-896-9597. 480-896-9597.
250,000 people across Arizona rely on St. Mary's Food Bank every day. Your donations make feeding them possible, and you can benefit too. In Arizona, there's an incentive called the Arizona Charitable Tax Credit. You can make your donation today and get it back up to $987 on your taxes when you file. It's a great way to help your neighbors in need. For more info, visit stmarysfoodbank.org.
Phoenix, get ready. Starlux Airlines is bringing the world closer with nonstop service from Phoenix Sky Harbor to Taipei. From there, Starlux can take you to incredible destinations like Tokyo, Bangkok, Hong Kong, Vietnam, Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore. On board, you'll enjoy 5-star service that makes your journey feel effortlessly elegant. Seats are now open. Contact your travel agent or visit starlux-airlines.com to book your flight.
I'm LaDonna Harvey, and we have our Friday visit with political analyst Chuck Todd. He'll join us to talk about the president's social media reaction to the murders of Rob Reiner and his wife. Tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News.
Whoa, tomorrow's Friday?
I know, this week went really fast. Usually just is super slow with you.
Yeah, there is.
It drags, man.
I hear you.
And I'm like, goodness gracious, is it 6:50 yet? Can't wait to get out of here.
Coming up at 5:30 on the dot, Governor Hobbs will be joining us live in studio. We've got a lot of questions for her. Kind of our last chance before the end of the year to talk to the governor. Talk to the Gov. That's what we call it. It's coming up at 5:30 on the dot. So I still think it is pretty amazing that we had a mass shooting on Saturday at Brown University in Rhode Island. 2 people were killed, 9 others shot in a mass shooting on a school campus. And we still don't know who did it. We haven't caught the guy. Now, police are saying they think they've identified at least a suspect. that they're looking for, and they may also be tied to the murder of a professor at MIT University about an hour and a half drive away.
Yeah, so it was interesting. Off the air yesterday, we were kind of talking about this. We were in the middle of the 5 o'clock face-off, and we were talking about, this is all off the air, we're talking about the Brown University shooting and that, and I said, did you guys see this? The MIT professor was killed? Mm-hmm. And I think no, I didn't see that. Man, I didn't think that yesterday this was tied to each other.
Originally, they said there was no connection.
It didn't go through my mind as a connection.
Right.
It wasn't obvious to me.
Well, I also don't, I admit I don't know how close MIT and Brown University are. Like, I didn't know if they were even remotely close to each other, but they're 50 miles apart, if you will.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. You're
and
right.
it was a couple days later. I mean, so anything could happen. But, I mean, we're 6 days removed from a mass shooting. And all we have are grainy Ring camera images, basically, of some guy in a beanie and a mask walking down a sidewalk.
So the question you have to ask yourself is, did this guy strike again?
Right.
Because when have we ever had a mass shooting?
At a school.
And the person got away and did it again. Not necessarily a mass shooting, but another murder. I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Do you remember any time that this ever happened?
Literally never. I'm sure there's an example, and I'll be corrected. But authorities recently came out and said in the last 24 hours,
right,
detectives working both cases compared notes and found possible connections between the mass shooting at Brown and the murder of the professor at MIT University.
So they said they had no obvious suspect for the MIT murder at one point.
Right.
They didn't really even have a working theory of the case, and that was early on. But this professor was found at his house on Monday night, taken to the hospital, gunshot wounds, pronounced dead Tuesday.
Ugh.
So could it be the same person?
They say there is potential evidence linking them at this point.
I can't connect the dots, Bruce. I don't know.
I mean, we are on day 6 of a manhunt for a mass shooter.
Yeah, if you go to a university anywhere in the vicinity of these two schools and you're either a student or a professor, you're a target for whoever is doing this. That's scary.
Wait,
who's next?
I mean, is he targeting professors? Is he just targeting schools? Like the professor one seems to be very specific. When you show up at the professor's house, like that can't be random, right?
No. Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Is it a? So let's go down that road. Is the MIT murder a random shooting?
I would argue no.
But would your gut tell you that it has something to do with the Brown University shooting?
I didn't think so originally.
Yeah, I didn't think so originally either.
No.
I mean, certainly it's not every day that, a university professor is killed. I think there was one that was killed at the U of A.
Mm-hmm.
We had that a couple years ago, I believe.
Professor, yeah. So,
but that was on school grounds. I don't exactly remember.
Authorities are now faced with a bit of a dilemma. They say that they have a suspect. There's somebody they're looking for. But they haven't told the public who they're looking for.
They better have better evidence from MIT than Brown, because they don't have a whole lot to go on at Brown University.
Don't have much at all.
No.
Yeah. But, again, the latest information is that the murder of the professor at MIT University may be linked to the shooter at Brown University that killed 2 and injured 9, shooting into a lecture hall.
And if that's the case, this murderer has a list of people and isn't done yet.
And there's a lot of schools in that area. Check the headlines are coming up. We're going to get you up to speed on everything that's going on out there. Have you been misbehaving at work?
Yeah.
Are you breaking the rules?
27 years and still trying.
Is it because maybe you don't even know what the rules are?
I make the rules.
Or have they changed? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
That's good stuff. Hey, Southwest Blinds and Shutters. I love these guys. I'm hiring these guys. And I can't wait for the new shutters and the blinds to go in. My wife and I are super excited. I did a lot of homework on companies a couple months ago that do the blinds and the shutters. And this is the company that kept popping up. I asked a lot of people, who do you think I should hire? This is the company that kept popping up. And so I'm super impressed with Southwest Blinds and Shutters. That's why I'm putting my money where my mouth is, and I'm hiring them. Now, let's say you already have some shutters and shades, and let's say they're motorized shades, but they're broken. How do you get them fixed? Well, guess what? You can call Southwest Blinds and Shutters. They have a full-time team dedicated to repairing motorized shades, no matter where or who you bought them from. So even if you didn't buy them from Southwest Blinds and Shutters, they can still help repair them. All you have to do to make an appointment is tell them Gato sent you and go to southwestblinds.com, southwestblinds.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-791-0000. That's 800-791-0000.
So you need last-minute gifts. No judgment. Get an extra 25% off during Kohl's Friends and Family Sale and find great gifts under $20. Like something cozy, something thoughtful, something that says you planned this all along. Yep, you're just one quick trip away from checking off the last gifts on your list. Save now at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. Select styles. Offer ends December 24th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Hey, the end of the year, it's here, and it's time to go there. Our Desert Ford dealers for the final days of the Ford year-end sales event. Yep, Paul Calvisi here a few years ago. We bought during the Ford year-end sales event because we're talking the best time to celebrate. And when we can lease, you can lease right now a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $299 a month for 36 months, plus Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back. That's right, lease a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $299 a month for 36 months, plus Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back. Or lease a Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben for $249 a month for 36 months, plus Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back. That's right, lease a Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $249 a month for 36 months, plus Jeep owners get that $1,000 cash back. It's the final days of the Ford year-end sales event, so get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com. That's buyfordnow.com.
Seeking top-notch quality vitamins and supplements at always affordable prices? Look no further than Natural Grocers brand supplements. Amidst the online haze of quality, Natural Grocers shines through with potent ingredients and the best manufacturing standards. Their name stands for trust, proven through time and generations. So enjoy your food and supplements the rest with Natural Grocers brand vitamins and supplements. Visit naturalgrocers.com to find a store near you.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy, and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. stock exchange, but there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It is 5 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. Multiple sources tell ABC News police have identified a possible suspect in connection with the shooting at Brown University, and they've issued a warrant for that person's arrest. It comes after multiple sources also told ABC News the Brown shooting and the murder of an MIT professor in Brookline, Massachusetts may be linked. Here's ABC's Christiane Cordero.
It really has been the power of the collective here of getting all of these pieces of evidence into authorities so that they could create a detailed timeline, as detailed as they have presented so far, although there are still holes, as to what this person's movements were. And one really big question right now is, where did they go after the shooting?
7 people were killed when a small plane crashed at Statesville Regional Airport in North Carolina today. The Iredell County Sheriff's Department says 5 adults and 2 children were on board that Cessna C-550, and investigators say the plane was owned by former NASCAR driver Greg Biffle. Here's more from ABC News transportation reporter Sam Sweeney.
There were 7 people on board total, I should say, including Biffle, his wife, and his kids. That plane was in the air less than 10 minutes. It had just taken off from that airport. Something went wrong and forced that pilot. We don't know who was flying. Biffle was a pilot, but we don't know if he was flying that plane.
Proposed legislation hopes to fund an independent state corrections oversight agency. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live now in the news center with more on the figure.
State Rep Walt Blackman tells KTAR Governor Katie Hobbs tapped him to lead a prison reform commission 5 years ago. And last session, they passed a law to form the oversight agency, but it didn't include any funding.
We asked for the funding for $1.5 million, and she signed for the agency to be developed. However, she didn't sign or approve the funding.
With 2 more deaths at Arizona prisons this week, Blackman says he hopes Hobbs will take this issue seriously and approve the funding. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
Hobbs said this week she's open to talking about the funding as part of budget negotiations, but wouldn't commit to it. Now, be sure and join Governor Hobbs this afternoon as Bruce and Gatos talk to the governor. Live in the studio at 5:30, we'll find out more about how Arizona did in 2025. You can watch it on the KTAR YouTube channel. This morning, President Trump signed an executive order reclassifying marijuana from a Schedule 1 drug to a Schedule 3. Raul Molina, COO of Valley-based Mint Cannabis, says this is the biggest thing to happen to cannabis since the drug was first medically legalized in the state of California about 30 years ago.
In the cannabis industry, we're used to getting things in small doses and not getting big jumps at one time, and this is actually a pretty big jump.
He says now that marijuana is a Schedule 3 drug, marijuana use will likely be overseen by the FDA with potentially more research. Last month, Maricopa County's Board of Supervisors rejected a BNSF proposal in Whitman, but it wasn't because they didn't want it to happen.
Chairman Thomas Galvin joined the Mike Broomhead Show this morning and said they felt BNSF wasn't ready and needed to answer some important questions before moving forward with their massive rail and shipping hub.
We had a lot of information from our County Department of Transportation that was concerning, and we just didn't have enough information from the State Department of Transportation. But that doesn't mean the window is closed.
Galvin adds that the board will balance how residents will be impacted while also considering the jobs and commerce that could result. Elizabeth Klein, KTAR News.
And if you'd like to see that interview, just check out KTAR's YouTube channel or KTAR.com. Time to check out the roads right now. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Sun City, we saw that crash on the right-hand shoulder, US 60, Grand Avenue, northbound near 108th Avenue. Phoenix with crash blocking the exit ramp I-17 southbound near Peoria Avenue. A look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash. 91st Avenue and Thomas Road. Goodyear, a vehicle extraction on Cotton Lane and McDowell Road. This report is brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers. Toyotathon is on. Choose from all your favorites like Tacoma, Tundra, 4Runner, or Camry. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer today. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
51 overnight with a low temp. Tomorrow's high 80. Saturday 80, 81 by Sunday. It's 75 right now in Phoenix at Sky Harbor. Weather is brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. When to replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Nobody wants this, and nobody supports this.
Speaking up for Arizona.
That's a dangerous comment. You better be able to back it up.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Hour number 2.
A lot of people are going to tell you. Hour number 2, best of the hour.
Coming up 5:30 sharp, Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs in studio. She joins us for an Outspoken exclusive every 2 weeks. Yeah. We've got 15 minutes with her and a lot of questions to ask. Yes, so join us straight up 5:30.
Yeah. The nature of work changed a lot. COVID certainly was a part of it, but it was kind of changing before then. I think it's fair to say that there were kind of some evolving norms when it came to work. And I know better than to ask if you know who Emily Post is, but she came out with Emily Post Business Etiquette years ago, and it was kind of like the written/unwritten rules of how you behaved at work. It was kind of like etiquette, professional etiquette.
I already know what professional etiquette is.
I want to assure you you don't.
Don't talk to me.
It's interesting because they've had to update it.
Okay.
Well, because there's fewer people sitting around offices and cubicles and maybe a little more people doing hybrid work or remote work, right? And what are the rules if you're working like that?
Well, there's an actual quiz here.
Yeah, we have a quiz.
Do you want to read it and I'll answer?
Okay.
This is going to be good.
Your phone rings or vibrates while you're in a business meeting or on a Zoom call.
I don't like Zoom calls, but go ahead.
What do you do? Excuse yourself and check your phone?
Mm-hmm.
Silence and ignore it until the meeting is over.
Mm-hmm.
Check and see who's texting or calling. People will understand. Or turn your phone off or switch to do not disturb mode before any business meeting.
Well, I think the correct answer is D, but that's not what I would do.
Correct answer is B. Silence and ignore it until the meeting is over and check your phone.
Oh, I just answered the phone.
Question number 2.
0 for 1.
You can keep your camera off on a Zoom call with coworkers if no one asked for it to be on.
Oh.
True or false? Correct. If the host wants to see everyone's face, they should say so.
Right.
False. Even if it isn't required, it's a courtesy to others to have your camera on. Be polite. It depends. If you're not camera ready or have distractions going on behind you, you shouldn't put the camera on. Or I'm not speaking much, so I don't need to have the camera on. I'll turn it on when it's my turn.
Super easy.
Easy.
C. It depends. If you're not camera ready, you don't have to put it on. Right? Wrong.
False.
False.
Even if it isn't required, it's a courtesy to others to have your camera on. Be polite.
I'm not going to get fired for any of this crap.
You're just going to get looked down on.
I don't care.
That I'm aware of.
All right, question number 3. I'm 0 for 2, Bruce.
I cannot wait to hear this.
Oh.
Someone you want to impress extends their hand.
Okay.
But moments ago, you saw that person wipe their nose with
This
that
is
hand.
not a question.
What do you do?
Is
Number
this really
1,
a question?
Yuck. Don't offer your hand to shake, just decline.
A.
B. Say that you have a cold, and so you're not shaking hands right now.
A.
C. Offer a fist bump or your elbow instead.
A.
Or shake the person's hand and wash your hands at the soonest opportunity.
I'm not shaking that hand.
You're doing yuck. Don't offer to handshake.
I wouldn't say the word yuck.
Okay, you wouldn't go yuck.
No, I wouldn't. But
I think it's say that you have a cold. What do you think?
I'm going with don't offer to hand to do the handshake.
No, the correct answer. Shake their hand and then wash your hand at the soonest opportunity. This is a business setting.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah. Declining an extended hand could offend. Fist bumps and elbows are awkward.
Stop.
Lying would be obvious if you're not coughing,
Let me tell you
sniffing, or
something.
sneezing.
You know what offends me?
What?
When you wipe your nose with your hand and then you try and shake mine.
Okay.
These rules are stupid.
Yeah.
I'm 0 for 3, but I really should be 3 for 3.
You're replying to a business associate's emails.
I don't like replying to emails.
That goes without saying. Is it appropriate to include a smiley, thumbs up, heart, or other emoji? Here's your options.
Okay.
That's inappropriate in a professional message. Use your words.
This is an email.
Yeah.
Okay.
B. That's appropriate. Emojis help communicate the tone that you want to convey. C. It depends on how well you know the recipient. Or D. Basic emojis are fine, like the smiley face, but avoid others to avoid potential misinterpretation.
I'm going to go with... how
you going to reply?
It depends on how well you know the recipient.
You think it depends on how well you know?
Becky Lynn is emailing me.
Your BFF.
We've known each other forever.
Ever and a day.
Right, and she emails me something, and I can give her a thumbs up smiley face.
Yeah.
Even on email. I would definitely do it on text, but email, I would do that. Am I right? Am I 0 for 4? I'm 0 for 4.
I'm with you on this one. What is it, Bruce?
That's right. Depends on how well you know the recipient.
Good.
Did I get it right?
Yeah. So someone you don't know and you're replying to in a business, or you're not, you don't put a bunch of emojis in.
Awesome.
But a coworker that you know, yeah. Okay, so you got it right.
That's pretty good. I'm 1 for 3.
Right.
All right, so what is this again? This is
business etiquette. How to behave at work.
Okay. You think I behave fine here, right? All right.
Your workplace doesn't have a strict dress code.
Well, we've seen you dress. That's true.
Is it fine to wear sneakers, leggings, or jeans as long as they are styled nicely? Here are your options. Correct. If the company doesn't forbid it, anything goes. Society's more casual now.
I like that answer so far. I'm going with A.
Even without a strict dress code, avoid items like sneakers, jeans, flip-flops, or leggings in the office.
Sneakers or jeans, maybe. Okay.
C, in lieu of a dress code that spells out do's and don'ts, ask more senior colleagues or HR what is or isn't acceptable.
I don't want to do that. It means I have to talk to people.
D, try and emulate what your boss wears to work.
What if my boss is a woman?
Don't emulate.
That was a good one.
That
was
a
a
good one.
good comeback
It's
to
a
that one.
solid answer.
I'm thinking off the cuff here.
Yes,
that was.
that's
I'm
gold
going to
star.
give you. I'm going to
Gold
give you credit for that. That was like a deep 3.
And
Good
I
job.
think I just throwing out here. I think the styling thing is the answer. If you style, maybe not the leggings if they're too tight. Like you don't want to wear exercise leggings.
No.
So you think it's okay?
Jeans and sneakers. If you look clean and nice and they're styled,
You're good.
I think you're good.
All right. What's the answer? Do we get it right?
Correct answer. In lieu of a dress code that spells out do's and don'ts, ask more senior colleagues or HR what is or isn't acceptable.
What's the saying? Don't ask for permission.
Ask for forgiveness.
Yeah, that's what I do.
You ready?
I'm sitting here. I got an hour and a half, hour 45 minutes to be
You're
with you.
working from home.
Contractually obligated to be here. Let's go.
There's no need to dress up for Zoom calls with coworkers, right?
I don't have to put pants on.
A, correct. It would be different if you were in a meeting with clients or upper management. Okay. B, no. Things are more permissible during the pandemic, but those days are over. C, dress professionally when hopping on the call. You can go back to wearing a T-shirt afterwards.
Okay.
Or D, ask the meeting host if there's a dress code for the call.
See, I think they're going to say ask the meeting host because these people want you. I don't want to ask. I'm not going to ask what I'm going to wear. I'm just going to do what I want. I will say the answer, there's no need to dress up. It would be correct. I don't need to dress up.
You're saying, correct. It would be different if you were meeting with clients or management. You're saying, wrong. Of course wrong.
Of course wrong.
Dress professionally when hopping on the call. You can always go back to wearing a T-shirt afterwards.
All right. I'm not putting pants on for that, though. If you're at home,
Okay,
you don't
just be
say
sure you
that.
don't stand up
I was
for
going
any
to say,
reason.
we had an issue. Wasn't there like a famous person that was not wearing pants and then got in trouble?
Yes. And
because the camera showed them not wearing pants.
It was something, and it was
much
bad.
more.
It was much more than just minus
Oh,
pants.
yes, it
I'm
was.
just saying.
Why do you have to bring that up? How did I do? Is there any more? Do we have another one?
How about this?
Okay.
At a networking event.
Now, what are those?
You get together and you meet other people in your profession.
I don't like
You've never met anybody else in your
I've
profession.
been here 27 years. I don't need to go anywhere.
At a networking event, you'd like to drink, but you also want to be able to shake hands.
Drink and shake hands, okay?
You should hold the item in the hand you don't shake with.
So hold the item in your left hand.
So your hand-shaking hand isn't wet and clammy.
What if someone sneezes on their hands or wipes their nose like in the last question?
B, put your drink down on a table. Then shake hands.
I don't want to put my drink down on a table to get one of those circles. I'm very aware of that kind of thing. I don't want to leave a mess.
Bump elbows instead of shaking hands.
That's COVID. I don't do that.
Skip the drink. You won't have to worry about awkward hand bump.
Definitely not skip the drink. I'm having a drink.
I think it's hold it in your other hand.
Hold it in your other hand.
What do you think?
Well, I'm having a drink.
Hold the item in the hand you don't shake with. So hold the drink in your left hand and shake with your right.
When it comes to drinking, I can answer
You
these
got
questions.
the drink question down pat.
Got it.
Final question, Gatos.
All right. This is etiquette
Ready?
at work. Yes.
I'm walking into this one. You know this, right?
I don't know. I don't see the questions.
A colleague has a body odor problem.
Oh, I love these questions.
The best response is A,
you stink.
Find a discreet way to tell that person about their problem without directly involving others.
Discreetly try and figure it out. Okay.
B, report it to HR.
Okay.
3, Tell your manager, so the manager can address it. Or D, you shouldn't say anything. You don't know what's going on in their private life.
Now, is there an E?
There is no E.
I can say, listen, buddy, you stink.
Well, I think that's fine, a discreet way to tell them that the problem without involving others.
Listen, I'm someone.
You're talking to them directly.
I am a direct human being. I don't need to ask HR or manager to address something like that. I feel like I can go up and say, Becky Lynn,
Let's leave me out of it, please.
Let's leave me out of it.
Time for a shower.
We have a bulletproof glass window between us.
We have double pane.
You have no idea.
Yeah.
I think you could say, Becky Lynn, listen, we've been friends
looks like she smells lovely.
a long time. But I got to tell you, there's some BO going on over there.
By the way, correct answer?
What?
Find a discreet way to tell them
way.
without involving others.
Right.
Gato's got one right.
But his discreet way is to walk up in front of them with a can of air freshener.
There is that.
And just start spraying it all around them.
Hey, coming up in less than 15 minutes now, 5:30 on the dot, Governor Hobbs is going to be joining us live in studio. She is in the green room as we speak. Talk to the governor is coming up real quick.
You think she's had to go to a worker at the governor's mansion thingy and say, listen, you got some BO going on.
We have a governor's mansion?
You know, like no, not, you know what I mean? Like the place she works and all that. I know we don't have a governor's mansion.
The place she works?
Yeah, downtown.
Yeah.
Like the governor's place in the Capitol.
Okay, let's go with that.
You think she's ever had to say to the legislature, you know what?
Oh, especially the legislators?
You kind of reek right now.
You need a shower.
Tough thing to tell someone.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, quick shout out to everyone listening in Avondale. Avondalians, thank you guys so much for listening. Shout out to everyone out there in the West Valley. Avondale, it's your turn. All right, up next. Can money buy happiness? You've heard that before, right? Well, there's some new numbers out there that say apparently you can't. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, I want you to start planning for 2026, okay? Here's how you start planning for 2026. Maybe you're looking forward to the new year. Maybe you're looking forward to a new you. How about a newly painted home? Call the Arizona Painting Company. I want you to plan ahead for January and save. Here's what they've got for you. The Arizona Painting Company, when you mention Gatos, they have a January special coming up. All right? You get on the phone, you call before January, you get locked into 20% off. Get your home painted in January, receive 20% off when you mention Gatos. So, buy now, paint later. It's going to be super easy. They do the outside couple days, inside couple days, whichever one you want, both. I know the holidays are busy. January's right around the corner. If a fresh start is on your list of things to do in 2025, all you have to do is text the word paint to 620-620 and hire the Arizona Painting Company.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:18. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. 2 Arizona legislators have proposed bills in their respective chambers to fund a state corrections oversight agency. State Representative Walt Blackman and State Senator Shauna Bollock are asking for $1.5 million to fund what would be an independent third-party agency. Its creation was actually signed into law last session, but it didn't include any funding. Governor Hobbs said this week she's open to talking about the funding as part of budget negotiations, but wouldn't commit to it. Governor Hobbs exclusively will join Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos at 5:30, 15 minutes from now, more or less. How is Arizona wrapping up the year? We'll get her report card live in studio, and you can watch it all on our YouTube channel, listen in your car, or on your app. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Looking at traffic for us now, here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Sun City crash on the right-hand shoulder, US 60 Grand Avenue, northbound near 108th Avenue. A look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash involving a pedestrian on 24th Avenue and Garden Lane. Phoenix with a crash on 91st Avenue and Thomas Road. And Goodyear, we still have cleanup on that vehicle extraction on Cotton Lane and McDowell Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News, now back with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Appreciate it, Enrique. Thank you very much. Reminder, we are 10 minutes away from Governor Hobbs joining us live in studio. Talk to the governor is coming up. You've always heard the term, right? Like money can't buy happiness, you know? You know who came up with that, right?
The Beatles. I think it was poor people. But I think there is an argument.
Oh, Beatles Can't Buy Me Love.
Yeah.
My bad.
Can money buy happiness? And there's an argument. Apparently, it can't. Let me give you an example. The average ordinary American today is enjoying a living standard that would have made kings blush over history. We live in homes, air conditioned to our ideal temperature in any season. We drive cars with 300 horsepowers, right? We carry these little rectangles everywhere that offer instant access to every loved one, book, song, fact, whatever. We inhale gases that take the pain out of surgery. We replace worn-out hips with titanium ones. We glide 40,000 feet above the earth in pressurized aluminum tubes. And we eat ground beef wrapped in tacos made of Doritos. We are living like kings. But we just don't feel like it. Since 1996, the American median household income has risen 26%. Since 96. 20 years. It's up 26%. The problem is people don't feel like that. Is the argument that we, maybe as a human race, maybe it's not uniquely American, we're not focused on what we have. We're focused on what somebody else has that we don't. Is it a keeping up with the Joneses all the time? Is it not what you have, it's what you don't have? And the reason you don't have it is because of, here's all the reasons.
I think you said a lot there.
Sorry.
No. It gives me a lot to think about. I'll give you a quick two-parter. First part of what you said, it sounds like it's like we're lucky to be living in this day and age.
It's a pretty amazing time to be alive.
Yeah, and for me, it always goes back to television. So, Little House on the Prairie, when you watch the replays of that.
That was a tough life.
Man, that was tough.
Yeah.
I mean, it was brutal.
Don't sign me up for that.
I don't want to be on a farm.
They did not have air conditioning that I
They
know.
didn't have a toilet in the. I mean, maybe Harriet Olsen had the water place.
Harriet Olsen.
In her house, she had a, what was it called? A water room? No, it was called the
water closet.
Water closet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, times were brutal back then. That was 1870, 1880.
Wait a minute. Think about the lives that our parents grew up in. Things were a little more difficult then.
Right.
I mean, there were different challenges.
Right. So part of what you said was technology. It's like, yeah, we're flying from one place to the other.
Yeah.
We're doing it very quickly. We've got medicine. All that stuff. Hey, when I'm a little cold, click the air on from your phone or click the heat on from your phone. So yeah, technology-wise, we're living better than anybody. The other part of it is, are we upset because we're on Facebook or social media and that person keeps going and having a Hawaiian vacation? It's ticking me off.
And you're not in Hawaii.
Yeah.
They're calling it the vibe session in the sense of it's not that you're doing poorly. It's that your vibe is you could be doing better, because other people are doing better.
I try not to look what other people are doing because I don't care what other people are doing. Someone's always going to have a bigger house than you. Someone's always going to have a better vacation than you. Just move on, get past it.
Realize.
Try and have some happiness in life.
Hear, hear.
That's Gatos for you. I'm out.
Well, that's words to live by from the wise Gatos. Coming up next, Governor Hobbs. Has she frustrated her Democratic base? We're going to be talking directly to the governor. She joins us in studio. Mere moments away, 6 minutes to be exact, right here on Outspoken.
Pay tribute to a teacher, presented by Your Valley Toyota dealers. We want to lift up amazing Arizona teachers. So tell us about an outstanding teacher worthy of a $2,500 check by texting teacher to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
You know what? Who couldn't use a little extra cash this time of year? And you might be sitting on a gold mine, literally and figuratively. Listen, I was over at Oliver Smith Jeweler the other day, talking to Oliver about the price of gold. It's literally hit an all-time high. It's not an exaggeration, nearly $4,000 an ounce. And those old gold jewelry you have, maybe you inherited it. Maybe you bought it a long time ago. It was the style for now then, but it's nothing you'd wear today.
Well, you could be sitting on a gold mine. You have made money on gold. You just didn't realize it. You could turn that old gold jewelry, the unwanted stuff, into cash. And you could do it today at Oliver Smith Jeweler. And they make it easy. Remember, they've been doing this for over 40 years. They're not fly-by-night. Oliver's got his name on the front of the building. That's right, over 40 years of doing this right here in the Valley. And they're going to be here a long, long time. Their name means something to him. His reputation means something. Heck, Oliver was one of the original appraisers on Antique Roadshow. Yeah. He's been doing it a while, like I said. You can get your gold jewelry appraised. You could take a check on the spot, or maybe you could trade it in for something in the store, something that you'd wear, something you could use, something you could give as a gift this Christmas, right? Check them out. 2 Valley locations. There's the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall, right inside the mall, or the flagship store at Scottsdale Gainey Ranch. And always online. Go to oliversmithjeweler.com.
Protecting your estate with a living trust is the biggest holiday gift you can give to the people you care about. In the spirit of giving this holiday season, RJP Estate Planning is offering 65% off on a living trust. If you don't have a living trust when you pass away, it could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees if all of your assets get tied up in Arizona probate court. And the people you love, who will be grieving when you're gone, could end up waiting a year or longer to get their inheritance. Even if you have a will, your estate could end up in probate court. But you could avoid this by getting a living trust from RJP Estate Planning. And you can save 65% if you're 60 or over.
For your 65% savings on a living trust, call 480-896-9597 by December 18th. That's 480-896-9597. 480-896-9597.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta with some big news for you. If you missed the holiday kickoff, don't worry. Earnhardt Buick GMC is keeping their savings going. We're talking favorites like the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 for up to $13,000 off MSRP, and the all-electric 2025 Hummer SUV and pickups. Get yours for up to $18,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR financing. And folks, that's just the start. Even the sleek 2025 Buick Enclave SUV is yours with a savings of up to $9,000 off MSRP. You want it? Earnhardt has it all, priced to move right now. Check them out in Mesa, right off the 60 at Superstition Springs Boulevard, or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 1/2/26.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Choose hope for children in foster care through Child Crisis Arizona. Together, we can assure all children are safe. The qualifying foster care tax credit is one way you can help. Contribute up to $618 individually or $1,234 jointly to Child Crisis Arizona and receive a $1 tax credit. Your gift provides hope and a brighter future to children in foster care. Visit childcrisisaz.org. That's childcrisisaz.org.
I love Moving Team 6. Let's talk with JT about the mission of Moving Team 6. In your mind, when your family sits down, what mission do you tell your employees that they're going on?
The mission is to take care of the customer. I want to be nice to people. I want to take care of people. And that's the big thing I look at. We get people calling us all the time. Hey, can you help us? No problem. I never say no. Whatever we got to do, because I feel like that's our duty.
You hire veterans specifically to make sure that they know that they're loved and that they have a job if they want one. Can you talk about your dedication first to hiring veterans and what your mindset is behind it?
At the end of the day, it's not about moving. It's not about anything else. It's about taking care of our military and our veterans and just giving back. And that's the biggest key.
What message do you send your teams when they go out into the field and they represent your company? The number one thing I tell my guys when they go out is care. That is the number one thing. Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website. MovingTeam6.com.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Talk to the governor now.
That's right. Joining us live in studio, Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs, with our exclusive interview that we have with her every couple weeks. Governor Hobbs, appreciate you making time for us today, and Merry Christmas ahead of time.
You too.
All right.
All right, so last night, President Trump had a year-end speech to the nation, and it was kind of like a year in review. Why don't we do the year in review here in Arizona with the governor of Arizona? Okay, so why don't we start with, what do you think your best accomplishment was this year?
Well,
biggest or best?
Well, we made a lot of progress this legislative session. I think especially when you look at the expectations going into session, there were more Republicans, and we worked together and got a lot of things done. The groundwater legislation that will help us build more housing and save tons of water, the most significant groundwater legislation since the Groundwater Management Act of 1980. We kept a homegrown company in Scottsdale instead of moving their 5,000 jobs to Texas or Florida. Those are just to name a few. We're absolutely making progress. We just announced new jobs numbers for the state. We are 8th in the nation for job growth, for private sector job growth. That is huge. We're one of a few states that is expanding right now, given the uncertainties of the economy. Our inflation is less than half of the country's as a whole, and we're even seeing declines in housing. I know there's more to do. I know a lot of Arizonans aren't feeling that. And so I'm going to fight to pass the middle class tax cut package that I introduced, or that I announced earlier this month, and work across the aisle to lower costs and continue to create jobs and grow the economy.
You mentioned jobs there and the new numbers. Where are those jobs coming from? Is this the tech sector? Is this the TSMC effect?
We're seeing a lot of job growth in mining, in healthcare. Those are the top two, really.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Year-end review with Governor Katie Hobbs. Trump did it last night. We're kind of doing our little version. You went over some big accomplishments. What's something you think I swung and missed? I'd like to have another shot at it.
Well, I think that I came into office facing a lot of challenges that had been really kicked down the road for a long time. Water is a perfect example of that. We made a big step forward with the ag to urban legislation that I just mentioned, but we still have to do more on rural groundwater. And I'm going to continue fighting for that. Rural communities are depending on that. Housing is not a simple fix or an overnight fix. We need to do more to bring housing costs down for Arizonans. So we've made progress. There's more to do.
I'm going to expose myself as a water nerd.
Okay.
Because I think it is one of the biggest things facing this state moving forward. And our ability to grow is a consistent, reliable source of water in the future. There are certainly concerns.
Yes.
Ag takes up a huge amount of water, and we just recently saw this fight against one of these data centers with water and electricity being a big issue.
Yeah.
How can we grow? And we're one of the largest states when it comes to these data centers. How can we keep having these things pop up, knowing they suck a ton of water, but they don't necessarily bring jobs? It's a big empty building.
Yeah.
Is that fair to say?
I mean, it is, and as long as people rely on the technology, data centers are just they're necessary, and so that's part of the reason that I announced the Arizona Energy Promise Task Force, really trying to strategize around these large load users of energy. And energy really is, to me, when it comes to specifically data centers, a bigger concern than the water.
Okay. Because people's injury rates are going up.
Right. And that doesn't mean water's not a concern. I think we deal with the water concerns and balancing growth with those concerns by acknowledging the problems head on. There's a lot of, kicking down the road. I mean, when I first came to office, I released a groundwater report of the West Valley that showed there was a lack of the 100-year assured water supply. I'm going to fight to protect that. That assured water supply program ensures that people can make an investment here and know that investment is going to be sound for generations to come. And we don't want to weaken that. But we have to find ways to bring other sources of water into these communities. We did that. We did rulemaking to create the alternative I'm sorry, I'm getting way in the weeds. But so we've worked to address that. There's more to do. But I am committed to acknowledging the problems head on so that we can come up with solutions to address them. And we're going to continue to do that.
Yes, ma'am.
Governor Katie Hobbs is joining us in studio. Governor, were you too soft on the state's private school voucher program? You went from seeking to end it to now let's put some guardrails. Why the shift from beginning of year to now?
Look, I think that this is, when I came into office, I knew that this was going to be a really big expense and that there were no safeguards put in place. I took the position that we should repeal the universal expansion. It was clear that the Republicans in the legislature weren't going to budge on that. It is also clear that we need some form of reform there. And this is a popular program enjoyed by a lot of Arizonans. However, I think most Arizonans who read the reporting, see the reporting, don't think that our tax dollars should be spent on just the waste, the fraud, the abuse that we're seeing, and they want some guardrails. And I'm going to continue to fight for those guardrails so that we can bring the expenses in line with the budget challenges that we're facing this year.
Doing a year-end wrap-up with Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs. Trump kind of did it last night. We're doing our own version. When Trump grades the economy, he says A+++++, and we all know that's ridiculous. Grade Arizona's economy. Is there a grade that you can give?
Well, I think that's a hard question because we're making progress. I just talked about the numbers that we released earlier this week, but I know that Arizonans aren't necessarily feeling like the economy's great. They're going to the grocery store and they're still paying more. That's a direct result of the trade war that the president has engaged us in. And he can go on TV all he wants and say, people are paying less, but people go to the grocery store and they know they're not paying less. And so, him saying A++++ means nothing. I think people are going to grade it by what they're feeling in their pocketbooks. And I know that we need to do more to lower costs. I'm going to fight to pass the middle class tax cut package that I announced and do more to lower costs for Arizonans.
We're live in studio with Governor Hobbs, our bi-weekly or bi-monthly? I honestly don't know which one it is.
Every
it's
2
every
weeks,
other
but
week.
it's real simple, yeah.
Really simple. Talk to the
semi-monthly,
governor.
bi-weekly.
Semi-monthly.
There you
Okay, there you go. Another issue that continues to be a concern to a lot of folks is what's going on with DCS.
Yeah.
And, I know it happened on your watch. We've talked a lot about what the changes are. There's been reports and whatnot, but the concern still exists. How do you explain moving forward how DCS will be better?
So a lot of the changes that the director is working to put in place, they're in progress right now. I don't know that we'll see immediate results from that, but I know that she is focused on implementing a lot of the changes that can be made at the agency level. And we are working with lawmakers on legislative changes that need to happen to ensure that the agency is best equipped to protect the children that need its protection.
So in 2020, and Bruce is alluding to the fact that we had 3 kids tortured and murdered in Arizona. DCS dropped the ball. If you don't see the improvements that you want, are you going to fire the head of DCS next year?
Look, I don't think it's helpful to have that conversation right now. And I think that, I support the director and the changes that she is looking to make. And I think in these cases, there's not one person to point to and say they did something wrong, they're going to be held accountable. There's systemic changes that need to happen. We're making those changes.
Governor Hobbs in studio with us. Last one this year. Joins us every 2 weeks. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. All right, the red pen, the veto pen.
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
yes.
so how do you feel about this? Because, you hold an Arizona veto record. I think your supporters love it because, you're vetoing bills that maybe some independents, some folks on the left think are way out of control. Are you proud of the veto record? How do you handle something like that? Because, you want to work with the legislature. Sometimes they want to work with you. How do you settle into, well, I own the record and I'm going to probably do a lot more next year?
Look, I do own the record, and I came into office saying, look, I'm going to be the backstop when I need to, and I'm going to protect Arizonans' rights. I'm going to not stand for things that try to take away our rights to vote, that attack reproductive freedom, that are not solving problems. And I've done that. But I'm also really proud of the fact that I've signed a lot more bills into law than I vetoed, and that I have worked really hard across the aisle to get some really big things done. And, I mentioned the bills earlier, the Ag to Urban bill, the Axon bill. I didn't mention, but the Diamondbacks bill that is keeping the Diamondbacks in Phoenix, supporting a lot of small businesses. Those got to my desk because we worked really hard to make them happen. And those are often harder fights than just the vetoes, but they're more meaningful and more impactful. And I'm really proud of that. And I'm going to continue to work across the aisle to do what's right for Arizonans.
Governor Hobbs in studio with us again. Appreciate your time and being gracious with us. I do have a question. When you ran for governor originally and were elected, you're now 3 years into it, I guess we'd say. What's been the biggest surprise? What's the thing that you didn't know about being governor?
Every day I have an opportunity to impact people's lives. And I think everyone thinks about government and the legislative session. And there's a lot of, fights and whatever during the legislative session. But there's a lot I can do outside of the legislature. Recently, I mentioned the energy task force that we created. I have never heard so many people so excited about a government task force as our energy task force. And we are focused on planning and strategizing for continued economic growth into the future. And we've got conservation partners, utility partners, the ability to convene people and bring people to the table to work on solutions is a really powerful thing. And people get excited about being involved in that.
Who do you want to run against? Biggs, Karen Taylor Robeson, or Schweikert? Who's your choice?
We had some new polling come out that shows Biggs is kind of running away with it, at least in one poll.
In the primary?
Yes, okay. In the Republican primary.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Look, I'll tell you what, I don't see a difference between any of them.
Really?
This primary right now is kind of a race to the bottom. All three of the Republicans are focused on cheerleading Trump's tariffs, the Medicaid cuts, and all the other cuts in the Washington budget. And I'm going to spend the next 8 months while they're fighting it out focused on Arizonans and what is most important to Arizonans: lowering costs, securing the border, protecting our water, continuing to create good jobs. And I will happily put that record against whoever comes out of the primary.
You consider yourself a Democrat. You are a Democrat. But during an election, do you see yourself also moving towards the middle, especially in Arizona, a lot of purple?
I think the way to solve the biggest challenges that we're facing is to work with anyone who wants to come to the table and solve those problems. And if that, and I can do that without compromising my values. My values are focused on what's right for Arizona. I'm an Arizonan before I'm a Democrat.
So when you go, are you going to be on the campaign trail for all of 2026? Are you going to go to every part of Arizona? Is that how this whole thing works?
Absolutely.
So every day, or like how does that schedule work?
I mean, I'm all over the state already as governor. I'm going to keep doing that, and
even Tucson.
Absolutely.
Do you have to go to Tucson?
Here you go. Take it easy on Tucson.
Do not not make me pick favorites.
He is besmirching Tucson.
I just now, I'm not a fan. You don't care if you lose Tucson.
Well,
right?
no, I have to win Tucson, and I love Tucson. And I had a kickoff in Tucson before Phoenix, and I had my holiday party in Tucson before Phoenix. So just Tucson.
All right.
Show them love.
See?
But I will tell you, I was at the Territorial Cup game in my ASU gold.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I ran into President Garamella, and I got a little bit in trouble.
Okay.
Oh, what happened?
I mean, we took a picture together.
Oh, okay.
But,
All right.
Yeah, I got busted.
Yeah. All right. Governor Hobbs, thank you so much. Again, I hope you have a wonderful Christmas, a great holiday, and we really appreciate you coming in and sitting here and answering questions.
Thank you. Happy holidays, everyone.
Merry Christmas, Governor.
That's Governor Katie Hobbs, our Talk to the Governor segment. Tell you what, we're going to continue that conversation. We're going to do it here. It's coming up next.
Because after she leaves,
right, then we really talk about her once she leaves the room.
If she's not here, we can say whatever we want.
It's a lot easier
to
do. It's coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
I'm Enrique Garcia, now for a check on traffic from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, I-10 Maricopa Freeway, eastbound near Chandler Boulevard. A look into our surface streets, Glendale with a crash on 51st Avenue and Peoria Avenue. This report is brought to you by Beatitudes. See the campus shine as you walk through festive walkways and enjoy seasonal bits on Saturday, December 20th. For more information, text RSVP to 620-620. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Capted Pagel, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
I'm LaDonna Harvey, and we have our Friday visit with political analyst Chuck Todd. He'll join us to talk about the president's social media reaction to the murders of Rob Reiner and his wife. Tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News.
Again, appreciate having the governor in studio with us. Real quick, we want to update you. Some breaking news. Police believe they have found a car of interest in the Brown University and possibly the MIT professor shootings of last week. And there's a lot of police activity. They're in Salem, New Hampshire, and they've located a car that they have in some way, shape, or form linked to one or both of the shootings.
Yeah, and I think many of you, unless you've been under a rock, you know what happened at Brown.
Right.
But I think a lot of you are like, well, what happened at MIT?
Yeah, what about MIT? Yeah.
And so let's unpack that just for a second, because we know on Saturday, Brown University school shooting.
Mm-hmm. 2 people killed, 9 injured.
On Monday, an MIT professor was murdered inside of his own home.
And MIT is about 50-something miles away from Brown University.
Yeah. And so I guess the FBI and police are saying they might go hand in hand here.
There might be a connection. And again, as we speak right now, there is police activity in Salem, New Hampshire, where they believe they found a car that matches some description that's tied to this.
Well, they just don't have a lot to go on. And, we didn't usually if there's a school shooting, I mean, even if you're wearing a mask or something like that, there's some sort of picture or somebody knows something. But I guess they think that these 2 shootings are tied together. And the thing that scares me is this guy's got a list. Where's he going next?
Yeah.
Because if it's the same person, he knew he was going to Brown, and if he got away with it, which he did for now, he knew he was going to MIT. I don't think that he's doing this on a whim. So I think he's got a hit list. Where are you going next? Because we don't know who he is.
There's that.
And that's a scary thing.
That's why you got to find him right away.
You better find him right away.
So Governor Hobbs was just in studio with us.
Yeah.
We gave her a chance to kind of do her end of the year wrap up, state of the state, whatever you want to call it, similar to what Trump did last night. Her take on where the state of Arizona is. Listen, I don't expect that I would ever get from any politician, it's gone to hell in a handbasket, for goodness sakes. You're never going to get that.
You could get tough times.
Right.
They won't be.
Right.
That's right.
They're always going to.
No one's going to say, hey,
they're grading on a curve.
How's the economy? F.
It's like the Russian judge in the Olympics. It's a 10. Everything's a 10. What are you talking about? It's the most amazing thing I've ever seen. But I will tell you this. I think that the difference you can make between Governor Hobbs talking about the economy and Trump is she acknowledges that not everybody is doing well.
Yeah, she acknowledges grocery prices. She talks to people. My guess, she probably does her own grocery shopping. That's just my guess. And so, you're not living in a bubble and you're not lying every day. Trump's lying every day on the economy. We all know it. You could be a MAGA, hard MAGA dude or lady. The economy's not great. Okay, so the governor acknowledged things aren't perfect.
Some people struggling in this economy.
She did blame Trump on the tariffs, and I think that the part of that is right.
There's some validity to that. Some of it is economic cycles, some of it's global stuff, no doubt.
Right.
But tariffs are certainly a part of it.
Correct.
Trade wars, unnecessary trade wars.
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think the Supreme Court next year is supposed to decide on if the tariffs can continue.
They've already heard the arguments, and the ruling will be on can the president arbitrarily impose tariffs, or is that the job of Congress?
And my guess is he's going to lose.
Which might be the best thing that ever happened to him.
Correct.
Now, he won't take the win. Don't get me wrong.
No, he'll be upset.
He'll be upset by it, but it could be the best thing that ever happened to him if they get rid of the tariffs and suddenly the economy booms.
But we'll see. What else did you take from the governor?
Listen, she's running for re-election. I get it. I think there's a lot of really measured words as she's moving forward with that. I think she thinks she can run strictly on her record. And I don't know if that's true in this day and age. I don't know if the average voter thinks that Governor Hobbs has specifically done things to make their lives better, because that's what they care about, right?
I think a lot of people are thinking, did she keep Arizona from passing a lot of bad laws?
Okay.
And the answer is probably yes.
Yeah.
But again, that's not creating something
right It's avoiding something else.
Yeah.
We've got a check of the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn will do that for us. Then coming up next, what do you do if you live next to Clark W. Griswold in Christmas Vacation and you are blinded by his Christmas lights? We have a real-life example. We're talking about it next, Outspoken, on KTAR.
Aquazona Kinetico, the world's most efficient softener. Hey, many of you are thinking about some home improvement projects. Many of you are thinking, hey, maybe those plans should include Aquazona Kinetico. Totally agree. Totally agree. This is the best thing I've ever put in my house. If you're new to Arizona, welcome. If you're new to Arizona, you know there's something wrong with the water. You can taste the chlorine in it. You can see that the water isn't clean. You can feel that the water isn't clean when you take a shower. So I'll give you a little insight. We've got terrible water in Arizona, and Aquazona Kinetico knows it. They've got the best water people on the job, and they've been here for 55 years. So if you call Aquazona Kinetico today, you can ask them about trials. Try one out. You can rent one. See if you like the Kinetico. See if you can feel the difference. You will. You'll be able to. All you have to do is call 602-910-6570. 602-910-6570 or visit aquazona.com.
Whether picking up a prescription, getting help navigating the healthcare system, or checking in at home, CVS Health is there to make care easier and more connected. Our future is brighter together. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
This is an announcement to all United States vehicle owners who own a 2003 or newer vehicle with a manufacturer's warranty about to expire, or no warranty coverage at all. With a struggling economy and the cost of living on the rise, Endurance is now offering an affordable, low-cost vehicle coverage plan to the general public. As of today, you could be one of millions of drivers that now may qualify to have your vehicle protected under this coverage and have all future covered auto repairs paid directly to the repair shop for you. You pick your plan. You pick your deductible. You even pick the repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental coverage is included. Get your vehicle protected now and save your wallet from costly vehicle repairs. A toll-free number has been established for you to call for your free 5-minute quote and to see if you qualify. The number to call is 800-291-0198. 800-291-0198. Again, that's 800-291-0198.
Pain has a way of stealing moments that matter most, especially during the holidays. And it's not just your knees, back, or shoulder. It's time with family and friends. But in 2026, that could all change when your body remembers how to heal. It just needs a little help finding its way back. QC Kinetics here in Phoenix believes relief doesn't have to come from surgery or pain pills. They use your body's own natural healing abilities to repair and restore, helping you move, live, and feel like yourself again. It's your body's comeback story, powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. No surgery, no pain pills, no long recovery. QC Kinetics delivers long-term relief. Make the new year your turning point. Schedule your free consultation today. Now's a great time to use your HSA and FSA for treatments. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Yeah, these politicians are driving me nuts.
So that's what's doing it.
What?
Stop scrolling, man. We're here for some Christmas cheer.
Hey, you know what's on my Christmas list? I'd like one Republican who isn't a sellout.
Okay, Merry Christmas. That's David Schweikert.
Schweikert?
Scottsdale congressman, hardcore conservative, running for governor.
Oh, sure, Schweikert. That guy's a fighter. Helped write and deliver Trump's tax cuts, right?
Bingo! Schweikert stood strong with Trump, and Schweikert's totally uncompromising on illegal immigration. 100%.
Hey, you know, Schweikert must be solid because the libs have been attacking him like forever. They spent millions smearing the guy, and Schweikert wins anyway.
Plus, I'm pretty sure Schweikert knows Die Hard is a Christmas movie.
Well, that settles it. I'm going with David Schweikert for governor, a real conservative.
Paid for by Wynn, Arizona, with 0% from out-of-state contributors. Not authorized by a candidate.
Hey, it's Brewmed. I'm with Dan from Creative Environments, Design, Pool, Spa, and Landscape. What can people expect when they work with Creative Environments?
We have a very sophisticated system and process and standards that we have documented over the years that put us to where we're at today. One of the most award-winning companies in the nation and recognized by some of the biggest leaders in the building industry.
Go to creativeenvironments.com. That's creativeenvironments.com.
Pay tribute to a teacher, presented by Your Valley Toyota dealers. We want to lift up amazing Arizona teachers. So tell us about an outstanding teacher worthy of a $2,500 check by texting teacher to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Javier Soto. When something's happening in your community, ABC 15 is here to listen, to lift up your voice and get you the answers you deserve. Join me and Faye Fredericks weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR News now.
It's 6 o'clock. Good evening. I'm Becky Lynn. New tonight, if you're seeing some smoke in the sky here in the Valley, the Phoenix Fire Department is working a junkyard fire near 23rd Avenue and Broadway Road. Lots of first responders on the scene in that area, and KTAR is working to learn more about this incident.
A KTAR News exclusive.
Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs looking back on her leadership of the state in 2025, and she exclusively tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos the state saw success this year through groundwater legislation that turned farmland to housing, saying she reached across the aisle to do that.
But we still have to do more on rural groundwater, and I'm going to continue fighting for that. Rural communities are depending on that.
She also touted the fact that Arizona's economy is generally outpacing the nation's, although she says many Arizonans may not be feeling that. Looking ahead, Hobbs says one major goal for next year is to pass tax cuts for middle-class Arizonans. Catch that full conversation on the KTAR YouTube channel. Providence police are expected to hold a news conference tonight on the latest in the Brown University shooting, and they may release the suspect's name or arrest details. ABC's Matt Rivers has more.
In a stunning development, authorities now investigating a possible connection between the deadly mass shooting at Brown University and the killing of an MIT professor of nuclear science. Sources telling ABC News over the last 24 hours, detectives on both cases have been comparing notes, saying that they've discovered a potential link. Sources telling ABC News they have identified a possible suspect in connection with the Brown University shooting and have issued a warrant for their arrest.
Over the weekend, there were several tragic events that occurred, from the mass shooting at Brown University and the terror attack in Australia to the murder of Rob Reiner and his wife, possibly causing more stress and anxiety within people. Brad Garrett, ABC News crime and terrorism analyst, tells Arizona's Morning News how to help cope with all the extra tension.
Basically, you have to figure out ways to slow yourself down. Say my life is okay. It's basically safe. And if you need to stay off social media and you need to watch the news less, then you should do that.
He says he personally looks at each of these events as a puzzle to solve in order to cope. Proposed legislation for next session is asking for $1.5 million to fund a state prison oversight agency. KTAR's Heidi Hummel joins us now live from the News Center to explain.
State Rep Walt Blackman says Governor Katie Hobbs signed a bill last session to form the Independent Review Oversight Agency, but it didn't include any funding.
Our correction system needs a lot of work. There's a lot of issues that we both are aware of. There were 2 more deaths this past week.
Blackman says he'd like the agency to look at the rise in inmate deaths, health programs, and staffing needs. Earlier this week, Hobbs said she's open to talking about the funding as part of budget negotiations, but wouldn't commit to it. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
AAA projecting another record-breaking travel holiday, with more than 120 million people expected to spend the holidays 50 miles or more away from home this year. ABC News transportation reporter Clara McMichael tells Arizona's Morning News when you should hit the road.
Flying, of course, morning flights. We prefer those because those delays do tend to stack up throughout the day. And on the road, you just want to beat that rush. If you can't leave early, you might want to leave late.
She says to avoid hiccups at the airport, download your airline's app and be patient with your fellow travelers. On Wall Street today, the Dow was up by 65 points and closed out the day at 47,951. The S&P was up by 53 and the NASDAQ jumped 313. For more money news, you can visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. Taking a look now at the road home for you. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. A lot has changed. Let's get to it. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, Loop 202, Red Mountain Freeway westbound near 24th Street. Buckeye with a crash blocking the left-hand lanes. I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound near Perryville Road. Chandler with a crash on the exit ramp. Loop 101 Price Freeway northbound near Elliott Road. Phoenix with a crash on the right shoulder. I-10 Maricopa Freeway eastbound near Chandler Boulevard. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight's low temp right around 51, and then back to the 80s starting tomorrow. 80 on Friday and Saturday, and Sunday we could get up to 81 degrees. Right now in Chandler it's 68. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You're acting strange today.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Well, first of all, I'm not acting.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Final hour number 3.
Yes! Hour number 3. Best of the hours.
Man, do we have a show for you tomorrow.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my gosh. This is my favorite show of the whole year.
Is it really?
Oh, yeah.
I thought your birthday was your favorite show of the whole year.
Well, I like to acknowledge myself on my birthday and have all of you acknowledge me as well.
Yes, there is that.
But, we'll have our end-of-the-year show.
Yeah.
It's kind of more of a variety show. We're going to have live performances in studio.
We'll have the Outspoken Christmas Choir.
Also, Diane Michelle comes in for the last decade, or she's from my church.
From your church, right?
CCV. She comes in every year and sings "Oh Holy Night."
Does a fantastic
job. Got another song for us too.
Voice of an Angel.
So it's true. We've got live performances. We're going to give you Christmas gifts.
Yep, there's going to be presents involved.
We're going to make you earn it.
You got to work for a little bit of presents, yeah.
By going Christmas caroling with us. And if you don't know what we're talking about, by the way, just I've done that since 2006. So it's almost. I won't do the math, but goodness gracious.
That's a long
time.
Yeah.
So that's a lot of fun. We're going to, we'll have a lot of fun tomorrow.
To say the least.
Yes.
Speaking of Christmas, Gatos, you are known around the valley as the Clark W. Griswold of your neighborhood. You speak about decorating your house. You plan about decorating your house.
And
there's something called a soft launch.
I have the scars to show it.
You have scratches on your arms from when you're hanging lights in trees with things that scratch you. You show us that very proudly.
Oh, yeah.
And I've seen the pictures. You have...
It's incredible.
There's a lot going on.
Yeah, all our neighbors do it, so we do it all together.
Right. But whose house is the best of your neighbors?
Mine.
Of course. I'm going to make sure we got it. So why is it that we have yet another story of a Grinch HOA? This one's in Texas, San Antonio, to be specific, in which a family used National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation as the theme of their decoration. And by the way, nailed it.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks a lot like Clark W. Griswold's house.
I mean, these people were stapling lights to the, to their roof. I mean, and I'm not doing that. I'm not even going near that.
They've got the full-blown thing.
Yeah.
And the HOA is threatening to fine them $2,500 because it's too bright.
Here's the crux of the story.
A San Antonio family is at odds with their HOA after receiving a violation over their Christmas lights display. The HOA is contending the lights are too bright.
The homeowners say the violation infringes on the religious rights protected by the Texas Property Code.
So they went out and got a lawyer and said, hey, figure out how we can keep the lights up.
We got to keep, by the way, we spent a lot of money and time putting all this stuff up.
So they got a lawyer and they're going down the religious road and all that kind of stuff. All right, let's throw the question out there.
I'm ready.
Is there a chance their lights are too bright?
No.
How are we grading this?
I was going to say, what curve are we grading this on?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, if you go down the street at this house,
you have to put sunglasses on to drive past it?
Is the other house decorated? But What? Like, is there some gizmo that you
I was
you
going to
have?
say, can you dim the lights?
No.
You plug them in, and the lights are what the lights are.
Yeah. Are they twinkling and giving people seizures? I don't know.
I think the head of the HOA is Todd and Margot from Christmas Vacation. The next door neighbors were complaining about the brightness.
The gal from Seinfeld.
Yeah, Julie Louis-Dreyfus she was Margot of the two of them. Yes.
I like when she took the squirrel right in the chest.
Why's the carpet wet, Todd? I don't know, Margot.
So somebody complained. Wait.
Todd and Margot complained.
Are you saying that somebody in the neighborhood complained, or the HOA is taking it upon themselves to complain?
Well, according to them, the HOA has it out for them. And so here's how stupid this is. This neighborhood has a Christmas light competition amongst the houses.
Okay.
They have different categories of competition. One of them is National Lampoon Christmas Vacation category.
Right.
Of which they are entered in.
Yeah.
And they apparently just did too good a job with it. Is that the argument?
I don't know. The argument that the HOA is saying is that the lights are too bright.
That's ridiculous.
I will say this. When I go home and I pull into my neighborhood,
okay.
All right, and the we've got a bunch of the neighborhood in on this.
Yeah.
It's brighter than the sun. When I'm there at night, it's brighter than the sun.
Yes,
I've got to wear sunglasses at night to roll up the hill. Okay? So bright is good.
Captain Dan, our favorite airline pilot.
Did he see my house?
He doesn't know if it was yours, but he says, people have those little laser thingies. He goes, I can see those from 30,000 feet.
Yeah, those are dangerous.
He goes, I can see them from 30,000 feet. I can see Christmas lights.
I've got about 9 of those things.
By the way, Captain Dan, that was Gatos' house as you were coming in for an approach at Sky Harbor.
So the family is getting fined for the Christmas lights a little bit more.
The HOA even has a decoration contest. And get this, one of the categories is Griswold.
Yes.
Yeah, we just said that. Don't repeat what Bruce is saying.
I didn't say it with nearly that list,
seriously.
by the way.
Oh, gosh. There's a lot of saliva in that man's mouth.
And if you've ever seen the movie Christmas Vacation, you'll know what Griswold and Christmas are all about.
To me, when you think about Griswold, maybe you would think that it's overdone, which mine is not.
Instead of enjoying their Christmas light display, the Gathright family is in a clash with their HOA.
We're being harassed with people coming by, taking pictures, and we are receiving violations and threats of being fined $2,500 for them.
What? $2,500? $2,500?
That's a pretty stiff HOA fine.
$2,500.
Even for San Antonio, Texas.
After putting up their Christmas lights, the Gathright Say Mountain Lodge HOA sent them a violation notice, telling them their Christmas spirit was shining too bright.
Too much spirit.
The glare from their lights.
Too much spirit.
Too much glare, it said.
Too much spirit.
They don't produce glare, that they produce glow.
She's got answers.
But she's right. They produce glow.
They glow. They don't glare. They're Christmas lights.
Is the HOA saying when you pull up on this person's street, it's dangerous? That there's glares, right? These lights are glaring you right in the eye. It's going to blind you. You're going to whack someone.
That's the idea. That's why you put couple thousand lights on your house.
Totally agree.
Ironically, the HOA has a decoration contest with 3 categories. One of them, Griswold, telling residents to light up all of Mountain Lodge.
So on one hand, they're encouraging it, and on the other hand, they're trying to slap me with a $2,500 fine for doing it.
Oh, my gosh.
It's ridiculous.
Oh, my gosh. There's got to be bad blood between the two.
There's a deeper story to this.
Yeah.
Right? There has to be.
Unless other neighbors are getting...
jealous?
No, $2,500,
Yeah, are you finding everybody? But again, they have a competition in the neighborhood.
Right.
For Christmas lights.
And a competition means who can put more lights up and who could be the brightest house on the block.
Who can blind more people.
The Gathrights say this isn't their first class.
What is their name? What's their name?
Their real name?
No, like...
The Gathrights say this is...
The Gathrights? Gathright.
Yeah, or Gathright, as he says it.
Okay.
The Gathrights say this isn't their first...
Like if he was in front of me, I've got spit in the eye.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
The Gathrights say this isn't their first clash with the HOA.
I told you.
The family feels because of previous legal action, they are being targeted.
They've sued the HOA before.
What if the family? What if this family is the real pill? What if the family is the Grinch? And the HOA is innocent.
Well, and is your argument they went over the top on purpose?
Yeah.
You would appreciate them going over the top.
I would certainly appreciate them going
on
over
purpose
the top.
or not.
We've actually had to seek legal counsel and are in the process of filing a lawsuit. And information that I've gotten from my lawyer is that this is intruding on my religious rights.
Texas Senate Bill 581, passed in 2021, protects homeowners' rights to display religious items on their property.
Mm-hmm. Let me just say this.
I'm ready.
What religious item are you putting on your property? You know, when I go and I look
Santa.
at lights.
What chapter of the Bible's he in?
Not in there.
Not in there.
Santa, I love you.
What about reindeer? There's got to be reindeer in there.
No. When you put Rudolph on, your on your lawn, that's not a religious item. Now, some people put the manger, and
that's religious,
and it could light up, or not. It's sometimes they don't let you put a spotlight in front of it. That's a religious item.
I would agree.
Okay,
a cross would be a religious item.
Yeah, but do you put a cross up for Christmas?
I don't think. I'm spitballing here.
And restricts HOAs.
So is this guy.
From restricting location, size, or materials, unless there is a public safety threat.
And they're not intruding on anyone's property.
The Gathrights say they just want to be able to celebrate Christmas together.
I'd also like to go back and reflect on the movie, because in the movie, the Griswold, Clark Griswold, he was the hero. He's the family man who's trying to celebrate Christmas.
Wait a minute. Did she start crying?
I think she pulled a hair out of her nose.
She started crying talking about Clark Griswold.
Yeah, that's good TV.
In Christmas Vacation.
That's good, because we got that audio from a TV station.
I'll tell you what, Chevy Chase would be excited to know that somebody cried watching that movie.
You got to pull out all the stops.
I'm going to come apart at the seams over Christmas. Don't show her Elf. The woman will be a mess.
Don't show her It's a Wonderful Life.
Oh, that's out of the question. Out of the question.
I cry every year.
Hey, quick shout out to everyone listening in Sun Lakes. Where's Sun Lakes, Gatos?
Sun Lakes is near a lake.
There you go. Shout out to all the Sun Lakeans. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Shout out to Sun Lakes.
It's very sunny on the lake as well.
There's a lot of sun there.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, and coming up next, you might have heard about the tragic plane crash in North Carolina with former NASCAR driver Greg Biffle. I've got some stories that you should know about Greg.
You knew him.
I'm not friends. Not trying to put myself in there. But he did have some Arizona ties. And there's more to the man than maybe you know. And I want a chance to tell it. We're going to talk about Greg Biffle. Up next, very outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, right now is the best time to replace your windows. Here's why. You've got the great company in Advanced Window Products. They've got a year-end sale going. $2,500 off when you purchase 10 windows or more. All you do is mention Gatos, and you're good to go. I'm sending you to a local company, a local window and door manufacturing company, and they sell directly to you. This is a family-owned business. They take a lot of pride in making sure they get it right from the very first phone call to when they come to your house and measure to when they install your new windows. My wife and I have hired Advanced Window Products, and we've gone through the process. It's been very simple. They come over, they measure, okay? And, you tell them how many windows you want. Maybe it's all the windows in your house. Maybe it's a select number. But here's the deal. Year-end sale, $2,500 off when you purchase 10 windows or more. They build the windows. They install the windows. They guarantee them for life. That's why Advanced Window Products are the best in town. Everything happens all under their roof. Go to advancedwindows.com. Advancedwindows.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It is 6:18. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Multiple sources tell ABC News police have identified a possible suspect in connection with the shooting at Brown University, and they've issued a warrant for that person's arrest. This comes after multiple sources also told ABC News the Brown shooting and the murder of an MIT professor in Brookline, Massachusetts may be linked. ABC's Christiane Cordero has more.
It really has been the power of the collective here of getting all of these pieces of evidence into authorities so that they could create a detailed timeline, as detailed as they have, presented so far, although there are still holes, as to what this person's movements were. And one really big question right now is, where did they go after the shooting?
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. You might be seeing a little smoke in the sky, and that's because the fire department is working a junkyard fire near 23rd Avenue and Broadway Road. Lots of first responders on the scene around there. Let's see what else is going on traffic-wise now. Here's Enrique in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. It's pretty active in Phoenix right now. Let's get to it. Phoenix with a crash on the left shoulder. State Route 51 northbound near Northern Avenue. Disabled vehicle blocking the left lane on the Loop 101 Pima Freeway westbound near Tatum Boulevard. Phoenix again. Crash on the right shoulder. Loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway near 24th Street. Phoenix again with a crash on the right shoulder. I-10 Maricopa Freeway eastbound near Chandler Boulevard. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News, now back with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
All right. A difficult day for the racing community, and I certainly wanted a chance to speak about this a little bit. And that NASCAR driver Greg Biffle and 6 others, including his wife and 2 children, died in a plane accident at Statesville Airport, just outside of Charlotte. Oh, it's one of the so a lot of NASCAR drivers, teams, whatever, have their own planes. It's the only way they can get to all these races around the country and have any semblance of a home life. And so there's 2 airports that they fly in and out of. Statesville's one of them. Greg Biffle has some ties to Arizona. He was from Washington State. And it's not exactly a hotbed of NASCAR, as you can imagine. But back in the 90s, down in Tucson, we had a racetrack. Still do have a pavement track, and they did a winter series. So they were racing down there in like December and January. Why? Because it was too cold to race everywhere else. And Greg Biffle came down from Washington and proceeded to win almost all the races and won championships and got noticed by NASCAR. And it put him literally on the map, and it's how he got noticed, got picked up, ended up getting a drive in NASCAR. He won 19 races at the Cup level, 50 overall NASCAR races. He was named one of NASCAR's top 75 drivers. He retired about 5 years ago or so. But that's the racing side, all right? And listen, I get it. He's a race car driver, and that drives the headline. But I wanted to tell you more things about Greg Biffle you may not know. So he was an accomplished pilot. He'd been flying for quite some time. He flew both fixed wing and helicopters. You might remember there was in North Carolina, they had that Hurricane Helene.
I remember.
And there were images where there was so much water that entire communities and in some cases just houses were completely cut off. They were surrounded by water and people couldn't get out. Greg Biffle flew over 200 flights in his helicopter on his own, rescuing people from rooftops, from their backyards, from wherever, and was taking them back to areas because there wasn't nearly enough places to get help.
We need more of him in this world.
Yeah, and he did all that on his own. He literally was flying his own helicopter and rescuing people during it. He also, after the hurricane and earthquake in Haiti, he used his jet, filled up supplies, and was flying missions into Haiti. And that's what he was doing after he left racing. Basically, he became a humanitarian, and he used his aircraft and he used his skills as a pilot to try and help others. As a matter of fact, he just recently had come back from in this plane that went down delivering supplies to Haiti and had come back to spend the holidays with the family.
Maybe the saddest story ever.
It's really, really difficult. And again, small planes, there's so many stories like that. I have a lot of friends in NASCAR that fly on these. I don't know why it scares me more than the big planes. It still does, and you just never know. It appears that in this crash in North Carolina, that there was an obvious problem with the plane. The witnesses say that it took off and almost immediately tried to turn around and come back. It appears that it had an engine's problem. There's 2 engines on that plane, and that something happened and they couldn't even make it back to the runway.
He, his wife, their 5-year-old, and his daughter from another marriage who was 14, all dead.
Yeah, and basically the entire family wiped out. And again, I know there's a lot of people and a lot of folks of us here in Arizona. We used to go down to those races in Tucson because there was nothing else racing in the country, and the eyes were on it. Watching the winter heat down at Tucson Raceway Park and watching this kid from Washington just dominate. Nobody knew who he was. Like, what the heck is a Greg Biffle, and how's he winning all these races?
So I heard about the story.
The accident, yes.
Didn't know who it was.
Yeah.
Read his name, didn't know who it was. But I'm glad you told everyone who he really was. Because some people say, okay, he was a race car driver. I bet on his resume, that's the last thing that he ever really, maybe that's at the bottom.
Yeah, I would tell you.
Because I know it's at the top. And it's what he did by saving other people, by loving your neighbor, by, going out in dangerous territory when Mother Nature struck, and he's like, I got this. Yeah. That's a really great human being that we lost today.
To say the least. And he had spoken about that the thing he was most proud about was humanitarian missions, rescuing people, and that, he felt he found a real calling. So the racing community, the larger community, certainly I know all my friends back in Charlotte are feeling the loss of Greg Biffle, his wife, their children, and one of his friends was on board with their friends as well.
He did a lot in his 55 years.
To say the least. So we remember Greg, and we're thankful that there's still people like him in the world that give selflessly. Just 1 hour ago, by the way, Governor Hobbs was sitting in this very studio. We had a chance to ask her some questions, including how would she grade Arizona? How are we doing? We're going to share with you her answers. They're coming up next, Outspoken, on KTAR.
The winter holiday break is here. As you're rolling over the river and through the pines or doing this, on your way out of the valley, we've got new episodes of Amazing Arizonans for you to check out. Mike Broomhead's convos with Ramblin' Ralph, Amy Van Dyken, Fife Symington, Deputy Frank, and more are on the KTAR YouTube channel or wherever you get your podcasts. Amazing Arizonans, presented by Resolution Copper.
Hey, if you're considering dental implants, it is important for you to do your homework, okay? Because not all implant centers are the same. Aria Dental Implant Center, they are different. I'm here to tell you they are better than the rest. And here's why. They're able to provide world-class care at reasonable prices. So a lot of you say, well, wait a second. How can their prices be so much less than everyone else? Well, couple things. Most implant centers are owned by these private equity investors. And why is that important? Because it means that they have way more overhead and they got a ton of investors to pay. And so they have to charge you more money. At Aria, that doesn't happen. At Aria, you're going to meet Dr. Joe, and he and his team are focused on you. They're not focused on reporting back to investors at some corporate office, who knows where. This is a team that is right here in great old Phoenix, Arizona. So if you have broken or missing teeth, I want you to go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and Arizona is finally cooling off, but before you kick on the heat, make sure your system is ready. Parker & Sons has been keeping Valley homes comfortable for over 50 years, and their fall HVAC tune-up is fast, affordable, and can save you from a chilly surprise. Call Parker & Sons because Comfort Specialist isn't just a slogan, it's a promise. Call Parker at 602-2 repair. That's 602, the number 2, then REP AIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, if you've gotten a mortgage in the last 3 years, it's time to listen up. It's Mike Broomhead for Lund Mortgage. Rates have dropped and refinancing could save you serious money. But how do you know if it's the right time? Lund Mortgage will track the rates daily and will alert you when it's the right time. Just email them, ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. That's ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. No gimmicks, no robocalls, just honest advice, full transparency on rates and costs. And if you refinance now, you won't make a mortgage payment until 2026. ratewatch@lundmortgage.com.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Murata with some big news for you. If you missed the holiday kickoff, don't worry. Earnhardt Buick GMC is keeping their savings going. We're talking favorites like the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 for up to $13,000 off MSRP, and the all-electric 2025 Hummer SUV and pickups. Get yours for up to $18,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR financing. And folks, that's just the start. Even the sleek 2025 Buick Enclave SUV is yours with a savings of up to $9,000 off MSRP. You want it? Earnhardt has it all, priced to move right now. Check them out in Mesa, right off the 60 at Superstition Springs Boulevard, or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 1/2/26.
If you could rewind 10 years, what would you do differently? Buy Apple stock at $20? Skip the Ghost Pepper Challenge? Maybe even rethink the skinny jeans. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Some regrets are harmless, termite damage isn't. You can't go back in time, but you can keep termites from eating your future. Call 602 Blue Sky today for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
For nearly 25 years, Primavera has helped thousands of Arizona students succeed with an accredited world-class education, tuition-free and right from home. If your child struggles in a traditional school setting, Primavera Online can help. We serve Arizona K-12 students with flexible, personalized learning that fits every student's needs. See how Primavera can help your family today. Don't wait. Enroll now at chooseprimavera.com. That's chooseprimavera.com.
KTAR News now.
It is 6:31. Good evening. I'm Becky Lynn. Providence police are expected to hold a news conference tonight on the latest in the Brown University shooting, and they may release the suspect's name or arrest details. Here's ABC's Matt Rivers.
In a stunning development, authorities now investigating a possible connection between the deadly mass shooting at Brown University and the killing of an MIT professor of nuclear science. Sources telling ABC News over the last 24 hours, detectives on both cases have been comparing notes, saying that they've discovered a potential link. Sources telling ABC News they have identified a possible suspect in connection with the Brown University shooting and have issued a warrant for their arrest.
A KTAR News exclusive.
Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs is looking back on the year, saying the state's economic performance is a major area of success. She exclusively told Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos today.
We are 8th in the nation for job growth, for private sector job growth. That is huge. We're one of a few states that is expanding right now, given the uncertainties of the economy. Our inflation is less than half of the country's as a whole.
In terms of Arizonans facing higher costs at the grocery store, Governor Hobbs put the blame on President Trump's tariffs. She also says major goals for next year include passing tax cuts for middle-class Arizonans and more work to protect water resources. You can catch the full conversation on the KTAR YouTube channel. Congress is about to head home for the holidays as the Affordable Care Act subsidies are nearing the expiration. President Trump admits that health care premiums are about to skyrocket for 20 million Americans. ABC's chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce has more.
President Trump making it clear he does not want to extend the expiring Affordable Care Act subsidies, which means in just 2 weeks, insurance premiums for millions of Americans will soar.
More than 20 million Americans are now bracing for their premiums to skyrocket. Are you going to let this happen, or will you intervene?
Yeah, they will skyrocket because it was never any good.
The president claims he somehow wants to bypass insurance companies to pay people directly, but he hasn't explained how or what this would mean for Americans' health care. And he has not released a health care plan of his own.
Turning to sports tonight, the Phoenix Suns are going to battle the Golden State Warriors right here in the Valley at Mortgage Matchup Center. Suns guard Grayson Allen out for the game due to right knee soreness. Tip-off in just a half hour, 7 o'clock. In ASU football, head coach Kenny Dillingham continues to have conversations regarding his contract. That as ASU fans are worried that Dillingham could be heading to the University of Michigan's football program as they search for a head coach. Earlier this week, when asked about it, Dillingham didn't deny the idea he could be looking at Michigan. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Let's check the road home now with Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Tempe with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. US 60 Superstition Freeway eastbound near McClintock Drive. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the left-hand shoulder. I-17 southbound at Cactus Road. Phoenix again with a crash on the left shoulder. State Route 51 northbound near Northern Avenue. Buckeye with a crash block in the left-hand lanes. I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound near Perryville Road. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at k2visionrle.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
51 and clear skies overnight. Tomorrow, mostly clear with a high around 80 and staying right there at 80 on Saturday. We could see 81, though, by Sunday. It's 67 currently in Glendale. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
We talked to the Greater Phoenix Chamber of Commerce about the Arizona economy. It's on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
All right. So just about an hour ago, Governor Hobbs was in studio. Every couple of weeks, she joins us here and faces questions. All the governors have done this now for years. Decades. I didn't want to make you sound older than you are. It's been a while.
I'm not old.
Got it. You started doing this when you were 6. But we had a chance to ask her, and we kind of started off, Gatos, taking a page from Trump's speech last night where he kind of grading how things have been going.
Yeah, that's what Trump did last night. Why not do it with the governor? Take a listen. That's not the one I wanted to play.
That wasn't the one?
We started with the Arizona economy because that's part of...
Sure.
How overall Arizona is doing. Doing a year-end wrap-up with Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs. Trump kind of did it last night. We're doing our own version. When Trump grades the economy, he says A+++++, and we all know that's ridiculous. Grade Arizona's economy. Is there a grade that you can give?
Well, I think that's a hard question because we're making progress. I just talked about the numbers that we released earlier this week, but I know that Arizonans aren't necessarily feeling like the economy's great. They're going to the grocery store and they're still paying more. That's a direct result of the trade war that the president has engaged us in. He can go on TV all he wants and say, people are paying less, but people go to the grocery store and they know they're not paying less. And so him saying A++++ means nothing. I think people are going to grade it by what they're feeling in their pocketbooks. And I know that we need to do more to lower costs. I'm going to fight to pass the middle class tax cut package that I announced and do more to lower costs for Arizonans.
All right. So one of the other things we talked about were vouchers. She came into 2025 thinking about the vouchers one way.
The school vouchers, yes.
Correct. And then maybe towards the end of the year, changing her mind. Take a listen. Doing a year-end wrap-up with, I don't know why I keep playing the wrong thing. I think it's because it's almost my last day, and I've basically just given up.
You got a foot and a half out the door?
Sorry, here's the right one. Governor Katie Hobbs is joining us in studio. Governor, were you too soft on the state's private school voucher program? You went from seeking to end it to now let's put some guardrails. Why the shift from beginning of year to now?
Look, I think that this is, when I came into office, I knew that this was going to be a really big expense and that there were no safeguards put in place. I took the position that we should repeal the universal expansion. It was clear that the Republicans in the legislature weren't going to budge on that. It is also clear that we need some form of reform there. And this is a popular program enjoyed by a lot of Arizonans. However, I think most Arizonans who read the reporting, see the reporting, don't think that our tax dollars should be spent on just the waste, the fraud, the abuse that we're seeing, and they want some guardrails. And I'm going to continue to fight for those guardrails so that we can bring the expenses in line with the budget challenges that we're facing this year.
Bruce, you asked about water.
Yeah, well, she had brought it up and mentioned, that there's been these negotiations and that, I think there's reasonable concerns about the type of growth that we need, to grow our economy. And at what cost does it come, especially when we talk about water and to a certain extent electricity. I'm going to expose myself as a water nerd.
Okay.
Because I think it is one of the biggest things facing this state moving forward. And our ability to grow is a consistent, reliable source of water in the future. There are certainly concerns.
Yes.
Ag takes up a huge amount of water. And we just recently saw this fight against one of these data centers with water and electricity being a big issue.
Yeah.
How can we grow? I mean, we're one of the largest states when it comes to these data centers. How can we keep having these things pop up, knowing they suck a ton of water, but they don't necessarily bring jobs? It's a big empty building.
Yeah.
Is that fair to say?
I mean, it is. And as long as people rely on the technology, data centers are just they're necessary. And so that's part of the reason that I announced the Arizona Energy Promise Task Force, really trying to strategize around these large load users of energy. And energy really is, to me, when it comes to specifically data centers, a bigger concern than the water.
Okay. Because people's injury rates are going up.
Right. And that doesn't mean water's not a concern. I think we deal with the water concerns and balancing growth with those concerns by acknowledging the problems head on. There's a lot of, kicking down the road. I mean, when I first came to office, I released a groundwater report of the West Valley that showed there was a lack of the 100-year assured water supply. I'm going to fight to protect that. That assured water supply program ensures that people can make an investment here and know that investment is going to be sound for generations to come. And we don't want to weaken that. But we have to find ways to bring other sources of water into these communities. We did that. We did rulemaking to create the alternative I'm sorry, I'm getting way in the weeds. But so we've worked to address that. There's more to do. But I am committed to acknowledging the problems head on so that we can come up with solutions to address them. And we're going to continue to do that.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so that is Governor Hobbs in studio with us every 2 weeks. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos exclusive. Some polling came out. Next gen polling, Bruce. Hobbs 51, Biggs 32. Hobbs 51, Karen Taylor Robeson 30. I think it's going to be a lot closer.
Yeah, well, obviously a lot of undecideds.
That's just one poll.
Right?
That's just one poll.
A lot of people who haven't made up their mind.
That's going to be closer. I don't think
it's absolutely going to be closer. Yeah. Unless their third-party candidate runs, and don't even get me started. I have the foggiest idea. Appreciate Governor Hobbs making time with us. We'll continue this tradition in the new year. She'll join us in January, and we'll get a chance to talk then. Coming up next, are you misbehaving at work because the rules have changed? We'll explain. It's coming up. Outspoken on KTAR.
Red Mountain weight loss. Listen, guys, there are a lot of reasons you can go to Red Mountain. Obviously, lose weight. But how about low testosterone? If you have low T, start for free. Mention Gatos. I'm going to get you in the door with no startup fee. If you are thinking, you know what, maybe I have some low testosterone, I should get tested. Yep. Go get tested. A lot of dudes walking in that door at Red Mountain. And you know what? It's okay. It's what happens. A lot of men need some testosterone therapy. It's not a big deal. It's not embarrassing. You just go in, get tested, meet the doctors at Red Mountain Weight Loss. And if you have low T, all right, well, now you've got testosterone therapy. You're going to think better. You're going to sleep better. Your love life is going to be better. And nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So go to redmountainweightloss.com, or you could dial pound 250 on your phone and use the keyword Red Mountain.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Pain has a way of stealing moments that matter most, especially during the holidays. And it's not just your knees, back, or shoulder. It's time with family and friends. But in 2026, that could all change when your body remembers how to heal. It just needs a little help finding its way back. QC Kinetics here in Phoenix believes relief doesn't have to come from surgery or pain pills. They use your body's own natural healing abilities to repair and restore, helping you move, live, and feel like yourself again. It's your body's comeback story, powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. No surgery, no pain pills, no long recovery. QC Kinetics delivers long-term relief. Make the new year your turning point. Schedule your free consultation today. Now's a great time to use your HSA and FSA for treatments. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 6:45. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Law enforcement sources tell ABC News there is police activity in Salem, New Hampshire that could be connected to the manhunt for the possible suspect in connection with the Brown University shooting. Earlier, sources told ABC News the Saturday shooting at Brown and the murder of an MIT professor in Brookline, Massachusetts may be linked. Here's ABC's Matt Rivers.
Right now, law enforcement officials telling us that at the moment, all we can say definitively is that what's happening outside of that storage facility in Salem, New Hampshire, which is just across the state line there from Massachusetts, is that it could have something to do with the ongoing manhunt for this suspected shooter.
We'll keep you updated. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. And with a look at the road home tonight, it's Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Scottsdale, a crash on the left-hand shoulder, Loop 101 Pima Freeway southbound near Thomas Road. Tempe with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, US 60 Superstition Freeway eastbound near McClintock Drive. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Roth conversions mean tax-free growth. Consider whether a Roth conversion makes sense for you. Act before December 31st at AssetPreservationWealth.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Hey, just like the holiday season, you know what's going to end soon? The Ford year-end sales event at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvi's here. We're talking time to get on down to our Desert Ford dealers for the final days of the Ford year-end sales event, where we can celebrate with a 2025 Ford F-150 when we can get 0% financing for 60 months plus $1,000 in bonus cash with zero down and no payments for 90 days. Let's say that again. Get 0% financing for 60 months plus $1,000 in bonus cash with zero down and no payments for 90 days when you buy a new 2025 Ford F-150 or get into an adventure-ready Ford Explorer. We bought a brand new Explorer last year with 0% financing right now for 60 months plus $1,000 in bonus cash with zero down and no payments for 90 days on a new 2025 Ford Explorer. But hurry, the Ford year-end sales event ends soon at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click BuyFordNow.com.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
The clock's running out on December deal drops at Lowe's, but there's still time to wrap up something they'll love. Shop great gifts under $50, like the DeWalt Elite Series 100-piece bid set. Plus, if you order by 2 p.m., you can get same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Shop December deal drops while you can. Lowe's, we help, you save. Same-day delivery on eligible in-stock items, subject to availability. Fees vary. Details at lowes.com/same-day delivery.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
KTAR.com. Go check it out, the Gatos Big Q. If you really want to talk about me,
what do you mean?
Mailing it in.
This Q is an example?
I've got nothing left in my brain.
Your
I'm running
tank is
out of
on
it.
empty.
My tank is on empty. So don't expect a whole lot like this Q, okay? At least I admit it.
Well, it's a first step.
Here's the Q. This is the only thing I could come up with.
Got it.
I was racking my brain last night. I got nothing.
Okay.
I got nothing left.
Nothing left.
Because our last show is tomorrow, and
That's right.
I need a vacation from you.
Okay.
I mean, I need a vacation.
I'll take it.
Are you enjoying the above average temperatures lately in the valley?
Whew.
Oh, that's a real stinker. That's a real stinker. Anyway, yes, 78 degrees rocks. No, it's too warm. I have cute sweaters ready to be worn.
I think people live here because they don't want it to be too cold. So I'm going to go with yes, 78 rocks, 63%.
Yes, 78 rocks, 56%. But Becky Lynn, don't you have cute sweaters and boots that you want to wear?
It's boot season.
And jackets.
Yeah.
There's jackets involved too?
Jackets. Yes, I mean lightweight jackets, but it's too hot for even that. I mean,
so I it's funny you say that because you know how when I get in the car to come to work, the air conditioning settings are whatever it was I drove home with. And I sometimes have to turn the heat up a little bit driving home.
Yes.
It's a little chilly.
Yeah, just a little bit.
But when I get in the car, it's blowing hot air and it's 80 degrees outside. I got to take the little thing and get no, cold. I got to turn the air conditioning on.
My seat heater is still on.
Oh. I go back and forth between heat and cold depending on
exactly.
I have not put the heat on yet.
In the house, I have it. No,
in my car, I've not put the heat on.
Oh,
you haven't had it on the car?
No.
Not even going home?
A little chilly.
A little bit.
Yeah. Tate, tomorrow we have our Christmas Spectacular.
You know, if you're not going to be into it, because I keep looking at, do you see the look on his face? Like, we've got our big, outspoken with Bruce and Gatos Christmas Spectacular.
He should look like Buddy the Elf now.
He keeps alluding to it and talking about it with like
disdain,
a smirk on his face.
Yeah, he really is the Grinch.
Yeah. Oh well, be sure and wear green tomorrow, Bruce.
It's gonna be fun.
Oh, I've got an outfit for tomorrow.
Oh, do you?
Okay.
Concern yourself not.
Oh, okay.
I will be dressed appropriately.
Okay, he's coming in green.
Yeah,
He's going to be
should.
the Grinch.
He should.
We've got live in studio performances.
That's not an exaggeration.
No, it is not.
So, do you remember back in? You don't remember. I seem to remember like black and white TV back in the day.
I don't remember.
They had like live singers in the studio, and it would be like NBC. You know, we're going to have live singers.
We've got a chorus that's
they're
coming in.
They're going to sing us in and out of breaks.
Yep. Diane Michelle, my friend from CCV, who has come in many times over the many years. And she sings her version of Oh Holy Night, which I think is incredible.
It's so beautiful.
And I think that's how we're going to start the show tomorrow.
That's a good way to kick it off.
That's a pretty good way to kick it off. So it should be live in studio. Mm-hmm. You can watch it on our YouTube channel.
Are you bringing a Christmas tree to sit in there and, holiday decorations? You did for Halloween.
Ooh. I thought you were in charge of the decorations.
No, first I've heard of it. I just now brought it up.
Shot across the bow.
Just saying.
I know you guys aren't looking at me to do that.
You don't have any Christmas
decorations. No, but you're the king of Christmas decorations, Gatos.
Outside.
Well, inside too.
Outside. Wait, you don't have extras? What am I going to do? No, I don't do the inside of the house.
There should be lights strung up everywhere.
Wait a minute. Does the 8-foot snowman fit in the studio? Yes or no?
What 8-foot snowman?
How big is the snowman?
The snowman it's 20 feet at my
I'm
house.
sorry,
no,
it's
that one
20
will not
footer.
fit. No,
so
no, no.
It would fit outside the studio, and its head would be like right here at the window.
It's 20.
That'd be hilarious.
Surely we have some kind of a blow-up Christmas tree or something. We can sit in the corner?
No blow-ups. I
No
don't like
blow-ups?
the blow-ups.
You're not-
No,
okay.
the
Not
man
a
he's a
fan.
purist. He's a
Right.
purist.
All right.
We don't
That's
do
right.
blow-up stuff.
Well, crap.
Right. Oh, you forgot a very important thing.
You guys have any? You guys in there have any Christmas decorations you could bring in for tomorrow?
He's looking at the kids. Kids
Julia?
aren't going to have any. No.
She said no.
They're not bringing any.
Becky Lynn, you got to do this for me. You
I
got to do
did.
this for
I
us.
did this at Halloween. I brought in the Halloween tree.
Just do it again. It's
I-
okay.
I- you want the Halloween tree
You
for
remember
Christmas?
the traditional Halloween tree?
All right, we'll figure something out.
Tomorrow from 4 to 7, it is the Christmas Spectacular.
Unless we can come up with a better name, but we kind of
Between now and then.
I don't really have one.
Yeah, I don't either.
But it's going to be a fun party for 3 hours.
You have all night to work on a great name.
Yep.
I got to go find Christmas
And
decorations.
you've got to find Christmas. You got a busy night ahead. Get going.
Appreciate you guys spending time with us. We look through the double pane, bulletproof glass. Into the control room. My goodness, we've got DJ Pauly B over there. We have our producer, the first lady of Outspoken. That's Miss Jules. Pride of Tennessee and recent Hall of Famer. That's Becky Lynn with all your news and information and getting you home with all the traffic you need. What? That's Enrique. Don't call me Iglesias. Coming up. We appreciate it, guys.
Bruce, especially tomorrow.
Oh, boy.
You're lucky to have me.
Gatos, bah humbug.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. stock exchange, but there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
It's people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/investor day.
Now there's a new way to take charge of your blood sugar. Introducing new Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula from the makers of the nation's best-selling garlic supplement. New Garlic helps maintain healthy blood sugar levels with clinically supported levels of garlic, plus a custom blend of vitamins and minerals, and it's odor-free. Take charge of your blood sugar with new Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
So Pure Talk just had their best year ever and asked me if I'd like to thank their customers on their behalf for being so awesome. I said sure. It's important to say thanks, especially this time of year, which is why, as one of their many satisfied customers, I should probably thank Pure Talk first for keeping their customer service in this country and for providing hundreds of American jobs. I appreciate that. I also appreciate their Roundup program, which makes it easy to support America's Warrior Partnership and join the fight against veteran suicide. And I love that Pure Talk donated 1,000 hand-sewn Made in America flags to veterans around Independence Day. And of course, I really appreciate their generous support of my own foundation, MicroWorks, and their commitment to help us train the next generation of skilled workers. Having said all that, it's now my pleasure, on behalf of everyone at Pure Talk, to thank you sincerely for choosing to do business with an American wireless company that actually stands for something. And one more thing. Merry Christmas.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of LifeSource. Harsh desert water makes a LifeSource whole house water system an essential home appliance. A LifeSource system filters and conditions your water and will improve your family's life and protect your home. We build, install, and stand behind every system. Now, LifeSource pays your sales tax. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit LifeSourceWater.com to save up to $1,000 during our no tax special. Offer ends December 31st. LifeSource. Taste and feel the difference.
Warranty limitations apply.
These politicians are driving me nuts.
So that's what's doing it.
What?
Stop scrolling, man. We're here for some Christmas cheer.
Hey, you know what's on my Christmas list? I'd like one Republican who isn't a sellout.
Okay, Merry Christmas. That's David Schweikert.
Schweikert?
Scottsdale congressman, hardcore conservative, running for governor.
Oh, sure, Schweikert. That guy's a fighter. Helped write and deliver Trump's tax cuts, right?
Bingo! Schweikert stood strong with Trump, and Schweikert's totally uncompromising on illegal immigration. 100%.
Hey, you know, Schweikert must be solid because the libs have been attacking him like forever. They spent millions smearing the guy, and Schweikert wins anyway.
Plus, I'm pretty sure Schweikert knows Die Hard is a Christmas movie.
Well, that settles it. I'm going with David Schweikert for governor, a real conservative.
Paid for by Wynn, Arizona, with 0% from out-of-state contributors. Not authorized by a candidate.
Year End brings incredible opportunities at Beatitudes campus. I'm Jamie West. A change for yourself or maybe your parents? Now's the time. Lock in 2025 pricing and get $10,000 off the entry fee or a $10,000 moving credit for select Central Park residences. Or maybe you're looking for a month-to-month rental. They have great rental residence specials too, but they end December 31st. Learn more by visiting beatitudescampus.org. Beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly. Age boldly at Beatitudes Campus.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News.